Let's go, everybody. Okay, I am live, allegedly. So I will push the X button and I will switch screens. Meh. Okay. Hello, welcome back to Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. The streaming, the chronicling. I hope everybody is having a happy Labor Day, except that, in case you guys didn't notice, I am a content creator. I don't get days off. We don't take holidays. I'm here with you. And for some ungodly reason, Lucky also didn't get a day off today.
Well, I actually did some research onto this. Actually, there's a great amount of businesses that don't actually give their employees off.
Yeah,
Usually it's much more on
not Labor Day is it a federally recognized holiday?
Oh, it is a federally recognized holiday, but just because it's federally recognized, it does not require employers to give your employees the day off. Heck, they're not even required to give a paid holiday.
I will say that's very interesting because usually the way something with the federal government works is, hey, if you don't do things the way we say, you don't get any federal money ever. Hence why there is interstate commerce and there's a lot of issues with the legal drug trade in states, for instance, which have decriminalized or legalized cannabis. That's still federally illegal, a Schedule I narcotic. Absolutely nonsense. From a pure definitional state, don't even at me. But because of that, like, if you're a business that deals in what is legal in your state, you can't deal with, like, federal banks because it's still prohibited, and those federal banks could lose their everything. But somehow, you know, if you declare a federally government holiday, you can skip that. Who knew? Oh, I'm already sweaty. This is a great sign, chat. We haven't even started. It's 85 degrees at 8:30 at night. And I'm already sweaty.
Oh, he dying.
But let's fire it up and get into this. Yeah, that's where we last left off. It was the previous month. It was 12:21 a.m. So let's get this show on the road because I have been informed that this will not be the last stream. Even though it sure feels like we're getting close to the end.
I'm gonna move to motion that we do 2 Mega Man X games instead of just one.
Take a little break. See, I mean, we could see about that. I gotta be honest with how long this has taken. I feel like we're not gonna get to game 2 of Great Ace Attorney anytime this year. Because you want to do Mega Man X for a little bit. I talked about inserting Zone of the Ender's Second Runner, which is another like 2-week game tops. Because we do this for like 3 or 4 hours a night. That game is not that long. And in... I can't remember. Double check me, somebody. Oh, Jesus Christ, Aaron. Try not to die. At least the sun is still up for you. There's hope when the sun goes down.
Dallas is probably literally on fire with rage right about now.
Yeah. With something. No, the sun is a deadly laser. Anyway, but Chad, as usual, can fact check me because I never can remember. But at some point, the Plague Tale sequel comes out in, as we said, I believe October.
Well, I don't have to play the Plague Tale sequel day one. I can always wait on that.
That's true, but I feel like depending on where we line up, because no matter what, again, maybe not right away, because I think, unfortunately, God of War Ragnarok comes out on like a Tuesday.
Well,
Santa Monica Studios is trying to fuck me in specifically.
For the second case, maybe what we should do is we should do cases on an individual basis instead of just trying to marathon the entire fucking game.
Yeah, we can figure, because again, we still don't know when this game is over. That's the big thing. Like, some people have told us that it will take us more than 2 streams, and I'm like, okay, I don't know about that one, Chief. Because, you know, we can extend some time. But, yeah, that might be a good way to break it up, depending on when this actually ends. You know, we can clear Mega Man X, obviously. We can see what comes next there, but that'll probably be a 2-weeker, so maybe we, you know, put off for an extra run of X2. I'm not as familiar with X2. For me, my knowledge of Mega Man X usually goes something like, the first one, got that one down pat. That one's memorized. And then My knowledge kind of blanks out until X4, the PlayStation 1. And then I'm like, yeah, I remember that one. That's the one with Playable Zero. And then everything else gets kind of fuzzy. I vaguely remember X5 and X6. But not very well. But yeah, so we can figure out our exact streamifying schedule. But it is now after 8:30, so let us get to the real truth of the Omnibus case. Damn it.
Yeah. Did we actually read this bit already?
No, this is our first time going through this testimony. We stopped it ahead of time because we knew this would be a whole thing.
Truth is, that brickmaker Kelv was in the cabin of the Onumbus the whole time. When the Irishman dragged me out from under the seat, I saw that disc on the floor.
The disc.
All of a sudden, I heard a scream from over my head, and a pair of the roof deck went off to call the slopes. That's when Mr. McGill sent the driver some tin to do a run to the pawn shop roundabout. He threatened me not to stitch, not to say nothing to no one but what I seen or heard.
And that's all we need to know. Thank you, and good night, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, grief. This is outrageous. What you've just told the court bears almost no resemblance to your testimony 2 months ago.
Hi, Your Honor. Exhibit A, I would like to direct you to the line in the court record where she says she was threatened by a literal murderer.
Nah, man. Remember, we're back in 1900s Great Britain. Are you a woman or are you a, lower class citizen? Fuck off. Fuck off, you. Get out of here. As you say, my lord.
I don't like that he's already got the bottle set up.
Then there's every chance I may have educated an error in McGilda's trial.
Well, Your Honor, that's why there's a jury. It's not your fault. They're the ones who said he wasn't guilty. And as far as I know, there's no prosecutorial wigwamus where you get to...
They're gonna be like, oh my god, you made us wrong, girl. This is all your fault. Just throws the book at her.
No, I don't think so. See, he's talking about McGilda.
Okay.
Also, he's being a little slow, Your Honor.
It sounds very much to me as if the man deliberately deceived his court in an effort to cover up the most wicked of schemes. Without doubt, your lordship is correct. A great injustice was done in this courtroom 2 months ago. The action of the accused in that trial, of this witness, and of my learned friend are entirely inexcusable. I gotta turn this up.
Guys, did you see? Well, oh yeah, actually, I wanted to bring that up. I saw you were listening to some of the
Oh yeah.
OST earlier.
Oh yeah, no, I was.
It's subtle sometimes, but it's very good. Where's my remote at?
Oh yeah, no, my favorite track is actually the first one, which apparently is Ryunosuke's theme. That's the one where the violins go fucking crazy.
Yeah,
it's like,
and it's also used as like the main menu and main theme. And there's variations, of course.
You're wrong, the lot of you. Mr. Odo, the lawyer there, he didn't know nothing about it.
Correct. I literally met McGilded that day. I can prove it. I was on a boat until then. Buddy, I'm gonna fucking... Quick, Iris, take a telephoto shot of him. Take a photographic print of him eyeballing that maid. Mail 9 million copies to Mrs. Garadeb. I don't think so. Are we really expected to believe that? Shit, now the maid's just Ada from Zone of the Enders. Fuck. Oh well. I don't... Hold on. Now I have to summon my... I have to go for being indignant to be an old man. He really stitched everyone up, didn't he? What an operation to get the man off scot-free. Prospector McGillicuddy.
Yeah, but stop. The lies have to stop. Stop.
That joke, at least I do. Yes, the defense made a terrible error of judgment. I was blinded by coins in my eyes, literally. I intend to take full responsibility and suffer whatever consequences are deemed appropriate. However, it's imperative that the court allows the witness to elaborate on her testimony, because the true significance of McGilded's pawned articles must be brought to light. It's very important.
Very well, my learned student friend. Van Dyke just wanted the fucking people to just be like, it's like, this is the truth. Given the depths of calamity you have just plunged yourself into, this may be worth hearing.
Oh, I'm gonna rock your socks off, bottle boy. I don't wear socks. Fuck.
Words fail me. This situation is utterly deplorable. Mr. Naruhodo.
At least this guy can say my name right. Yes, my lord. Yes, my lord.
I will decide upon your fate following the conclusion of this trial.
Technically, I think that matter belongs to your boss, Mail Strongheart, who assigned me that case, BT Dubs, just so everybody knows.
Oh man, Strongheart's just gonna be all like, if you thought something was wrong, you shouldn't have taken the case. And then fly away on his fucking pigeons.
Yeah, well, we'll see. There's at least we know there's a game after this. Of course, my lord.
Blimey, Mr. Naruhodo. Now, counsel, proceed with the cross-examination.
Okay, that's a little awkward considering this is technically my witness, but sure. Mechanics. Also, by the way, that's actually how that works. If you call a witness, you do direct X, and then the other guy does cross X. It's not always the prosecutor does direct examination and you do cross X.
What? Question.
E?
Is that guy supposed to be turned around?
I cannot tab over to him currently, so I think he's just jojo-posing maliciously at us. Because he sure looks like he's doing the over-the-shoulder shot, and I cannot pivot to him currently. We'll have to wait until we press.
Weird. Yeah, press.
Yeah, I guess we just start. Yeah, pressing at the. There's no contradictions here. We're just trying to get her to elaborate. And you were hiding in the cabin at the time as well, weren't you, Miss Lestrade?
Probably one of those things where we just have to get through all the information.
Yeah, because that'll add to her testimony or add evidence or whatever.
Something.
If I remember rightly, in the storage compartment underneath one of those seats. Okay, so.
Yeah, that's right. It's pitch black under there, so you can't see nothing at all.
Excuse me? Pardon me? What the fuck? Well, I'm glad I've noticed this. Unfortunately, we're gonna have to wait for a prompt, I think, to work on this. But, Your Honor, there's collusion in the witness booth.
Yeah, no, like I saw the back and I was all like, that's not the model.
I thought he was just JoJo posing like an asshole because he does have an over the back shot, but no, he's just fucking doing a huddle.
Keep going, I guess. Wait, actually, no, can't you just?
No, if I do that, I'll take a pip. It has to be when there's an exclamation point. We have to enact our moves at the correct time.
Oh, true enough. Now, in your testimony 2 months ago, I feel certain that you claim Mr. McGilded was the sole passenger, did you not? False testimony, my lord.
Hey, whoa, this is my cross-X, okay? My witness will get to that.
That's what he told me I had to say.
But it's important that you tell us the truth now. Were Mr. McGilded and the victim acquaintances?
No. But I did hear him talking a lot.
What were they talking about?
Well, I couldn't hear too well, but if I had to say, I think it was about money or something. They kept talking about buying and not buying.
What are you buying?
Not enough cash. Perhaps business dealing of some kind.
also, since we were talking about the soundtrack earlier, there's a lovely thing about these games I do want to point out to everybody. If you don't know, for instance, for questioning, there's 2 versions of the testimony theme. If you know anything about music theory, there is the moderato, which is the moderate tone, and then when you really get to the goods, you go to the allegro, which is the enthusiastic one. That's where they put the extra, like, pick up the tempo a little bit. It's really good. You can listen for these kinds of things.
Anyway, they got louder and louder. Started to sound like a proper fight. I was pretty scared by then. I hardly dared to breathe. And then, all of a sudden, I heard a noise like someone keeling over on the floor. It was blooming loud and all.
So those 2 on the rooftop are still the biggest dinguses ever, right?
Oh, yeah.
These guys had a fucking knife fight that this girl could hear in the pitch dark of a padded compartment. They didn't see or hear shit until, like, one of them just casually looked down.
This is what we like to call oblivious. But I believe you let out an involuntary scream. Yeah. That's what got me away.
Gina, you need to carry a tiny pistol in your jacket.
Derringer.
So if weird tiny dudes find you in security areas that are armed with knives, you could just be like, gun!
The ultimate magic.
Alright. Was the disc that you saw this disc? Never mind that I'm holding paper. I'm definitely holding the disc.
Yeah, I reckon it probably was. It was right next to the cove lying on the floor. Could this disc have belonged to the victim, perhaps? I don't know, but McGilda picked it up pretty smartish. And then he set the cove with the knife in his belly up on the seat.
What did he say to you at that time?
He told me not to say a word about what I seen or heard to no one. About the disc and all. I was dead scared. The way he was looking at me, I thought, if I didn't go along with it, I'd get stuck with that knife too. Then he started asking me a lot of questions. Like what my name was and where I lived and that. He asked me about being a diver too.
But after a while, what had happened in the carriage was noticed?
Yeah, that's right. First there was this kind of rapping noise.
Oh, interesting. There's a rapping noise then leading into whatever's going on up there. Still, good testimony.
Mm-hmm.
But by the way, I think we have talked about this, but it's been forever. But it's been a long while since we shouted out Ryunosuke's fashion sense. I love the like, I don't remember what the piece is called, but the under the arm guards.
I think aren't they called kote?
Yeah, I think it might be the kote. But I just love that he's wearing them under his school uniform, you know. Mm-hmm. It gives him a little flair.
Yeah, kote, armored sleeves.
Okay.
I had to look it up. That's right.
Back.
They must have looked down through the skylight and noticed the cove with a knife in his guts. When they screamed, the diver pulled up on their horses and McGilty got me out of sight. Oh, excuse me.
Now you'd think it was Lady First that screamed, but no, it was clearly Bruce Fairplay.
But he screams like a bitch, cause he is one. Out of sight? Where?
Judge.
Back on the back under the seat where I started off. Once the carriage came to an halt, the 2 girls from the food ran off to fetch the slops. If they immediately left to fetch the belief, it would appear they were entirely unrelated to the incident.
The incidents. So that left McGilded, the driver, and you still at the scene.
Yeah, only the driver didn't know what was there because I was under the seat. I heard the cabin door open and a voice from outside. The driver, yes. He also testified in the trial, I believe.
And he lied like a motherfucker, by the way. Just to remind everybody.
A fellow who went by the name of Beppo, if memory serves.
Good old scammy Beppo. What did McGilded and the drivers say to each other? Take more sips of water.
I don't know what happened. And stuff like that, mainly.
Oh, I don't know what happened with the knife in his fucking... At least this part makes sense.
Oh, good. We do have 5 pips again now.
Yeah. We had a to-be-continued break in there somewhere, so we're back up to juice. The pawn shop obviously being Windibanks on Baker Street. Also, by the way, this means that this happened on fucking Holmes' street. Actually, wait, no, fuck. He was on the boat with us. God damn it. Why were you on a boat and not at home, Herlock Sholmes? Never had to deal with this bullshit.
Just a moment, counsel. Do you mean to tell me that the driver gave false testimony in that trial as well?
Yeah, and after you warned him and everything.
Perhaps the excursion to the pawnbrokery slipped his mind when he was in the stand.
It's like, don't cover for that old dude. We know he's a liar. He literally lied about the
Indeed,
rape.
Lord Van Zykes. McGilder took off his coat and gave it to the driver. He folded it up, all careful like, before handing it over. When I saw him do that, I remember thinking... That coat and what's in it has got to be worth a few bob.
But how many bobs? Like a Jim Bob or a Joe Bob?
I'm thinking Jimmy Bob.
What about a Billy Bob?
Too
Nah,
much.
it's not really
Too
Billy
much.
Bob, yeah. Yes, Gina was sure the disc must be worth more than Mr. Windibank was suggesting, wasn't she? I remember her quibbling with him over the price that afternoon at the pawnbrokery.
I looked pretty happy when McGilder flashed some spice in his face. He went off running at a lick.
Spry for a cold boy.
Then the boy tried to call to me and told me come out of the drag's cabin. Oh, that wasn't verbatim, but it flowed better, I think.
Threatened you how exactly?
Told me I'd only be able to escape if I did exactly what he said. Which included giving false testimony in court 2 months ago.
Van Zykes, are you gonna... You're gonna be this guy, aren't you?
I mean, he's not saying anything that's wrong. He's just being... What's the word I want to use? Smug? Yeah, we're having smug Van Zykes right now.
I also think he's doing a classic move where he emphasizes the wrong part of the argument, where it's like, yeah, she did perjure herself, but do you recall the part where she prefaced this story with, she did that because she was threatened by a literal murder man?
Yeah, that's it. And there was one other thing he said. Which was... He told me I have to hang on to the ticket from the pawn shop and make sure not to lose it. The ticket? Well, I never. Said that if he didn't show up to get the ticket off me before 2 months passed, I had to go to the pawn shop and pay the money to keep it in luck, to stop it from being forfeited. He left him with some brass to pay for it. Oh, excuse me, but really? Why on earth would Mr. McGilden have done such a thing? Oh, excuse me. Depositing his overcoat with the pawnbroker before the arrival of the police. It makes no sense at all.
You're doing that thing where you're being slow again, Judgy. See? Renosuke's got it. There would seem to be only one logical explanation, my lord. But McGilded had the driver deposit at Windibanks was something he didn't want the police to see. Something very important that he needed to hide at all costs.
Oh. Anyway, after that, he let me go. So I legged it before the coppers showed up.
Well
Yes,
done,
things
Ginny.
are happening.
Can't even easy to tell the truth like that. Ginny's really put her faith in you, Runo. Yes, and to thank her, she'll have to face a charge of perjury once this trial's over. So I need to use the time we have now to get as much information out of her as possible. It's time to really go for it. Press her on every statement. We did, in fact, just do that. I suppose I should? Oh, and another thing. What's that? See.
He's gonna call them out.
Yeah. Take a look at those two. Isn't it strange they've been whispering to each other the entire time? Yes, that is strange. It looks like they're having a secret discussion about something. Something crimey. I'm not sure I'm comfortable with that. I wonder if there's anything I can do about it.
Throw something at them.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess I should probably just, you know...
See if you can just press something and then just let them
Yeah, I'm
switch
gonna-
over.
Let's try it. Press. Yeah, we already read this. Okay.
We got 5.
Excuse me.
Let's see if it works. I mean,
Not
this
yet.
does lump them together. Is there something you'd like to share with the court, Inspector Gregson and Mr. Graydon? Oh, and the music even did a dramatic fade out. Inspector, Mr. Graydon. Come on, man. What, you guys want to give me a heart attack? You have been whispering to each other for quite some time now. Tell us, what is the discussion about? Discussion? With this fella? What do you want, sunshine? You think I've got anything to talk about with a shady gent like this? Look at him. He's jojo-posing. Oh, shit. I'm all the voices in this scene. And I have nothing to say to this uncouth detective after he deprived me of the disc that was rightfully mine. Yes. But they've clearly been talking this entire time I've been cross-examining Gina. It's as if they've been negotiating.
Fansack, just throw the ball at them. Thank you, Miss Lestrade. Thank you, counsel. I've heard enough. Jesus fucking Christ. I believe we now have a reasonable understanding of what actually transpired on the omnibus. It would appear that on that night, 2 months ago, a negotiation was taking place on the omnibus. A negotiation concerning this disc. However, matters did not run smoothly.
You can say that one again.
When the parties involved began to quarrel over price, McGilded took what he wanted by force. At the expense of the other man's life.
Which proves my point. The disc is clearly extremely valuable in some way. Although I don't understand why yet.
And 2 days ago, precisely 2 months after the omnibus incident, McGilded's coat and its content were due to be forfeited. I didn't know what she did with the ticket. I mean, the cove died right after his trial. I knew that.
Everybody knows that.
So you decided you would try to claim the articles as your own. Well, why not, eh? They were only going to be forfeited. Why shouldn't I have a go at them? Anyway, you can't blame for me thinking about it. Thinking ain't no crime.
Currently, anyway.
Miss Lestrade, it would appear Mr. McGilded was prepared to kill in order to take possession of this disc. Do you know why that would be?
I ain't got a clue. But I reckon it must be worth a fair bit of brass. He was probably gonna sell it. And you can't blame me for thinking that. Thinking ain't no crime.
I see that as our new catchphrase. You can't crime me if I'm just thinking, coppers.
I'm sorry, it just makes me think of a weird... Oh, shit. Wait. My lord!
He is a bailiff.
The evidence your lordship requests has been located and is ready for the court inspection, sir.
Fuck, what did we send out for that they said would take like 30 minutes?
A box.
Ah, yes, the box. The mysterious little box deposited by McGilded 2 months ago. There's no doubt in my mind that it is a key piece in this far-reaching puzzle. I was just gonna say evidence, but I decided to say it was a puzzle. Motherfucker.
Really?
Fucking really? Well, at least that was like 30 minutes. Yeah, and it was like 30 minutes. We were already at 4 hours and 20 minutes once again, so it's not the worst. It's just the natural breaks are very awkward. Trial Part 4.
Jesus.
Books. Looks a little bit bigger than I thought it was.
So this is the article in question, is it? Wait, is that a hinge?
Oh, there's definitely an indent in the lid. It is a box, so I guess it's.
Well, I guess true, but it's just the way that the top looks makes me think that it swings upwards like that, or maybe it just comes off. I don't know.
The small box deposited with the pawnbroker by Mr. McGilded 2 months ago.
Put it in my court record. And then on the night of Mr. Windibank's murder, the only item on the shelves that was touched by whoever broke into the shop. Quick, quick! Let's open it and see what's inside. Scientifically. Okay.
Oh, fuck?
Oh, motherfucker.
It's a music box. Good gracious, this is no ordinary box, it seems.
Wow. Although, in truth, I had an inkling that it might be the case.
It would appear that the box houses a miniature music box movement.
Angry JoJo noises.
Then is it too much to expect? I think it'd be reasonable to assume that it is a device for the playback of this disc, my lord.
I don't think you can say parts were removed, because do you know what the fucking inside of a music box looks like, Axe?
I don't.
It's got the gears and it's got the tines, I think, or the cone.
That's all
cone
you
technically.
like. Honestly, like music. So sorry. Music box are actually very simple clockworks.
Yeah, you just need the mechanism to rotate the disc and have it brush across the tines, and the tines actually on the comb actually.
Yeah,
play
no,
music.
I think it's only a few gears and a couple springs. You just need a couple springs to for the tension on the turnkey, and enough gears so that it maintains the proper speed, and then with enough torque that it can actually flick the tines. It's a precise math, but it's not overly complex in components. That's why you can have such like tiny music boxes. And that's why they're put in everything, Jesus. But, where was it? Oh, so here we are. So here we have the means to play back Mr. McGilded's disc, deposited at Windibank's at much the same time. Not strictly correct, my lord. It was not Mr. McGild. It was not McGilded's disc.
True, it was intended for him.
It was the disc of his victim in the omnibus.
I think I lost his voice. The fuck?
But why, for heaven's sake? Are we to understand that the brickmaker was trying to sell this music box disc to Mr. McGilded?
Yes, Your Honor. Welcome to 30 minutes ago. Excuse me. I believe the answer will become clear if we listen to the music on the disc, my lord.
Yes, very well. Let the court now listen to this curious disc at last.
Wait, my lord. Sorry, lost that for a little bit there. Wait, my lord.
Good grief, what is the meaning of this, Inspector?
Sounds like my voice actor is a little bit higher pitched than this. The music box and the disc are, well, they're unrelated to the case. I have literally proven this to be incorrect, Gregson.
Are we trying to do a police cover-up here?
No need to spoil the somber atmosphere in the courtroom with a silly bit of music.
Police corruption!
Full desk slam. The disc may very well have motivated the culprit in the case to commit murder. Clearly, there's every chance that it's fundamentally important to understanding what happened.
Damn. The prosecution has no objection.
Van Zykt is all like, yes, truth.
But no, that piece of evidence is police property. Oh shit!
Oh, Jesus. Clearly, Scotland Yard has some vested interest here. But it is policy of this prosecutor to leave no avenues unexplored. And you, Inspector, have no jurisdiction here to prevent that from happening.
Correct.
I love it when Van Zykt is on my side.
No further delays, please. Play the disc.
Play it again, Sam. It's fucking coded.
Is that Morse code?
I mean, I don't remember most enough to know if it's exact. But it's definitely that pattern of long and short sounds.
Yeah, I don't know Morse code from the top of my head, but usually when you have a two-tone cadence and a measured beat, usually I assume that's Morse code.
What on earth? What on earth? That's certainly not what I would call music.
I don't think we need to remove the paper because it's on the backside.
Sorry, I'm just thinking about those fucking years of now that's what I call music. Fucking whatever.
Volume 9 million. Now with more Smash Mouth. No. It's just the same note played over and over again in an irregular sequence. But juror number 5 is a telegraph operator.
Wait, he works at the telegraph office too. Is this the information he's been wanting?
Mr. Graydon?
This really is priceless. Behold my JoJo pose. After all that, the music box is broken. Broken?
No violin.
It can't be. It cannot be. Well, obviously. In fact, I wouldn't be so surprised if the officer sent to fetch it didn't drop it on the way back to the courtroom. No, you're fucking calling my continuity of evidence into question?
Well, with much regret, I feel the court must accept that this music box offers little in the way of clues. No. Bleh. Are you ready to move on, counsel?
No.
No? Come on. Yes, alright. It does sound as though it's just completely broken, but is it? Could this music emanating from the music box possibly be a new clue?
Yes,
it could
it
be
has
a
to be a
clue.
clue.
I believe that it could be relevant, my lord.
Good lord. But how can it be? It's an abomination, counsel. Mere noise. I fail to see how it can have any meaning whatsoever.
God damn it, Judge. Mitch is gonna be on the
Well,
newfangled
Ron-
big band music.
I mean, I guess like telegraphs has only been in service like what, 20 years?
Yeah. Well, and also there is always cognitive dissonance, right? You know,
Yeah.
you expect music to come from a box and it starts playing a binary code. You'd be confused. I think I told a story where somebody talked about once where they were like, they thought they were eating a cheesecake and they said it went bad, and then their friend told them, no, that's key lime pie, and then they were like, oh, this is a really good key lime pie, because your brain has an expectation, and then when you go, that's not right, and then your brain corrects, and you're like, wait a minute. It does
Okay, no,
sound strange.
the
I agree.
telegraph was in 1840, but
Yeah, it's like 60 years. But the judge is old.
yeah, but that was from Washington D.C. to Baltimore, so who knows when the British actually installed their telegraph service?
True. There's one thing bothering me. While Greedon stands there chortling victoriously. The inspector beside him has a rather telling expression on his face. It's as if Gregson recognized the sound, as if he's familiar with it somehow. And that's making him appear extremely on edge. That's his on edge pose.
If that's the stance of the fence, my Nipponese friend, answer me this.
Riddle me this! Oh? Just fucking winds it up. Why isn't that an animation, game designers?
Just what relevance do you propose this woeful chiming has on this case?
Can I get a drop down on this? It is
I
defense
think you
believes
are.
that the sound emanating from the music box is not supposed to be music. Just because this is a music box, it doesn't necessarily mean that the sounds we're hearing are music. Mm.
Oh, shit.
Look at that. The smile vanished from Graydon's lips as soon as I said it. Gotcha now.
Gotcha, bitch.
I'm on the right lines here. I must be. Making deductions based on how people react to what you say. Acting just like Hurley, Runo. Also like a character in another game that was on the DS as well. And was brought over to America, but hasn't been re-released. It's Apollo Justice, people, by the way. That's the Apollo Justice gimmick, as you watch people's reactions for tells and body language with 2 screens. Oi!
Sounds we're hearing aren't necessarily music. Well, now that you've told us what they are not, I'm sure the court would like to hear what they are. Do enlighten us, my Nipponese friend.
Now, hold on. I've got a question. I've just realized something. Where'd the bottle go?
That is a very good question.
He did not pour the bottle. He did not throw the bottle. The bottle is gone. What happened to the bottle? If I could do live meme edits. Well,
Surely you have an idea in mind, because if not, it will be the death of your ill-formed argument.
exactly. The music box is clearly broken. Refusing to accept that fact is pure foolishness. Yes. They've got me. I don't know what the answer is yet. Runo. I've just examined the music box very thoroughly. I guess I just, gremlin scrambled over there and stole it from Van Zykes because he wound it up last. Terribly sorry you didn't catch that on camera while you were looking away.
She stealth kicked him in the shins.
Just
Oh no, that's what happened. Iris stole the bottle.
yeah.
It's like, I'm gonna have this later.
And I'm fairly certain it's not broken at all. And I'm a doctor at 10 years old, so, and I invented this gun that shoots smoke, so I think I'd fucking know. Really? You're a doctor? Yes. Really? The way it's been made, it can only produce a single note anyway. Aha.
Yeah, no, that's definitely Morse code.
Thank you, Iris. Okay, so my expert assistant has just told me. Oh, we're gonna do the fucking blackout slow zoom. Alright, well, if the music box isn't broken, it must mean that the sounds it's producing have some significance that isn't musical. What do you call that?
Code.
Oh shit, I'm doing the thing. Using the power of my stand. Ah. Could it be? Is that what these sounds are? Something's just struck me right now. I feel like I've recently, in the past few hours even, I've heard another sound very much like the one this music box makes. Yes, it's a familiar sound. Actually, Iris, I was just thinking exactly the same thing. I don't know why you nodded when I started my sentence instead of at the end.
Because she just immediately agrees with you because she trusts you.
I'm going to have to press the defense for an answer. If your assertion is that the sound produced by this music box is not, in fact, music at all, then what the devil is it, Counsel?
All the evidence we've seen so far, all the testimony we've heard, it's all pointing to one single answer now.
Prosecution demands that my learned Nipponese friend presents proof now. Tangible proof of this latest wild speculation.
Hey, I haven't even speculated yet, buddy. All right, then. This could be the best chance I'm going to get to fight back in this trial. And if I'm right, it's going to join all the dots together. The dots. The evidence that explains the true nature of the sounds in this music box disc is... Ah, fuck, it's in our... Yeah, I can't switch to people. Okay,
Wait!
Is it
that one?
Yeah.
Because we see it's codes.
Yeah, let's reread what this description is. Sensational story. We read this one already.
Yes,
So I will skip
yes.
it. Secret communications being intercepted by hostile nations. It's like... Yeah, so there's the... And Gregsy, so I think that's it. Let me just double-check all of our shit, just in case there's not, like, a more obvious one. No, yeah, I think it's got to be the newspaper article.
Yeah, because that's the only thing about communications, like no Morse code stuff.
Oh, we got a
Today's
special
paper.
response, so I think we did it right.
Today's paper, Counsel. The headline is Pawnbroker perishes in pick plus plunder. Hardly supportive of your cause.
No, my lord, I was hoping you'd look a little further down the page. It's below the fold.
Further down. Ministry Mole, classified secrets may have been leaked overseas from Ministry of Justice. Yes, this is a very serious matter being investigated at the highest level, I understand. I have heard that the international transmissions along supposedly secure lines are somehow being intercepted and leaked to various other countries.
Like the Germans, how I hate them. Me, Baron Van Zykes. And presumably, those transmissions are in the form of wired telegrams.
Of course.
Juror number 5, your input, please.
Stop. Oh, me, sir? What is the matter?
You told the court before that you worked in the same communication station as Mr. Graydon, did you not? Sick rhyme, by the way.
Yes, that's correct.
And the particular station where you work... Make sure I'm centered up on the microphone. Pop filter's going everywhere. Deals with government communications and newspaper reports.
Yes. Well, not your run-of-the-mill communication station at all. Our work is very important.
Then tell me, is this not a very familiar sound?
You don't mean to say, is it?
That's right, madam. It bears more than a passing resemblance to the sound made by your telegraph machine as you tap it and live tweet this trial. I believe it's called Morse code.
What? I don't believe it.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but when it comes to leaking telegrams from government departments, there could be no more perfectly placed than a highly skilled communications officer.
Are you suggesting that the music box disc contains stolen government secrets and Morse code?
We have gone places with this.
Hey, I knew it was gonna come back with the fucking newspaper article.
Order! Order! Please, everyone, order! But this is... This is high treason, Counsel, deserving of capital punishment.
Too much new vocabulary. What is treason and what is capital punishment? Never mind I am at trial, which may deliver capital punishment. And sorts of word I'd have to expect you to know.
Well, serving government's confidential information, hostile nations would surely pay almost any price.
Possibly even friendly nations.
Information is information, y'all. Everyone wants a leg up on their friends and foes.
Yes, and on that night 2 months ago, that was the very negotiation that was taking place inside the omnibus.
But in the end, McGilded perished, and the all-important disc lay unclaimed in the pawnbrokery. My word!
In which case, whoever stole that information in the first place must surely have been beside himself with worry. Because if the disc were to be discovered before it found its way out of the country,
It will reveal an act of high treason punishable by death.
so the culprit had no choice but to retrieve it. And in order to do that, he would have to gain entry to the pawnbrokery illegally in the middle of the night. Because the article left behind by Mr. McGilded would incriminate him too much if it got into the wrong hands. Isn't that right, Mr. Graydon? You think I've been stealing government secrets? Preposterous! Absolutely preposterous! Yeah.
Oh, in response to the defendant's accusation, you claim complete innocence, do you?
Well, of course I do. I've had to stand here in silence while that pretentious foreign lawyer has been prattling away.
Objection! Whoa.
Did you just object to my witness? Oh.
Again, I love it when Van Zyke, I'm pretty sure Van Zyke is on your side now. He don't care about Gina. It's all like, what the fuck is this?
Yeah, we're doing... Sometimes there are... Not to spoil anything by naming any names, but sometimes in these games there are prosecutors who are straight-up antagonists. Like, they are fucking with you, and they are trying to have bad stuff happen to you or your client. But most of the time, the prosecutor is just the guy on the other side of the bench, and obviously they have their arguments and evidence and whatever. And so when it comes down to the end of the day, you end up basically in a double team because there's a witness who is fucking with the case, and the prosecutor's just like, I don't care about what happens here. I just want to catch the guy who did the thing.
Mm-hmm. Then by all means, counter the charges, sir.
Yeah.
The prosecution demands that the witness testifies in response to the accusations brought by the defense.
Delighted, I'm sure.
The witness is reminded that the crime under scrutiny in the trial is the murder of the pawnbroker, Mr. Winterbank. That being a most Omega.
I don't fucking know, man. I don't actually know. I assume... is it flagititious?
Flagititious. I'm gonna go with flagititious. A most flagititious offense for which the law of this land sanctions a capital punishment. But the heinous act of high treason is no less as serious a crime. I urge you to bear that in mind as you testify, Mr. Graydon.
Yeah, sure.
So let us proceed. Oh.
What the fuck? You got let's have a rabbit in a book here, Governor. We got an exercise.
Can we do that? Oh, I beg your pardon. Who do you think you are?
Name's Nash Skulkin. Occupation is professional baddie.
Name's Ringo Skulkin, but we ain't baddies enough to sell out our motherland.
That's right. We're what they call the Three Skulkin Brothers.
God damn
It came back. But it came back. I swear to God, I'm gonna put me fish and chips out in your eye. They're still piping hot on account of that deal I made with Wait, nope, said too much. Bad timing, fellas, very bad timing.
Man, this stand is fucking full.
Well, thank God we got Gina out of there.
Graydon's counter.
A mere communications officer couldn't possibly steal confidential government information. Besides, the sounds produced by that music box aren't even Morse code. It was some low-class brickmaker negotiating with McGilded anyway, was it not? I've no relation to the man. That sounds like something specific we're going to challenge later. Oh, wow, he's just straight up saying it.
Yeah.
Look, all we done is break into the gaff the other night, like we like what he told us to do.
If we know there was dodgy government secrets involved, we wouldn't have touched it.
I feel like this is another one of those gotta press everythings. Bleh.
I love it when everyone is just fucking flummoxed.
What the actual fuck? Mr. or Mr. Skulkin?
What Mr. Do, Governor? What's up?
Do I take it that you now admit to the crime?
Well, they can admit to breaking in.
That on the night in question, you did indeed gain entry to the premise illegally?
I mean, I'm pretty sure they have admitted to as much.
Well, this is the big part. Yeah.
Yeah. And moreover, you did so as a party of three in collaboration with Mr. Graydon here.
We did, Gov, we did!
Oh, shit.
Did he have to
Quiet down, please. What say you to that, Mr. Graydon?
I have no idea what these two ruffians are referring to. You the hell wrong getting us all mixed up in this monkey business? You never said enough about no government secrets. You're supposed to be a straight-up job.
And what about the geezer who shopping was, eh? Poor old bloke didn't have to die, did he?
Oh, man.
Now, under normal circumstances, this should be fucking sewed up. Ah! But somehow we're gonna get fucking bamboozled.
Shout out to the Skulkin brothers for not being filthy traitors to their motherland.
Yeah. Nice to know who your friends are. Whatever these men say, I deny the accusations. Deny, and deny.
Indeed. Fucking little prat. Well, I certainly wasn't expecting this little music box to become so significant in the proceedings.
I know, that's why I had to insist, Your Honor.
However, as it is, I'll admit it into the court record as evidence.
Ooh, let's
Fucking
run our
finally.
fingers all over it.
Yeah!
Small music box has been entered into the court record.
Cross-examination.
First step, court record. Books.
We spin that thing around?
Okay, so
Sick.
yeah. We got full rotation, so we can look at the front half. See how the former Gilded disc sits in the music box the man deposited in window banks. It couldn't be a more perfect fit. So there's no question then.
like
The
a
disc was
glove.
designed to be played in this music box. Yet despite that, the sounds it produces are neither musical nor do they appear to have any meaning. It just doesn't make any sense. I wonder if perhaps there's more to this music box than meets the eye. Maybe we haven't discovered all of its secrets yet.
Let's
Okie
spin it
dokie.
right round, baby.
Hmm.
What's
Hmm.
that? What's that?
Hmm.
What's that? Is that a button?
Oh! What is it, Runo? I've just noticed something about this music box. It looks like the bottom of it opens up as well. Ah, you're right. Well, come on then. What you waiting for? Let's open it. All right then. Here goes nothing. My God! Look at that. There's another movement on the underside. So does that mean you can set another disc to play back on this side?
Wait, don't we have two? Wait, no. We only have one disc. Wait, no.
Sholmes has a copy of another disc.
Oh, that's right. I was like, I was kind of remember if there's like two disc or one disc involved. I can't remember.
Yeah, we have a second copy of the disc. I don't remember if a second non-Forma Gilded disc has come up yet, but we do at least know about two discs because Sholmes made a copy. Yes, I think so.
Yeah, no, that's right,
And it looks
because
like the two
there's
movements are linked together. They're linked? So, if you had 2 discs, they would both play back at the same time. That didn't count as an update. Maybe if I click on it. Who'd have thought there would be a second movement on the underside of the box? Technically, actually, I think that that's the, the side. I'm pretty sure this thing's supposed to stand tall way up. As opposed to, on the flat bottom. But that's just a theory. And this movement is like the other one. The comb's teeth are all the same length. So this movement also only produces a single tone, like the other one? Yes, it must do. It must one what does do that. Except the length of the 2 combs isn't the same. So the single tone produced by the movement will be different to the single tone we've already heard. Ah!
Oh, so this is the... Okay, so one's the short, one's the long. I thought they were...
Yeah, I thought they were... But it's true. If they can only produce a single note, then they would not produce long and short. It would just be a series of beeps. What? Basically, each movement can only produce a single note, but the notes they produce are different. A music box that can only play 2 tones. Yeah, 2 tones. It's Morse code. So we do need Sholmes' disc. Fuck, I hope he wakes up soon from having glass in his gut or whatever. Or the opiates. Whatever the fuck is wrong with him. Anyway.
I am literally trying to remember. So the first disc...
The first disc is the Formagilda disc. And then Sholmes made a copy of it with his fucking caramel.
But the second disc is currently in police custody, right?
No, this is I think Sholmes' copy of the disc is back at home.
No. Then what happened? He made the copy. So which one was the original disc?
This one, Formagilda, because remember that got
so we
evidence.
placed 2 copies of the same disc?
I think so, because we don't actually have a second brand new disc introduced.
Okay. I'm losing track. I'm losing track of the story, Omega. I'm not gonna lie.
It's very convoluted at this last minute here. Suffice it to say, we have a Morse code music box thingy.
We need a second disc.
Yeah, we need a second disc no matter what. And we've got 4 more slots in this page of evidence, so we'll get there eventually. It's interesting that did not change it, but yeah, we'll keep that in mind for later.
Yeah.
Anyway, yeah, we're just gonna start whipping down the line.
Yeah.
So, is this newspaper headline accurate? Government communications are being intercepted? How could I possibly know? What do you mean by that? Any important government communications are handled by high-level officers, by specialists. General members of the staff in the station where I work would never be entrusted with such sensitive information.
Oh no. Stop. Must say something. Stop.
Yeah, the juror's gonna fucking... Let me guess. Juror number 5.
We regular communications officers aren't as lowly as you're being led to believe. A team of us are responsible for setting up and testing the telegraphs used by the ministry. And Mr. Graydon is the team leader.
Ha ha ha! You're supervisor level. I've got you. You're team lead.
Yeah, no, you up there.
That's fascinating.
So this man has access to all the telegraph stations, I see.
Graydon is a highly skilled operator. Stop. Currently in presence of idol. Stop.
So you've had access to the equipment used for these confidential communications, Mr. Graydon. Someone smelling a little bit like shit.
Well, what of it? The transmissions are always made behind closed doors, so they can't be heard. And in any case, all messages are sent enciphered. Normal employees couldn't possibly understand them. So you just learn... you learn the cipher. Also, it's wired. You put a little... whatever the 1900s equivalent of a jumper cable clip is on the end. But
Put a
that's...
split in the line.
Yeah. How do you think fucking... Well, actually, I don't know. I don't actually know. Do we have the telephone, right, I assume? Yeah, so, but then it's like how telephone operators work, right? Like, they plug you in, they plug the call in. They receive the call at their switchboard, then they move it. It's not like it's just all one magical, perfect line.
No, stop. Must say something. Stop. Mr. Graydon regular attends meetings with ministry technicians and the ministry communications team.
So juror number 5 really needs to hope this guy gets busted, because she is gonna get fucking fired if Graydon gets away. Shout out to her for at least being honest.
She's just so starstruck, she has to extol his virtue. I think that's what it is. She just refuses to let this man downplay himself.
Yeah.
He assists them in ensuring there are no errors in important international communications. Yeah. And he's received the top prize in cipher cracking convention. Why is there a cipher cracking convention?
They do actually do that. There are a lot of like lock-picking prizes and code-breaking prizes
true.
and stuff.
There's true. 5 years in a row now. So he's had access to international, and he's a known cracker. That's fascinating.
Careful, we'll get banned on Twitch for a week. Which is crazy, by the way. Twitch, why are you so weird?
Oh wait, because I said cracker?
Yes.
God damn
It's a
it.
joke. What's his face? Hassan something or other. I don't remember his last name. He got banned for a week for saying cracker on stream. In the context of being white. But funnily enough, I remember this because there was a news story about this today, where a woman had sex on stream on Twitch, and she also only got banned for 1 week. So in case you guys were wondering, Twitch is whack. Like YouTube's pretty bullshit too, but I'm pretty sure if you straight up break the rules like that, you take the ban, you take the L. Yeah, Filthy Casual even got it right there. Anyway, all of this is fascinating. You said this already.
Is highly... Yeah.
Why did you say this?
Rating is highly
That line?
skilled. Yeah. Yep.
Well, your idol would appreciate it if you'd keep your mouth shut. She should really pick her idols more carefully. I tell you, this lawyer's accusations are completely unfounded. Look at my stick. Does it look like a stick of a man who sells government secrets? Yes.
I think that pose is probably why I thought he had like a cane gun or something.
He does hold it out very accusatorily. And we know that he's missing something from the bottom. They're not? To anyone with a brain, that would be blatantly apparent to listening to that music box for even a few seconds. Oh, he's going to tell us that it's only one set of tones, isn't he?
Mm-hmm.
Of course, of course.
Surely it can't be that my learned friend is unfamiliar with Morse code.
Ouch, he looks genuinely shocked at my ignorance. Ha ha ha. Oh, it was her.
I'd be more than happy to demonstrate the basics for you, sir.
A lesson here in court? Yes, we need exposition.
We do need a little bit of exposition. Morse code is a continuous series of 2 distinct tones.
Technically, I think usually the Ace Attorney games would either insert, like, somehow our dashing young assistant would know this, or the judge would be like, prosecutor, I don't understand this Morse code business. And the prosecutor would be like, Your Honor, let me explain it to you. I'm cool.
Well, we do need a little bit of explanation, because...
Tones, you say?
Yes, a short dot and a long dash. By combining those in different ways, you construct letters.
I see.
I appreciate they actually put the tones in there. For example, this is I. And this is B.
So when Morse designed Morse code, he clearly showed favoritism to certain letters, right? Because, like, was that 4 strokes in B?
It was 4 strokes in B.
Whereas A is just, was that just dot dash? I think it was either dash dot or dot dash.
I've never understood Morse code because I don't know where people are supposed to stop making the dot and dash noises to make a letter.
Yeah, there's a break in it, but it's a skill that's underutilized these days.
Yeah. But when you listen to the sound produced by this music box, you only hear one tone, don't you?
But it sounds so similar. The rhythm is the same in everything.
But there's no discernible meaning to this apparently random sequence of sounds.
Hopefully this is where Ryunosuke thinks about needing the second disc.
So your assertion is fundamentally flawed. This is not Morse code.
Ah! Really? You shouldn't be so surprised. What did I tell you? That music box is nothing but a worthless piece of scrap.
Jesus. Judge, I'd like to have this man thrown out for being a little shit.
Objection, Your Honor. The witness is clearly hostile. Actually, honestly, in our case, asking for permission to treat the witness as hostile probably means we draw steel on him. Your Honor, permission to treat the witness as hostile? Granted. Shing! Then it just turns into a Soul Calibur moment.
A man desires a sword, and the sword desires truth.
It does work. Graydon's clearly actually, I don't think there is a Kane-type character, so he's probably more of like a Raphael. Perhaps you might consider studying your subject matter before casting aspersions in the future. Dude, I had a day to prep for this, okay? I can't study shit.
Ugh, stop.
Yes, nothing to say but stop. Now, it's so frustrating, isn't it? Iris? I mean, if the government secrets were somehow being leaked using the music box, so many other things would slot into place so nicely. Yeah. Yes, but you wouldn't let me permanently add it. Is it possible to do this then?
Oh, give it a try.
There's still every possibility this government music box was instrumental in the leaking of government secrets because you guys haven't proved that it can't have been. That's the belief of the defense, at least.
Objection!
Does it please you in some way, my Nipponese friend, to repeat the same line of argument ad infinitum? I knew
No,
that.
but I have to keep saying it over and over again until the game lets me prove it.
It's already been established that to be Morse code, 2 tones are required, dots and dashes.
Yes, I'm well aware of that.
Then what? Ooh, excuse me.
Well, it would appear that the defense has a hypothesis to put forward.
Please. Yeah. He
You
has
had
a
better
very
present your
shitty
idea
poker
at once,
face.
counsel. How do you propose that this music box, which appears to produce only a single tone, could have been used to decipher secret messages into Morse code?
Oh, okay. We just do this.
Rotate! Rotate!
I've got it! Yes, this is it then. Oh, do I... Oh, it's my bad. He wants me to... I forgot. Do I need to open it up? Ah, shit. I lost a pip. Curse you, game, and your weird specificity. God damn it, game. If you let me prove it. Oh, you fuckers are gonna make me go back to the start? Okay, alright. Wait, shit, that's a new line. Fuck, god damn it. Ace Attorney!
Well, while you run that, I'm gonna run to the bathroom real quick.
Well, we're in a new line of dialogue, but luckily I think it's all my lines. So, 2 months ago in that omnibus, McGill killed the brickmaker and stole the disc. Now. Immediately turns into a Van Zyk's line. I've been flummoxed. I'm pretty sure I don't because I literally looked at all the stuff and the item wasn't updated. I probably just needed to click the button and open it and then be like, present. But again, the game is weird. The thing that's also annoying is that it auto-advanced me onto the next set of dialogue, which I didn't want. But anyway, here we are.
Mr. Mason. Oh, it was a different one. My bad. Mr. Mason was a single man with almost nothing to his name.
Yeah, sorry. That's what I was decrying as you left, was the fact that it pushed us onto the next line of Graydon's testimony.
I really had to go, though.
That's fine.
It seemed he lived an artisan quarter some years ago, but people there remember little about him.
That doesn't make much sense, though, does it? How would a humble brickmaker come to acquire secret government information? How indeed!
That smug half grin. Fuck you.
There must have been somebody else involved behind the scenes of all this. Somebody who acquired the disc and gave it to Mr. Mason in order to take the meeting with Mr. McGill to negotiate a deal. Gimme. Pose! You may have it in for me, sir, but I assure you I have far more class than that. I'm a brickmaker from an artisan quarter and this well-to-do communications officer. If only I could find some evidence to link the two of them together. Not yet, anyway. Yeah, you don't have evidence, meow.
If you have nothing more to add on that note, let us return to the witness testimony.
Are we gonna go back and try again?
Yeah, we're
with
gonna
the
go back
box?
to 1 and go back to the thing. Or 2, actually, technically.
Yes.
Yes, okay. Alright, we're gonna enter speed mode.
Speed.
Yeah, blah, blah, blah. I would autoplay, but that's much slower than me slam jamming X. Which is why X is not the present button. Oh, you gotta hear the dots and dashes again.
Hiya!
You... Haha, blah, blah, blah. You and your hair suck. Alright, the music bleeds back in. Yeah. So I'll try X to open up the back of it and see if that works this time. Because we literally did all that stuff and it didn't update the evidence, but that's because it doesn't want us to present it that way. So let's try this again. Because it is X for interactable, even though X doesn't show up on the button again.
Yeah, no, I just realized that. I was looking at that.
Yeah, by the way, we literally did. I don't know. This seems like this part must have been rushed in some way. Because, like, this is literally the same thing we did anyway in the court record. So, like, normally I feel like this would have updated the evidence and then he would just be like, the judge would just normally be like, okay, show me what the evidence is. And I would just be like, look at the box. I've done the thing to it. But instead we have to kind of manually do this part. Yeah. This is literally the same dialogue as if we just examined it. But okay. Now
Present
we
that
present
shit.
this part. Yeah, music cut out
Yeah.
this time. Gotcha, bitch!
Good gracious. What am I looking at here? Another movement on the underside of the music box? What?
Yeah. It appears, my lord, that the two movements are linked together. Never mind that I had this discussion twice with my assistant right here in the defense's stand. In other words, you can put two discs in this music box, and the sounds of both will play back at the same time.
Yeah! Naruto's theme is gotta go! Good heavens!
As the court has heard, Morse code comprises two tones, a short dot and a long dash. With a second disc in place, this music box could be used to generate Morse code and convey a message. This goes beyond a joke. I'm sorry. This poor excuse for a lawyer has absolutely no evidence to support his claims. Dude! There's a fucking just empty spot in the music box.
Oh, of course. If my learned friend were to present the court with the second disc, that would be another matter.
I know, Van Zykes, you are technically right, but damn, fuck.
Yeah, we don't have it right now. We might gotta keep going. Or maybe Herlock Sholmes will appear from under my bench. Cheerio, pip pip. I can't at the moment.
And may I remind the court that as the witness has pointed out, he was not the one in the omnibus with McGill did 2 months ago, striking a deal over the disc or discs.
A two-disc system makes sense, though.
Indeed, that was Mr. Mason, the brickmaker.
This
Yeah,
just
we're
reminds
on-
us that McGilded is probably a bit of a fuck up because they were probably arguing about the price, and he didn't realize that he needed double discs, or that Mr. Mason didn't have both discs.
Ah, that would make...
Exactly. I had nothing whatsoever to do with it, despite my pained expression currently.
This is where I hit exit out.
Though it has holes, I must admit the argument presented by the defense has much promise. I believe the cross-examination should continue.
Good, because we got like 2 more lines we didn't pick at. The link between Graydon and the victim in the anonymous case must be there somewhere, but I haven't found it yet.
Also, no, Loth, remember, Link is yeah. Star Fox is hi-ya.
Oh dear, it looks like you need to give your argument more strength, Runo.
You will reiterate your testimony if you please, Mr. Graydon.
If I must, though I maintain exactly what I did at the start of this pointless cross-examination. Alright, so then we got to that. So now we got to look at these guys, and hopefully they give us some juice. I need the juice.
Yeah.
Like Mr. Graydon told you to do, you mean? Yeah, that's it, yeah. Who else, eh? Shimmy thought we was just popping over for a nacho after all them years. But Arata had a dodgy job for us.
Wait a second.
Hey, Ash.
Ash. Oh yeah. Oh, that's right. His name's Ashley. That's right. Wait a minute.
Let me stop you there, Mr. Skulkin. After all them years, you say?
Oh, I'm glad. I just realized that.
Do you mean to say that Mr. Graydon is an acquaintance of yours? We're the sociable kind of baddies, you know? Let's just say Graydon's an old China. Hold on. Hold that thought. Is something wrong, Mr. Skulkin? Damn it, Naruhodo, you did it again.
Yep.
Eh? No, the other Mr. Skulkin.
What? Who, me?
When your brother was testifying just now, he said something that seemed to cause you to react. No, it's
Oh.
AG. Axe, it is AG.
Oh, it's AG.
Yeah.
Oh, I was just remembering the old days, that's all. We used to have a right old laugh together way back when.
Also, Graydon's head is not shaped like a fruit. Together with Mr. Graydon, you mean?
Yeah, with Ash. I mean, you look at him now in his fancy whistling fluid, you wouldn't Adam and Eve it. But when we was younger, he was from the poor part of town just like us. Where,
Is that so?
but he was always a leery one. He had the brains, he had the savvy. Always coming up with smart ideas like you would never have gone through our heads.
Go mind me, ain't that the truth? Remember Milverton and Skulkin's milk run? That was a corker, eh?
Milverton.
Save it until after the trial. Your reminiscing has no place in this courtroom.
Milverton. Wait. Is his name not actually Ashley Graydon?
Well, we'll see if we can go there.
And neither does your fruit.
Milverton.
Boy, he keeps asking a question, didn't he? And we was answering.
Yeah, we ain't done nothing wrong.
Milverton.
Nevertheless, the court is not prepared to accompany you down your trip down memory lane. Counsel, can we turn our attention back to the testimony, please?
I don't know. Could that sentimental story be relevant somehow?
Yes.
My lord,
Yes, counsel?
the brother's last sentimental statement could hold vital information relating to the case.
Very well, counsel. I will permit the brothers to supplement their testimony with that detail. Briefly, I hasten to add.
Say no more. A skulkin's never skulkin'.
Yeah, no.
got added to the very end.
Mhm.
I'm sure I'm going to regret asking, but what exactly was that? Some kind of business? Just a little scheme we had going back then when we was youngsters. Bit of fun, really.
Delivering fresh mix to the locals, that's what it's always all about.
That sounds alarmingly legitimate. There must be a catch. Ryunosuke's learning. I suppose since you're here, we should ask them to elaborate. But on what? The name.
The name.
So this business was just a bit of fun, you say? And it was just yourselves and Mr. Graydon involved? Yeah, that's it. Milverton and Skulkin's Milk Run, was it?
Yeah, that's it.
And where did the Milverton part come from? Oh right, I thought Clever Clogs would have got in there. Ah, he's doing the witness hold it. Enough of this. How much longer are we expected to listen to this drivel? I don't. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah.
Let me guess. You don't accept anything these two witnesses are saying?
Naruhodo being like, the fuck you.
Tell me, why is it only at the mention of the name Milverton that you decided to interject? Because shit. Weren't the happiest of homes that one came from.
Yeah, his old man was struggling money for so much, his wife walked out on him.
Damn. Damn.
Oh, that's you.
Right, yes, sorry, it's me. She took the name Graydon then, you see?
But Ash will always be Milverton to us.
Hey, do we actually know, because he's called Thrice Fired Mason, do we know if that's his first name or his last name?
Well, go check the court record or something. Can we go to people?
Yeah, but I don't think he's going to be in there on account of him being a corpse. But,
Right.
you know what we can do? Ha-ha!
Yes.
Sensed it.
Yes.
Thank you, Susato.
Yes.
Long range high five. Okay, so now that we know the Milverton connection, we can go
Okay.
back and object to that statement where he's like, I don't know nothing about nobody. All right, let's tie this one up. Milverton. So that used to be your surname, did it? Of course not. This is all bunkum. I have been a Graydon since the day I was born. Do you really think you can rely on the testimony of these two thieves, What do you think this is, Uncharted 4, A Thief's End?
You're a communications officer attached to the Civil Service. As such, your personal details would have been thoroughly checked at your time of your appointment.
Government records.
It would be a very simple matter indeed to subpoena those records, Mr. Graydon.
Ah! Damage! Well, it would appear that Mr. and Mr. Skulkin's testimony has been reliable. Or once. You were born Ashley Milverton, then.
Ho, ho, ho.
Is that correct?
Very well, yes. So Ashley Graydon was once Ashley Milverton. That information could change things. And it turned out to be extremely important. Ooh, yeah. Wow. Straight up updated his thingy. It's the first time I think we've done that. Okay. Now, that was technically the last one, but...
I mean, I think we have our clear cut.
Yeah, we got ours, but that's technically the end, so we loop back around. So we shall begin the dialogue anew. All of a sudden, we seem to be up to our necks in a serious matter of national security. Although all this talk about interception of secret government messages is still just conjecture at this stage. It would explain a number of things, though, wouldn't it? The negotiation Ginny overheard on the omnibus 2 months ago, and the break-in at Winterbanks. But the trouble is, it wasn't Mr. Graydon in the omnibus with Mr. McGilded. No, that was Mr. Mason, the brickmaker who was horribly murdered. Unfortunately, we've been saying his name wrong this entire time. If only there was some link between the two men somehow. I know, Mr. Graydon's testimony seems to be as watertight as ever. I wonder if the key to
I
making
do find
headway
that
with this
weird now.
cross-examination
That they
is
haven't
weird.
been calling him Mr. Milverton. They keep calling him Mr. Mason.
Could be those two brothers. So, giving you the good hint, but let's see. Sound, nope. And then it's gonna be this one.
Ah, yes. Yes. Yes.
Present. my old case notes.
Objection.
Love to hear that music drop.
Yes.
Ouch.
Yes.
Slammed my mic. I was trying to raise up for a nut crack. Mr. Ashley Milverton. Tell me, why did you hide Tell me, why did you try and hide your former name from this court?
Smugson.
Because I haven't gone by that name for years. It means nothing to me. No, I don't think that's the real explanation at all. I love this Ryunosuke. Nah, you're wrong.
Fuck you.
The
Oh,
truth
double fuck
is, you had a reason to hide that name.
Yes. Go violence. Go violence. Go violence. Explain yourself, please, counsel.
I have here the notes from the omnibus case, my lord. And as we all know, the victim, the man who we now understand to have been negotiating with Mr. McGilded.
Yes, Mr. Mason, the brickmaker.
That's right, only Mason wasn't his surname at all. That was his given name. His full name was Mason Milverton.
Milverton? Do you mean to say Saints alive?
I got tingles. I have fucking tingles.
Mr. Ashley Milverton. Is it not the case that the brickmaker, Mr. Mason Milverton, was your father? Ah!
As I believe I mentioned earlier.
Van Zykes is just our stand right now, just looming behind us with the power of the law.
And laser eyes.
Your family history will have been thoroughly checked when you joined the civil service. And it would really take no time at all for court to subpoena those records.
Bark, bark. I'm a tiny dog. The truth is that you have been illegally acquiring highly confidential government information and selling it on to McGilded in collaboration with your father. Ah!
That was a big spin.
A full pirouette. I'm not even pointing at him, though. The new facts and evidence unveiled by the cross-examination of this witness all come together to reveal the truth. The truth, you say? That you collaborated with your father, Mr. Mason Milverton, in illegal dealings with Magnus McGilded. God, there's a lot of M's in this fucking story.
By dint of this music box, you mean, counsel?
Another M! There's only one thing it could be for. There's only one Professor M. No. I don't think we've
Actually,
gone
that's
that
true.
far.
Yeah, actually, now that I think about it, we don't have a Moriarty, do we? Huh.
Yes, stealing information being sent in secret being sent in secret government communications and selling it to McGilded. I really wanted to get my alliteration in, Your Honor. Mr. Graydon concocted this elaborate scheme of using 2 music box discs to encode the information, as presumably a safety measure against information falling into the wrong hands.
And a very effective one. I shouldn't have given the scheme any credence whatsoever. But the deal with McGilded went sour, and the brickmaker met his end.
Yes, but before he was arrested, McGilded managed to temporarily dispose of the stolen disc at the pawnbroker. Then, having learned of the situation, you appeared at Windibanks 2 days ago in an attempt to recover the 2 articles McGilded had placed in pawn there.
But that attempt failed.
Yeah, we're just doing the fucking Triforce, like, volleyball ping-pong here. Just us, Van Zykes, and the judge just being like, you did this, and that, and this thing. Fuck you. One of the discs was seized by the police, and the other you never found. So that same night, you enlisted the help of the Skulkin brothers and broke into the pawnbrokery. Try saying that 3 times fast. This time determined to recover the second disc.
Are you suggesting that the second disc was inside the music box?
Oh, okay, that's where it went.
And
There
that's
never
why it
was a-
shifted, yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Eh?
We never knew nothing about that.
On the night that Mr. Windibank was killed. By the way, once again, I am flummoxed by how this is not the last stream, because, like, we should have sewed this the fuck up, but I'm sure he's got to have some bullshit for the last minute. The intruder to the pawnbrokery touched one item and one item alone, the music box. Remember when that happened, when we did the thing?
It's rather ingeniously demonstrated using the 2 prints from the security camera. Indeed.
Ingeniously indeed. I hope you love your 3DS 3D.
So the question that naturally begs answering is this. Drinosuke, you're killing me with the grammar here. Why was that only that one article disturbed? The answer is obvious, because it contained the second disc, which the intruder was desperate to retrieve. Since if it were to Wow, I'm really losing it. Since if it were to fall into the hands of the police, it would be proof of high treason. Well, Mr. Graydon, do you deny that all of this actually began that fateful night 2 months ago? I refuse to accept any of this nonsense.
Bleh.
I smell your blood. Sir, there appears to be blood seeping through the sleeve of your jacket. What? Ah! 2 nights ago.
Shit.
We know that 3 shots were fired at the scene of the crime in Winterbank's pawnbrokery. One took the life of the pawnbroker himself. One struck the pouch around Mr. Sholmes' waist. And the final bullet.
I think he's just gonna basically lean on the fact that he didn't shoot Windibank, because that's technically what's on trial right now.
Yeah, he's probably gonna try and bamboozle us and be like, okay, well, A, you can't prove I did high treason, and B, you can't prove I shot that guy, bye.
Yeah.
Struck the calendar on the wall of the shop, having first pierced the arm of one of the intruders. Mr. Graydon, that wound in your arm that you seem to be trying to hide, it's a bullet wound, isn't it? I have a surgeon in the juror's stand right now. He's got you now, me old China.
Time to call it quits and croak, I reckon.
Don't acknowledge my presence there under any circumstances whatsoever. Those were my terms, remember? And I paid you handsomely to comply. Clearly, I was a fool to think I could trust some common backslum thieves. Fine. I admit it. I was there in Winterbanks that night. I paid this pair 10 guineas to accompany me. And as you've noticed, I sustained an injury in the course of my adventures.
We're doing so much work just to prove that fucking Genie didn't do it.
I know, and it should be simple, but it's not. But that is all. I admit to nothing more. Stealing government secrets, negotiating with Mr. McGilded. I can still jojo-pose. As God is my witness, I'm sure I recall nothing of the sort. He's not going to go down without a fight. Not until I can show hard evidence, I suppose. Nevertheless, the defense has now established a crucial fact.
Which is?
This motherfucker was there. Well, we know that one bullet was fired from each of the 2 firearms we have in evidence. The bullet from the Skulkin Brothers gun hit the pouch around Mr. Sholmes' waist. And the bullet from Mr. Windibank's gun clearly must have been the one that caught Mr. Graydon in the arm.
Indeed, at most we can rule out the possibility that the man shot himself.
No, I don't think he... By the way, also I want to say, I know we're joking about him posing, but I'm pretty sure he was gripping the wound too tightly and it made it bleed. Because he was grabbing that upper arm hard.
Also, he JoJo poses a lot. That could have put some strain on the wound or whatever.
It could have, yeah. That's what X said in the comment, but I'm like, I think what the idea was that it was directly related to the fact that for the prior series of dialogue boxes, he was gripping that arm.
This is why you don't pick the scab.
Yeah.
Or whatever.
Did we do this line read? I completely blanked.
I'll do it again anyway.
Indeed, at most we can rule out the possibility that the man shot himself.
Actually, I don't think I did, so...
Okay. And that leads us to only one conclusion. Mr. Windibank was shot by a third gun, which can only have been fired by the third intruder.
Goodness. Bleh.
That's right, Mr. Graydon. The only person who possibly could have shot Mr. Windibank that night is you! Come on, jurists. Flip. Don't you dare, you little...
Is he about to like get like super swole or something?
You little upstart. You made a grave mistake when you summoned me here.
Oh shit.
What? What's that supposed to mean? Yes, as you rightly say, I was there at the pawnbroker's. I did my best to hide the fact, naturally. I had no intention of ruining the distinguished career I'd built for myself at the communication station. But did the thought never cross your mind? Did you never consider the possibilities? What do you mean? What thought? What possibility? The possibility that if I was there at the scene, I may have witnessed the crucial moment. You see... This makes me a key witness in this case, and I have my hands firmly around the neck of your client. What?
That sounds like fucking threatening.
Or are you suggesting?
I saw it all. I saw the very moment that pickpocket girl pointed the gun at that poor defenseless pawnbroker and shot him. What gun? She was passed out. Sorry. I know Ryunosuke did a Nani line, but also I just want to be like, ha! She was unconscious, and the man died instantly.
Order!
Also, you're fucking full of it. How do you have any credibility as a witness?
Well, it would seem that we're finally entering the last act of this theatrical trial.
The
Oh my
last
God.
act, everybody.
We're gonna be here for another stream. Fuck. God damn it.
Possibly. We're still only about an hour 40 in. We'll see. We'll see how far we go.
Keep pushing.
Mr. Graydon,
Yes?
I trust you are fully aware of the implications here. If it is shown that your claim is false,
Which it is, by the way.
Loser.
you will have incriminated yourself as the killer.
I once again, I appreciate Van Zykes here, where he's just straight up like, yo, bro, if you go for this play and it don't work, you understand that you are fucked, right? What's that? Me? Fucked? Never. Oh, I understand fully. I mean, we already got him. He literally has to pull a stunt like this, otherwise we have literally boxed him in for murder and high treason.
Yeah. Then I must ask you to give your formal testimony once more.
Okay, so he's gonna testify again. It's gonna be full of lies about Gina plugging him in the back. Maybe the fucking cat flap window will finally come up. That still hasn't come up with the fact that, like, the room wasn't as sealed as we thought it was.
Yeah, because don't we have a print of...
Yeah, we have two prints of it at different times. One shows no cat flap, one shows with cat flap.
I'm still trying to figure out how Cat Flap got there.
Yeah, I don't actually... I assumed it was made at some point during the evening so that somebody could have shot him through it. But that doesn't... I don't know if that quite lines up timeline-wise.
I don't know.
Maybe Gina really did slam it shut.
Maybe Gina took the Cat Flap maker thingy? I don't fucking know.
Yeah, I don't know for sure.
You will explain to the court precisely what you saw at the moment the vendor allegedly shot the victim.
Nothing would give me greater pleasure. But before we do that, hold on a second, everybody.
Oh, you gonna go take a break real quick?
Well, no, I'm just going to step up and grab my handkerchief because I have to blow my nose because doing this voice up here is kind of a thing.
Nasally.
It gets in my sinuses, y'all. Ugh. And I forgot to have a handkerchief handy. But okay, now I am reasonably equipped. Let me readjust my microphone. And now we talk about the moment of the shooting.
Oh, people are saying that Silent Hill is going to be the new Konami IP thing. Interesting.
Is it?
I guess that is. I mean, that makes sense. It is one of the more well-known IPs, just not the most as well-known for Konami.
Yeah, it's well known, but it does have a fairly limited repertoire of games. It's not like Konami kept going back to that well, per se.
Because Konami and Silent Hill are trending on my Twitter.
Oh yeah, when the fuck was that tonight was their TGS announcement?
Tokyo game. 15th through 18th of 2022. So we still got a week, it seems like. Let me see Tokyo Game Show announcements. Nah, nothing's been officially announced so far.
All right, so people are just speculating. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hold on, I'm gonna retweet a cute Edelgard. Sorry, I tabbed over to Twitter to check. Anyway. I don't think I read this one in full, so I'll go. When these ruffians were jostling with the broker, I was still near the entrance of the shop. When Winterbank threw Nash over the counter, I felt a sharp pain in my arm. I pursued the man, but he shut himself in the storeroom. Wait, there we go. Sorry, sneeze. Hold on. The people wasn't there at the right away time, right?
Well, again, this is the problem with the fucking thing. We have you can actually check the court record right here if you want to.
Yeah. Let's take a gander. Let's see if it's in the middle here. So at 1 a.m., no flap.
People.
At 1:30, flap. So, if he is correct in claiming the peephole was there for him to look through, it must have been made sometime during this process. At the very least, we'll be able to work that out with him, but that could be a contradiction we can build on.
It's something to work on, but again, I don't like. Again, the peephole mystery is fucking.
The accused, in a black coat, shot the man in the back as he was trying to flee to safety. That doesn't make any goddamn sense.
Wait.
Shot him in the back? Gina would have had a black coat. Because she was wearing the coat when she got arrested.
Oh, okay.
She took it off because we sprayed it with active chemicals and made it purple.
Okay, but this still doesn't make sense. If he's trying to flee towards safety and Gina was in the storeroom, that'd be running towards.
Also, no, Loth, we don't know that.
Don't know what?
Nothing. Technically, we should take a timeout for Loth, but I understand that he's there. But no, we don't know that, actually. That has not actually come up yet, if that is true. Stating that Susato made that. Susato never explicitly said that she made it. I think we have floated that theory before, that she could have made it. And actually, doesn't she say for us to go look in the back? At some point, I think she did that in the original dialogue.
Remember.
It's been like 3 or 4 weeks since that part happened. But no, at no point has it explicitly been stated. Ryunosuke knows that there is a cat flap-like door there. But yeah, we'll see if it comes out.
Law, didn't you say you weren't gonna fucking backseat? Pretty sure that's exactly what we like to call backseating.
Yes, and then he said, "Sorry if I'm backseating, but you know this," and I'm like, "We don't know that," and he's like, "Shit."
We don't know that.
No. Like I said, I'm pretty sure we've floated that theory, but we haven't been able to pin down exactly what had happened. Even so, we have to, if that is the case, we have to figure out how we would prove that, because we don't have anything in our court record that says that, because we don't, for instance, have a cat flap-o-matic in our court record pocket.
Yes, jail the law.
I saw blood spatter all over that wretched girl. And she tossed the gun out the peephole, so I picked it up and made my escape. Interesting. That doesn't make any logical sense.
Gracious, this is quite extraordinary testimony, and by extraordinary, I mean absolute bullshit.
Yeah, no, that doesn't make any sense.
I did put Loth in timeout just because he said I could. Ha ha ha
Okay.
ha 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 ha.
Rip all of Loth's previous messages.
You claim, sir, under oath to have clearly seen the defendant pulling the trigger.
Well, no, not. I don't even think by A, because usually Ace Attorney will say, "Well, we'll investigate the matter either." But if he establishes enough credible doubt here that like that's not what he was doing there, et cetera, that means that we have to launch they would have to launch the new investigation about treason. So
And
that is technically
real,
a separately prosecuted case.
also, being real, I feel like Scotland Yard's being real shady about this shit, and they might not want this getting out in the first place, so they might try to put a kibosh on any sort of investigation.
I mean, there's definitely enough to put him under investigation, but that doesn't mean anything because we're not technically investigating the treason case. We're solving the murder of Windibank. Technically, all we should have to do is prove that Gina is innocent. But at least for once, sometimes this isn't the case in Ace Attorney, but at least for once, the guy we know did it because he's the most sus man ever. At least tried to wrap around to blaming our actual client this time.
Guess we gotta press on a few things.
Yeah, because like I said, there's some issues with that.
Order.
It's stuff he said. No matter what, we need to clarify some of these problems. It wasn't my intention to testify in this way. But neither is it my intention to be found guilty of a murder I didn't commit. I won't say anything about a murder I did commit, hypothetically speaking. So you see, my hand has been forced. I tell the truth now as an act of self-preservation. The truth? Oh, I think Van Zynk's going to bring up the fact that he doesn't know about the peephole.
Oh. Until now, the prosecution was completely unaware of these details.
Yes, well, sorry about that. Having shot me in the arm, the pawnbroker was then shot in the back by the accused. That makes total sense. Never mind that he wasn't facing the right way. And as I said, she was showered in his blood.
You say the blood spattered over the accused coat. Are you sure on that point?
Oh, are you gonna try and get the blood thing brought in? Because, buddy, we can debate about whether or not my evidence counts as harsh facts. Well, the one thing you can't debate is Gina's coat is purple, not blue. There's like 5 different ways we can work on this guy. I bet we're gonna have to use all of them to get him to crack. Oh yes, quite sure. All over the black overcoat that pickpocket girl was wearing at the time. Yes, he's suggesting Gina had the third gun and then she threw it out the peephole. Never mind that, like, okay. At the most basic level, positionally, this doesn't make any sense. Because remember, Windibank was killed instantly and fell down with his back facing the door. So Gina would have had to plug him in the back even though he had closed the door, allegedly, and then thrown the gun out the peephole and then passed out. Never mind that that's not the position either of them fell in.
Really?
Yeah, also, yeah, Axe, I think he's trying to get the coat involved because he thinks that there's blood on the coat from the McGilded murder. But we're gonna prove him wrong with our experimental blood typing technique.
If her coat could somehow to be shown to harbor vestiges of blood, that would be conclusive evidence here.
Oh shit, no.
Well, they're gonna try and use it against us, but remember, the blood is purple.
Yes, but remember, they're not accepting the colors as conclusive evidence. They can say it belongs to fucking whoever.
Well, we'll see if that actually works when we get to the jury. Oh my god, I hope there's not another jury segment. That would be 3? 4? How many did we do already? 2.
I'm pretty sure I'm 2, I think, 2.
What?
It seemed like 3 because
I think
we
it
paused
technically-
one.
I don't remember if we read that line or not. But anyway.
It's fine.
Only very recently, a German scientist has developed a technique to identify human blood.
True.
So here's the true science. I'm doing this wrong. Not some amateurist detective's dubious foray into the world of chemistry.
I mean, I think, again, especially if we get to another jury summation examination, the fact that we can go, guys, come on, the coat is purple, and the blood stain from Papa Winterbank is clearly blue. Do you have any reason to explain this discrepancy? And Van Zykes, in like his logical fashion, could be like, well, we don't accept that evidence, but the jury is still open to argument, obviously.
The jury are fucking idiots, though.
There's nothing dubious about Hurley's work. All his ideas are sound. You'd say that one more time, I'll take out your tendons.
Ideas are of no use to us here. In science, as in law, theories must be proven before they stand.
Because that's the thing. They haven't actually proven this blood typing thing works. They just have a picture and they have blood turn different colors. They can't actually explain the science behind why they turn color.
Yeah, because they don't have any of the theory there. I mean, at the very least, we can turn the coat into hearsay because we will just say that, like, well, and because we have this point, hey, guys, we have like 50 people who can testify. That was McGilded's coat. He put it in on the night of the murder. So at the very least, that should turn into a wash. Again, that might be a jury thing or not. Let's keep poking on already.
In Germany, the technique has already been employed in the courtroom as the basis of evidence. Scotland Yard has a small quantity of the chemical reagent used. With your lordship's permission.
Shit.
We're getting aromatic in here again.
We could shatter all vestiges of doubt within minutes.
Like, honestly, I don't think fucking Van Zyk's exactly acting against. He's just all like, I want more information. Give me more evidence.
Because he's trying to pick on this guy's testimony, and it's true, it should be damning. He probably assumes that there's no blood on the coat because of logical reasons, but there's going to be blood on the coat, and then we got to be like, no. We did our tests. That blood is brick
Mason.
Yeah, thrice-fired Mason's blood. And even if you don't accept that that's thrice-fired Mason's blood, we can still logically assert, because we know that that was McGilded's coat that he put in the pawnbrokery, and we have multiple witnesses who can attest to that. Because obviously you can ask us, you can ask Gina, you can ask... I mean, you can't ask Graydon because he can lie like a motherfucker, but, you know, Gina said it, Iris said it. Jusada would say it if you can catch her at the boat stop. And it is true. He does not dispute that the blood changes color. He just disputes that means anything specifically. This doesn't look good, Runo. Why not? Well, we know, don't we, that there's blood all over the front of Ginny's coat. If they test it with their chemicals... Oh, help. You're right. I was forgetting what happened yesterday. It was a long time ago. Pachoo! Purple coat.
Actually, if that's a paint spot, well, actually no. I guess if the coat was closed, I guess it wouldn't maybe get on her inside clothes then. I suppose.
Yeah, there's that. Though I will say, again, I think we should still understand the basics of how blood spatter works. That's not how exit wounds work, or not how entrance wounds work. That's an exit wound blood spatter. How would the blood wouldn't spray back violently all over her, like in that pattern from a simple gunshot? Then again, they're just gonna look for traces, so
yeah,
it's a whole thing. We need to stop getting hung up on it because it's gonna come out. Blah blah blah. It's the Mr. Mason.
I'm sorry, but I like logic.
My lord, the defense objects to the test proposed by the prosecution.
Overruled.
I didn't even get to say my logic yet.
Lord Van Zykes, make it so at once.
I'm pretty sure my logic would be because I don't want it to, but...
Honestly, I feel like if we could have explained that the coat would have blood or because it began to McGilded when he did a fucking murder, that might be sin, but...
I mean, we will probably have to do that anyway because they're going ahead with the test, but this is where the game is speed running us to the part where mechanics happen. So I guess we need to also speed run to where mechanics happen because we haven't even done cross-X on Graydon.
Oh, Jesus, that's right.
With pleasure, my lord.
Which is a terrible shame because... There we go.
And while we wait for the results, the defense may proceed with the cross-examination.
Once they find that blood on that overcoat. Gina will be in trouble.
Counsel,
Yes, my lord.
your cross-examination.
Of course, my lord. This cross-examination doesn't go well. If I don't manage to uncover some decisive evidence that could, or a really compelling clue now, I have a very bad feeling about the outcome of this trial. Correct. Okay. Well, let me double-check the court record. So what do we got? Autopsy. Nope. Is that on the second page? God, we have so much fucking crap. Autopsy report. Single bullet wound from the back, died instantly. Crime scene photograph, he's lying face down. Crime scene floor plan, Gina's over there, dead body's over there. Doesn't make any goddamn sense.
I feel like this game doesn't want to necessarily have you assume too much on blood splatter and bullet trajectory. Too much.
The third bullet, the small music box. Okay, we don't have a hell of a lot, but let's see what statements we're working for. Jousting with the broker, he was near the entrance. That at least tracks with the calendar thing. Sharp pain. Pursued the man, shut us off the storeroom, could see him through the peephole. This is probably important. Accused in a black coat, shot him in the back as he was trying to flee to safety. That also doesn't make any goddamn sense. We might be able to go ahead and present the map right away, but I don't know if we want to risk that. Saw blood spider over the rich girl. Toss the gun out the peephole. So we've got two peephole mentions, and then also shot in the back. So what were you gonna say?
Well, like I said, I don't really know. Just press.
All right.
Yeah.
I'll start here. Yes, when the crime was discovered, the defendant was found with a gun in her hand, but that was Mr. Windibank's gun, from which only a single bullet had been fired. And as we've already established, Mr. Graydon, that bullet was fired at you. Ah, no. It wasn't the broker's gun that the pickpocket girl had when I saw her. Yes, the bullet from Mr. Windibank's gun grazed my arm, and yes, the Skulkin's gun grounded the detective. How the fuck did you know that last part? But this was another gun entirely. A third gun.
The broker's gun was not the murder weapon, so clearly there had to be a third firearm involved.
Then there would have been 2 guns at the scene.
In other words, the accused must have had her own gun with her at the time.
Well, he said that he took her gun when he made his escape, which is bullshit, because it's just his fucking gun. But anyway.
That's so dumb. That's so dumb.
I still don't know how the fuck he got that there. But no other gun was found at the scene. Calm yourself, counsel. Sorry? You must consider the events in order. In order? That could be important. First I saw the broker and the girl glaring at each other, then all of a sudden, the broker turned to run. Wait, run? He was in a locked storeroom. I almost don't want to read his lines because it takes me so long and I have so many problems. But anyway. It was then at that moment the little gutter rat shot him in the back!
A chilling image, I must say.
I really just want to throw the fucking crime scene map at him on this. I'm kind of inclined to just save and just go for it because I'm really fucking nettled about this, but the game has bamboozled me before.
Before we start
I will save anyway.
Before we present anything, I think we should at least press all the statements to see if anything weird pops up.
Yeah, we do still have a sketch of all everybody in the stand. So let's see. Let's just go to the top. Maybe those guys will pick a fight with some of the other bullshit he's got.
Yeah.
Also, Axe, you can't prove that Gina doesn't own a gun. That's not introduced into evidence. We don't have a signed affidavit from her saying, "I never owned a gun." Gina Lestrade. Windibank emerged from the storeroom, I believe. Bingo and Nash were scouring the counter when he suddenly appeared and flew at them. He already had the revolver in his hand. Fortunately, I wasn't too close. I've never been so scared in my life.
Yeah, we were just your regular mob men and burglars, that's all. We don't like violence.
Says the pair who carry a gun.
Listen, armed society is a polite society.
Oh, no. There could be a fourth page of evidence also. Don't say that. Just because,
Please don't.
remember, we started with 1 page of evidence. We added a page and a half just through the course of the trial. Guns are not that expensive. What do you mean when you say you were near the entrance of the shop? I was in the doorway, running my eyes over the shelves of forfeited items. Looking for the music box, of course. The broker went for Nash in the first place, and then Ringo joined in, making it 2 against 1, so I assumed they could handle the situation. God, even when you're burglaring, you're a fucker. But I was wrong.
I was trying to help me little bruv, but the old geezer chucked me over the bloomin' counter.
So I put... Sorry, yawn. So I put my gun on the old fella, and that soon made him scupper.
The pair of you setting upon the poor defenseless pawnbroker together, shame on you.
I don't know about the fenceless. That man fucking
Sorry, Cuff.
tossed people, pulled out his gun.
Alright. No real new evidence there. You mean that's the moment you were shot? Yes. I didn't immediately realize what had happened, of course. Things crashed to the floor from the counter as the 3 men were brawling. It is exactly at that moment that it happened, so I didn't hear the gunshot. And the bullet went on to strike the calendar on the wall behind you.
Accidental discharge is a thing.
And so it would appear. When I looked at my arm, I saw I was bleeding badly, so I wrapped my handkerchief around it. Seeing as I couldn't explain what had happened to a doctor, I had no choice but to wait for it to heal. I didn't imagine it would still be bleeding 2 days later.
Did Mr. Windibanks intend to shoot you, do you think?
Fuck no. Well, now, I don't know he even imagined I was there. He even noticed I was there, to be honest. Perhaps the gun went off accidentally. Anyway, it didn't quite strike home. When I pulled my gum on, he tried to shove me out of the way.
And then he scarpered through that door out back. At which point, what did you do?
And this will be peephole number 1. You mean you chased after him? I don't recall the reason why, but I ran after him to the back of the shop.
From
And
the
what
entrance.
about this peephole in the door you mentioned? Well, surprisingly, the storeroom door's a solid job made out of stout wood. But there's a small opening in it about head height as you see what's in there from the outside. Actually, I should know that, shouldn't I? I looked through that myself that night, correct. But we have a picture that shows that at 1 a.m. it wasn't there. Actually, that might also work if we present that picture on this part.
And what about you burgling brothers? Did you see what went on through this peephole as well?
No likely, Gov.
Didn't see nothing of the sort, Gov.
I doubt these 2 buffoons were even aware of the peephole's existence. Yes. So the Skulkin brothers were there, but they didn't see the killing of Mr. Windibank take place. Well, I mean, of course it's new. We do... This much we do at least literally have photographic evidence for. At 1 a.m., there was no peephole/cat flap thing. At 1:30 a.m., there is a flap. How the flap got there, though, is going to be difficult to prove currently. Inside the storeroom, I could see the broker and that young girl standing there.
And then?
Yes. Though neither of them noticed I was looking. Somehow, you know? It's not like we were all on guard after a shooting. The girl raised her gun and pointed it straight at the man.
And then, what did you see next?
He turned to flee, even though that doesn't make any goddamn sense.
Alright, we saw that one.
Spatter all over the wretched girl. She tossed the gun out the peephole, so I picked it up and made my escape.
Just press him, I did.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to press if I don't have to, though. Like, I'm really wondering if we can call him on some of the aspects here, but I'm not sure. The problem is the game really doesn't want you to jump the gun. The game will punish you if you get to the conclusion before you're supposed to.
Yeah.
Which is bullshit, by the way. But anyway, there's limitations in the design of the games.
Yeah, no, but
All over
usually...
her. I mean, it could just be we get through all the press statements, and then at the end, Iris is like, "Well, now you need to present evidence."
Yeah, but sometimes they also do the thing where like they'll say something, and Naruhodo will be all like, "Something doesn't seem quite right about that."
Yes,
like you could.
I saw it clearly. Well, of course, the stains are invisible now, with it being such a dark color. But I assure you that garment is sullied with the victim's blood. It is sullied with blood, that's for sure. I'm very curious how he can figure that one out there. But it's not Mr. Winterbank's blood, is it? No, that's right. It's Mr. Mason Milverton's blood from when McGilden stabbed him 2 months ago. I don't know why I said... Well, I guess this is after a couple of to be continues. Maybe it is a good point to bring that up again. It's so annoying. If only they'd accept Hurley's chemical analysis, we could prove that. But they won't, so unfortunately we can't use it as evidence to support our case, per se. Bother.
All right, last one.
Yeah. Well, and then I guess we'll figure out what it was to do, because the game at least is generous with hints.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes it feels like it's to its detriment a little, but it's fine. We'll know at least what track we're on here. Or it won't have mattered, and the game will move on to jury whatevering again. Did I hear you correctly? She threw the gun out of the room. That's right. After the broker fell to the floor, she started walking over.
Over where exactly?
Thank you, Judge. In the direction of the storeroom door, to where I was watching. Of course, I quickly retreated, and then the girl dropped the gun through the peephole onto the floor on my side of the door.
That makes absolutely...
But why on earth would she do such a thing?
Also, mechanically, I don't think that works. It's not double hinged. Though, actually, I guess the hinge is on the outside, so it lifts up.
I mean,
so
she would have probably pushed it out.
She'd have to push it out from the inside? That seems really risky and weird. I mean, we know he's full of shit, so his story is full of weird holes. The question is calling him on it. Something, something, blah, blah, blah. Couldn't tell you why. No logic at all. Perhaps she had to distance herself from the murder weapon. Or perhaps I made this shit up. Without thinking, I went and picked it up. That's a recurring theme, isn't it? I suppose I was worried about just leaving it there in case any more tragedies took place, because I clearly care about these things. Yes, I, Ashley Graydon Milverton.
What is this man on about?
Yeah, I like how even Van is just like, I think this guy's talking smack.
So it was you, in fact, who took the third gun from the scene of the crime.
Jojo-pose. Yes, it was yours truly. It was me, Ashley Graydon. I left it clear up to my lackeys and left. Clear up? A bit of a counter, so Mr. Whistler Fu here told us to tidy up.
He thinks he's our blooming mum sometimes.
Well, I was paying you enough, by God. Tell me, Mr. Graydon, when you left the pawnbrokery that night, was it by any chance with the second disc in your jacket pocket? Oh, okay.
Whoa.
We do have a thing
someone's
going on here.
Excuse me.
Hold that thought. Gentlemen.
What? Why does this always have to be on the last fucking statement?
I don't know. Because if this just introduces a new piece of evidence, then we're just going to wrap it back to the top anyway.
I know.
Again, like I said, I suspect this case was actually a little bit rushed, because it feels like it doesn't flow as cleanly as it could have.
Like, I don't mind pressing every statement, but I swear to God, it's just so many times, it's just the very last thing. It's all like, aha, this is the thing. I'm like, please stop that.
Yeah, the game's definitely been more clever with what statements you have to press or present on. Anyway, we're all going, ha, ha, ha.
There was a bit of a scuffle.
Something wrong, Sunshine? That should be my line. You do realize you were just violently shaking Mr. Skulkin. Well, I mean, he's a bit of an hooligan, ain't he? What was going on just now? You saw him, you grabbed me whistle.
This is when they mentioned the second disc, right?
Let's talk about the third gun. Maybe they
Oh,
will
the
mention the
third
second
gun.
disc. Why, boys, he said, didn't you mention the third gun down at the station? And why didn't you? Because we didn't know nothing about it. What a flaming peephole in the door. Okay, this might actually be important.
Okay.
Sorry about that. I'm prone to losing my rag sometimes. Not hurt, are you? God, blimey. See the way he's looking at me? I'm telling you, this kid gave me the willies. That was strange. The inspector doesn't normally get quite as worked up as that. He wouldn't normally grab someone. No, that wasn't like Crixie at all. He's normally all sweetness and light, no matter what I say to him. Well, yeah, I think you might be special, Iris. Well, anyway, that was definitely out of character. Okay, but what the fuck do I do with that? Ah, shit.
Wait, that was useless then.
Well, he's saying he's interrupting the cross-examination.
Yes. Oh, if it's just interrupting, I suppose.
Requesting your lordship's permission to interrupt the cross-examination.
This is the bailiff with the mustache.
Explain yourself, officer.
Oh, is this going to be added? Fuck.
I have the results of the test that was ordered earlier, my lord.
Don't mind it, it looks exactly identical to the autopsy report, my lord.
Ah, the blood of the accused overcoat. Thank you, officer. Very well, the cross-examination is hereby temporarily suspended.
There's that phrase again.
I presume you have no objection, counsel?
I have plenty.
No, my lord? Well, there you have it.
Report, please, Inspector.
Yes, sir. Traces of human blood were found on the overcoat of the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. From the extent of the stains, it would appear that they were a result of a spattering following a gunshot wound. What the fuck? What did you just say to me, Grayson? End of report.
That's a fucking lie.
You better give me that fucking report, Gregson.
Goodness me.
Watcha! See? What did I tell you?
Was that a new one?
Yes, that was new. No! The blood on the coat is not Mr. Windibank's.
What on earth makes you say that, counsel? Yes, defend.
The coat originally belonged to Magnus McGilded. Just before his coat was deposited at Windibank's, Mr. McGilded had fatally stabbed Mr. Mason Milverton. So the blood on the overcoat is the blood of the brickmaker from the omnibus case.
Objection!
Well, the dead cannot speak. Isn't that right, my Nipponese friend?
Are you?
Sorry? Oh, he's going to pour.
Oh, yeah, no, he's going to talk about how we fucking lied and shit. God damn it, Van Zykes. You're on the other side again. Fuck.
2 months ago in this very courtroom. Did you not argue fervently for Mr. McGilded's innocence?
Yes, but in real life, Van Zykes, that's my fucking job. I'm not allowed to fucking not work for my client. You can get a mistrial if you think that I fucked it up.
And yet now that the man is dead, you brand him as a murderer.
I went for the
He
crap.
didn't even sip.
Your conduct shatters any shred of respect you may have earned for yourself in this country.
Well, I don't respect you. Boom. How do you feel about that? But that was...
I got all about it, disgrace. Treachery, that's what it is.
He's dead. There's no deterrent client privilege.
How to determine whether the blood on that coat is 2 months old or not?
Thank you, juror number 3.
Even a stethoscope couldn't have the answer to that problem pop out. It can't be done.
So there's doubt. We use Mr. Sholmes' special favorite chemistry. Mr. Sholmes is a detective, not a chemist.
Would you put such faith in a chemical formula devised by me, for example, when I'm a communications officer? I mean, that
No,
doesn't sound
but
like-
are you a fucking 10-year-old genius? She is a doctor of medicine, I think. I held out Piroshki, the starving boy, and he ran away crying.
Herlock Sholmes is barely more than a figment of the public's imagination.
Sholmes, please awaken from your coma. Awaken my master, please.
Awaken my detective.
He starts playing the violins. I mean, I feel like I need him now more than ever.
No, I definitely we need some Sholmes in this. We're
Because Van Zykes is straight up calling his credibility. He's like, he's not even a real detective.
His name carries no weight in this courtroom. No weight at all. Please, Sholmes, right now. Right the fuck now.
How can you say that? Also, Gregson is here. He consults him literally all the time.
Sholmes, where are you in our time of need?
Victory is sweet indeed. This proves that my testimony is the whole truth from start to finish. Nothing is wrong with it at all.
How do you arrive at such a conclusion, sir?
Thank you, Judge.
As the witness said, the accused coat was spattered, not splattered, spattered, with the blood of the victim. The only way Mr. Graydon could have possibly known that fact is if he saw it happen. In other words, his testimony is solid and the conclusion is sinking. Wait, no, that's a good question. How would he... It was the accused who shot the victim in this case. That is the whole truth. Fucking Graydon had to have been fucking there to know the blood was on the fucking coat.
We've got another, my lord. Oh, you little piece of shit. Wait. Oh, I think I've got it. We're not going to do the jury summation examination again. We're going to bamboozle them and say, wait a minute, my cross-X isn't done. You merely suspended cross-X.
That sounds about right. Been a long battle this one, but this old warhorse has something to say now, if you please.
Because they're all going to vote guilty, and Van Zykes is going to be like, I'm not going to let you do jury summation 3 times. Ooh. And then they're going to be like, I don't need to. Technically, cross-X was suspended.
Mr. Foreman. As of this moment, sir, the squadron has reached its final decision. Ready, man? All for one now?
Sir.
Guilty.
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 We only did this animation once. Never mind that the balance wasn't that far.
Well, it would appear the ladies and gentlemen of the jury have reached a unanimous verdict.
I will at least say this level of bullshit is usually how the final case in an Ace Attorney game goes. Like, when you have your lowest moment, you have a really low moment.
Van Zykes, seriously, fuck you. We keep on picking it, and then he comes up with new bullshit, which we then unpick again. How many times do we have to go through layers of bullshit before people will go like, maybe this man's full of shit?
I mean, we destroyed his credibility at the start, and then we accepted his testimony anyway. I feel like we should have done that the other way around. But whatever, Van Zykes. You're going to crush another glass.
Here's to idiot tape you may make it unpicking the jurors' decision being equally successful. I don't necessarily think that Van Zykes...
He usually, I mean, I think he's smelled it a lot, but I don't know if he actually drinks.
He drinks, he's had a couple sips.
Okay. I don't believe it after I've come so far, and I tried so hard. In the end, it didn't even matter. That last bit of cross-X definitely... Well, okay, like I said, the suspending the cross-X may actually matter for thematic reasons anyway. How is it all unraveling on me so fast? Blackout.
It's a black.
How very distressing.
Is it? Is it? Sholmes, come, bust through the ceiling like the fucking magician you are.
Hold on, yes, I think I have to see this. To be held in such low esteem. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Naruto? Oh, it's the fucking... the Master of Disguise!
Officer? You deliver the report now, that'll be all, thank you.
It occurs to me with some regularity, Mr. Naruto, that scientific truths are determined not by science, but by none other than the human mind.
Oh, this is totally fucking Sholmes.
I know that voice.
Yes.
Am I going
He
mad?
lives.
Ah! Do it! Never mind that your face completely changed shape. Mr. Sholmes!
What? What is the meaning of this?
Fucking striking his own JoJo pose.
Order! 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 Yes. What business do you have here, detective? The last I heard, you were recuperating in hospital.
Well, I heard somebody was talking shit. As well I would be, had I not been set upon by an errand.
What errand?
Hurley, it really is you. You're awake at last. Yes, good day, Iris. I appear to be rather late to rise. My apologies. Now, my lord, if you will humor me.
In what matter, sir?
I have something of great importance I wish to give to the young lawyer over there. I need no more than 5 minutes. Would you be so kind as to spare us the time?
What say you to this, Lord Van Zykes? Bleh. This trial has taken many hours of the court's time, having spent so long already.
Exactly. Haven't spent so long already. We don't go wasting any more precious time. You're talking a lot of shit for somebody within Baritsu range, buddy.
As I was saying, haven't spent so long already, it would be seem churlish to deny defense a mere 5 minutes.
Again, Van Zykes just wants the fucking truth.
Very well then, counsel, you have 5 minutes. But yes, let's fucking go!
He's in the stand with us! Oh, and look, Iris does a little thing. My dear fellow, I apologize for my tardy arrival. Mr. Sholmes, are you all right now? All right? I'm all wrong. Sorry? I've only just managed to summon the strength to stand, man. Nice for the judge for 5 minutes. But I fear even that may prove too much for me. Pray forgive me should I pass out.
Oh, Jesus.
Let's make this discussion as short as possible. Hurley, this place is full of idiots. None of them can see how wonderful your chemical blood analysis is. Well, that concoction of mine was really just sport to assist me in my investigations. I never took the trouble to refine it for appraisal for the scientific community. An oversight on my part, yes. Right. Modesty, surely not. But enough of that. I'm here to give you this, my dear fellow. What? A lavender furoshiki wrapping? A leaving present from Miss Susato. From Miss Susato?
Oh.
If possible, matters were to be settled without me giving you this. Those were her instructions when she asked me to do her this favor at like 3 o'clock this morning, man. After I was fucking shot, too.
Oh, that's right. Holmes had a visitor.
Yes, a visitor in the small hours of the morning. It was Susato before she left. So she left him a present. I don't understand.
Is this what I think it is? Thank you, Law, from, spoiling shit.
Miss Susato foresaw today's events, I believe. She knew that the culprit would attempt to escape justice by means both devious and underhand. Possibly underhanded. And that you, Mr. Naruto, fighting fairly as you are wont to do, would find yourself in considerable peril. At the very moment of crisis, you were to be given this small parcel. Those were the dear lady's instructions. A leaving present from Susato-san. Whatever could it be? What is this? Oh, it's the machine I made. Ah.
I'm mad at you now, Loth, because you put the idea in my head.
But how can you
Like
stay
cat-
mad? Wagahai.
Wagahai, I am cleansed.
Look, I use this. It's my latest invention. What is this device? I call it the cat flapper-mat. I think we technically called it a cat flapper-matic earlier. It can make a cat flap for a little furry friend like Waggy in seconds. Seconds. What's Susie up to? Miss Susato muttered the following words before she left. I am a failure. I don't deserve to be a judicial assistant. What? And she said something like, huh? Last night, when they were sus. You are the best judicial assistant in the world, Miss Susato.
Well, that's extremely flattering. But I'm sorry to say, that I've been a complete failure.
Whatever did she mean by that, Mr. Sholmes? That night, when you left Winterbanks in pursuit of the thieves, Miss Susato made use of this contraption for a certain purpose. That is your answer, dear fellow. Not at all cryptic, then. Susato-san used this cat flapper-mat that night, but why? The cat flapper-mat has been entered in the court record! Okay, so if Sholmes says that she canonically used it after I fled, I threw it away. We know that Graydon can't have seen shit through the flap because the flap did not exist until after we had arrived there and he left.
Right. Your 5 minutes is over.
We're out of time
Yeah,
already.
you can try to retort law, but I'm gonna blame you.
Anyway, I'm in the stand. I'm grateful to you for affording us that brief recess, Mr. Reaper.
I need no thanks, detective. After all, the die is cast.
Is it really? Is it?
The jurors are unanimous in their leanings. No doubt my learned friend will consider a summation examination. But any attempts to alter the verdict now would be utterly futile.
I wonder. Mr. Naruhodo! Yes? The rest is down to you, dear fellow. What is your plan? The rest is down to me. And you be careful here. If I make a wrong move, the trial will end badly. My lord, the defense requests further cross-ex.
Yes.
Further cross-examination.
Objection.
The jurors have spoken. Protocol dictates that you may not cross-examine a new witness now.
Objection.
Objection. The defense is not asking for a cross-examination of a new witness. Rather, to continue with an existing witness.
What?
It would appear that a rather important detail has escaped your attention, Mr. Reaper. I love how Sholmes calls him Mr. Reaper, by the way. My lord, because I said that. I was this guy. I was requesting your lordship's permission to interrupt the cross-examination.
Officer, very well, the Quack's examination is hereby temporarily suspended.
I mean, she didn't want to tell us at the start because Susato is very proper and she's 16 and she stole the cat flap gun.
Mm-hmm.
She didn't want to have to admit it if she didn't have to. And we don't have any
Oh, because
objection
it's
to this.
tampering with a crime scene.
Yes, she tampered with the crime scene. She took something that wasn't hers. I assume, presumably, that's how she knows the name of the manuscript, right? Like, I don't think we proved that, but she probably cat flapped maybe his lockbox? Something? Because it wasn't
I
a
don't know,
chest,
that would-
right? I don't think we examined that close enough.
No, because well, we
Because
know
she knew
that
the
when
name of the
they-
manuscript before the break-in.
Yeah, but that means I don't know. I honestly don't know.
I mean, the storeroom wasn't locked when we went in the afternoon.
True.
There was a lot of shit going on. Anyway, we didn't object. This literally happened like 5 minutes ago.
Yeah.
So nobody can say anything then. If you're not asked to resume his cross-examination of Mr. Craydon, the court is obliged to allow it.
This is absurd.
Come on, Judgy.
I remind those present that this is my courtroom. I concur that the defense is entirely within its rights to request a continuation of the cross-examination.
Thank you, Judgy.
However, I will not permit an unremitted protraction of these proceedings. Therefore, I have decided to afford the defense one final opportunity in concluding the cross-examination. Oh, we gotta pick the right one now.
Yep, that's how this usually works.
Counsel, you must choose but one statement from the witness testimony, and but one piece of evidence to present in support of your argument against it.
So it's definitely going to be the flap-o-mac and then something about a peephole.
A single chance to present evidence.
If, following that, the situation remains unchanged, I shall move to adjudication.
Oh, I'm sure we'll solve the manuscript part later, but we're trying to speculate on the timeline.
Is that clear, counsels? You will not press the witness any further.
Okay, so no more press. I guess that makes it was good then that we did press all of his statements originally.
Yeah. My lord.
Because we lose the ability to press and we must only do once. I will save scum to be safe because there are 2 statements that mention the people. Yes, my lord, by the way. A single statement and a single piece of evidence. Most generous, yes. Well then, Mr. Naruhodo, it's high time that I fell in a dead faint. Goodbye. I leave this in your capable hands. He does the fucking emote. Mr. Sholmes!
Just he's down.
Medic!
You stand so insistently before the court in a state of such high fever. Either the man has extraordinary strength of mind or an extraordinary lack of feeling.
Both, Your Honor.
Both.
I imagine he's feeling very little right now. The detective is sleeping soundly in one of the antechambers.
Strike a man when he's down, why don't you?
I mean, he's striking a man when he's up.
Well done, counsel. Are you fully prepared?
Yeah. Yes. One statement, one piece of evidence. I won't let Mr. Sholmes down, or Iris. And I won't waste this final chance that Susato-san has given me. This is going to decide the entire outcome of the trial.
Very well, then. Under the terms I've outlined, you may resume the cross-examination.
All right, let's see here. What lines are we got?
It should be 6. The moment of shooting again. Ooh.
Oh, the music.
Yeah. Very dramatic run. Okay, so I think 3 is the first one he mentions the peephole? No.
The storeroom.
Yes.
I can see him. Yeah, peephole. So we got peephole there.
All right, and then I think it's the last one is the peephole as well. I think it's the first peephole one, number 3.
Honestly, I feel like this could be one of those things as long as the peephole is mentioned.
Yeah, it could be either. We can only pick one statement, and we can't. I mean, the button says press, but we can't press. But I think we can go for it. Let's try this one. We save just in case it gets weird. Present.
Yeah.
Objection.
Oh, the music did cut.
What on earth is that eccentric contraption, counsel?
Oh, it's my cat flapper-mat, my lord. It makes a way for cats to get in and out of a room. It's all the rage. It can cut through any door you can think of and make a new little door in the middle of it. Ah, fucking Iris. Music plays too. It's a good tension break. That's right, my lord. It's a device for creating so-called cat flaps.
We're kangaroo court now.
Small doors for cats to come and go as they please without their owners having to open the main door. I'm sure we can all work that out for ourselves.
You-
But that cat lover's contrivance has no possible relevance to this case. Oh, really? Of course it doesn't, to start with. There was no cat flap in the pawnbroker's door.
Not being a keeper of cats myself, I'm afraid I fail to see what this has to do with the matter at hand.
Perhaps it would help if I described its function another way, then. This contraption is able to create a peephole in any door you can imagine in practically no time at all.
I beg your pardon? A peephole, you say?
2 nights ago, we arrived at the scene only minutes after the murder of Mr. Windibank had taken place. That's right. According to paperwork in the yard, it was you, your Japanese assistant, and Mr. Sholmes. Yes, the 3 of us were together, and it's recently come to my attention that my assistant made use of this device at that time.
Your assistant did what?
There was a peephole in the storeroom door. I can attest to that. I guess the fact that the peephole door wasn't original never came up until now. Because I looked through the peephole myself in order to see inside the locked storeroom. This is ludicrous. What are you trying to say? Of course there was a peephole in the door. I said as much in my testimony. How else could I have witnessed the crime, for pity's sake? Yeah, about that.
Oh, Chief, buddy, pal.
Yeah, how could you?
Ooh!
What?
Counsel, kindly say what you mean.
All right, it's time. Time to strike the final blow. With one strike. What I mean is this, my lord. My assistant made the peephole in the storeroom door, and until such time as she did, the door had no hole to look through. What?
Yes, music! Music! Let's go! Strings!
Objection.
This is a farce. Are you really suggesting that the people in the door was...
Yes, it was created only after the incident had taken place by my judicial assistant using this device.
Your assistant tampered with the crime scene whilst being fully aware of the gravity of her actions.
Yeah, if you want to catch her, she's on her way back to Japan right now, guys.
Good luck with that. She's behind like 10,000 gallons of water.
Also, she's behind 1,000 Susanoo takedowns.
That is a most serious act of vandalism.
For which I humbly apologize, my lord, on her behalf. It was in the few minutes that I left the scene in order to pursue the Skulkin brothers and alert the police. Nevertheless, in the light of this new information, it becomes apparent that Mr. Graydon's testimony is riddled with holes.
Ooh. Riddled with... Explain yourself, counsel.
The majority of Mr. Graydon's testimony that appears to incriminate the defendant is based upon what he witnessed through the peephole in the storeroom door. Yes, that filthy girl shooting the man in the back. However, if at the time of the incident, that peephole did not yet exist in the door, you're fucking full of it. There's no possible way you could have seen what you claim to have seen. In short, your entire testimony is a pack of lies. And Van Zykes is going to be like, okay, prove it. And I'm going to be like, look at this picture. Look at this photograph.
Order! 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 Is there any credence in this revelation?
Ask me to prove it, motherfucker. Ask me to prove it. I dare you. I double dog dare you.
None whatsoever, as my learned friend must surely realize.
Exactly. This is just some trick designed to discredit me. I'm afraid not, sir. Of course it is. You seriously expect people to believe this thing can cut through a solid wooden door? Oh, do you want me to do a fucking demonstration? Oh yes, I designed it to be very powerful. It can cut through even the toughest of doors. That's absurd. I don't believe it for a second.
We're about to have it this.
Ha ha ha. I had a feeling you'd say that.
Oh my god.
Wacky! Cooey! Time for dinner!
Yeah!
She did bring the cat. Well?
Young lady, this is the Old Bailey. One does not make cat flaps and oak paneling at the Old Bailey.
But there's a cat here now.
I'm not done yet, don't worry. This doesn't mean that the people in the storeroom at Windibank was made by your machine. And there's no way you can prove that it was. No, but it's easy. What? The cat flaps my cat flapper mat creates my cat flapper mat, sorry, are all of a fixed size. And the dimensions of the people at Windibanks are an exact match. Ugh.
Man, this is just proceeding apace now.
Old Silky's at a loss for words. Excellent work, Iris. Thank you.
And now it's my learned friend's turn to be lost for words, I feel.
Oh, yeah?
I believe your judicial assistant has already left the country for your Eastern Island home.
How'd you know about that?
It-
Well, yes, that's true.
Then you may have some difficulty in establishing all of the facts.
Oh, will I?
We have pictures.
For the sake of argument, let us assume that the people has dimensions that are a perfect fit for this contraption.
He's gonna be like, how do we know when it happened? And then I'm gonna be like, pictures, motherfucker. In fact, this picture of Gina with the gun that you tried to fuck me with.
In that case, when was the people cut? The prosecution demands proof of your answer.
He said it. He said the thing.
No,
Ah.
Ryunosuke, ball up, tank up, fortify. What is the purpose of your line of inquiry, Lord Van Zykes?
It's very simple, my lord.
And I will say, Van Zykes is perfectly within his rights as the prosecutor to call this into question. We have made an assertion, we have brought up evidence, and his response would be like, okay, can you prove when it happened? Because if it happened, like 5 weeks ago, it doesn't fucking matter.
The defense argues that the people was created after the incident using this device. But now that the perpetrator has returned to her native land, she cannot testify to the fact. There is no proof.
This is true. Ryunosuke, you need to.
And for as long as the defense remains unable to prove when the people was made, my learned friend's claim amounts to nothing more than a baseless accusation.
What? Nani?
Indeed, that is so, Lord Van Zykes. Well, counsel?
Don't give up now, Runo. This is the time to create your own opening and force your way through. My controller just vibrated, by the way, on that point. I don't know why. I don't know if I can do this, but I do know one thing. Susato-san is the greatest judicial assistant in the world.
Put on your Kamina glasses right now.
Herlock Sholmes is the greatest detective in the world. I am an okay lawyer.
Very well. The counsel for the defense will present evidence support the claim made.
See, Ryunosuke, doesn't know what's up, but I, Omega, I'm just that meme. I've been waiting for this. Look at this picture.
What are you? A print from the detective's infernal cameras again?
Yeah, you showed me this one, actually, asshole. My judicial assistant, Miss Susato Mikotoba, is an extremely intelligent and capable woman, which is why I never had any cause to doubt that she would have considered this scenario and made sure I had the necessary proof.
And the necessary proof is this photographic print, counsel.
This print shows a scene in the shop moments after the defendant entered the premises.
Agreed. And it also shows the accused mercilessly wielding a gun in the direction of the defenseless broker.
Yeah, I don't care about that. but more to the point. It pictures the storeroom door in the background.
Let me see that print again.
I'm glad this came up. I knew we were yelling about this earlier.
Well, we caught this a million years ago, but because we didn't have the cat flap-a-mat, we were like, but shit, we can't prove anything with this.
Mhm.
And even then, I think, while Lost did technically spoil it this evening, we were all over the place on the cat flap-a-mat in previous weeks. I think we had suggested that Susato used it, that Gina used it, like all kinds of theories came up. Because because again, you look at the two pictures and you go, well, there's a flap in one picture and there's not a flap in the other picture, so when the fuck did the flap get there, right?
Right.
We knew it was important, but we could not crystallize how. I think this is the judge.
I don't believe it. It really is quite remarkable. The door to the storeroom is completely devoid of a people of any description.
QED. Arg. Mr. Graydon. Ah. You couldn't possibly have witnessed the crime as you claim to have done, because at the time it happened, there was no peephole in the door. In other words, your testimony is a catalog of lies. I have upgraded it. Oh, he's in the center. Yeah. Yeah. No, he's not in the center.
I guess he did a little freak out, I suppose.
Order! 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 I am satisfied the defense has substantiated his claim beyond all reasonable doubt.
Actually, I think Rinosuke's a better detective than he is a lawyer, honestly. Sholmes gives us a little bit of setup, and we're pretty good at that. Lawyer, we get bamboozled a lot.
Well, you know, presenting a case is looking at all the evidence and creating a story from it.
True.
This witness.
Go ahead.
Sorry,
Go ahead.
I was just gonna read the line.
Yeah, go for it. I like this line.
This witness testimony was entirely fallacious.
It's full of fallacies. What I was going to say was, that is true that Ryunosuke is usually really good at building the narrative on his case. He can't always prove what the story is, but usually very early he will, like, I think honestly, and you can say this is character development, ever since the McGilded trial, Ryunosuke has been pretty on the ball at going like, wait a minute. And then, like, actually being like, no, here's what happened. And then the Sven Zykes is just like, okay, prove it. And he's like, fuck. I can't do that yet. The game hasn't given me the evidence because we started this case this morning.
That's not the only thing we now know beyond all reasonable doubt.
I warned that motherfucker.
My learned friend's assistant guilt can no longer be denied. That woman, the woman that tampered with the crime scene.
Van Zykes, I will duel you. I will draw steel upon you. Shut the fuck up. This guy committed high treason and murder. Murder treason.
But
there we go.
More importantly,
thank you.
He's not gonna let things slide.
I mean,
Lord,
I did joke about him warning that guy.
Good Lord, there's more Lord Van Zykes.
Well, actually, defense lawyers do usually have PIs. You could argue because of, like, size limitations. Because remember, these games originally came out on the Game Boy Advanced. So they had to compress down the size. So I assume that rather than make it so that you have, like, a detective who does your detecting, and then also you have your assistant who does your assisting, and you have your lawyer, they're just like, okay, the lawyer and the assistant just do the investigating part of the games, and we move from there, because that saves us character space.
Vince may have established a reprehensible instance of perjury. But that is no proof that this man is the victim's killer.
Oh
I'm
my
losing
god.
my Van Zykes voice again.
Yes, that's right. I was there at the scene, it's true.
Wait, is he?
And I was shot in the arm, that's true. But that's all. Yes, in fact, if you look at the circumstances, I am the victim here. Oh, please.
Is his necktie loosened?
Yeah, I think he undid his necktie a little. I don't believe this. But they're right, as it stands now, I don't have any definitive proof that he is the culprit. Still, he can't worm his way out of it now. Iris? You know what they say. There's no point locking the cat's door after the cat has bolted. Thank you for that demonstration, by the way, Wagahai. Good job, buddy. Isn't that right, Runo? As Hurley always says, one lie begets another.
Wait!
No, wait. That might have been a line I wrote for him in one of my stories. Well, yeah, now that we know that his testimony's fucked up, we're just gonna be like, okay, what actually happened?
Sorry, I'm I'm trying to put a thought together.
Sure. Well, no matter who said it first, you're right. Mr.
Okay,
Graydon.
So if he didn't see the... No. Sorry, just keep going. If
Yeah,
this
well,
thought
if-
crystallizes.
He no matter what happens, I think we're about to bring it up. Not only did you give false testimony to the court, but the lies you told make no sense.
Oh, there we go.
Make
Yeah,
no
you can't have
sense.
seen the things you have seen, so...
Why did he say them, right?
Yeah, that's what it is.
What do you mean by such a remark? What you said in your testimony reveals that you know something you shouldn't have known. Hey, it's the thing you said!
Yeah!
In other words, there is a fundamental inconsistency in your statements. What?
Objection.
Oh, he redid his necktie. This is provocation talk, counsel. Won't you enlighten the court? Explain this alleged inconsistency.
I was just right. One lie begets another. The inconsistency is revealed by the lies in the witnesses' statements. They show that Mr. Graydon had knowledge of something he shouldn't have known anything about, namely, the bloodstains on the coat. The bloodstains that were present on Miss Lestrade's coat. That's right, the victim's blood spattered all over her when she shot him. But how could you possibly have known that? Obviously, because I saw her do it through the peephole in the... Oh. Shit. The point is not that you lied in your testimony, Mr. Graydon. It's the nature of the lie you concocted that is so revealing. You're not making any sense. Then let me ask you a simple question. How is it, Mr. Graydon, that you knew of the existence of the peephole in the storeroom door? What? Well, obviously, I can't say that either. Arg!
Strings. Has it got your tongue, witness? Someone
Thank
go
you,
get
Judge.
Wacky.
Good shot. High five. Good one, my lord. The peephole in the door was made after the incident occurred. And once I returned to the shop, having failed to catch the two burglars, Scotland Yard's investigators arrived immediately. Since that time, the police have been at Windibanks constantly carrying out their investigation. Isn't that right, Inspector Gregson? Well, yeah, of course. The place is chock full of pawned articles, and my lads have examined them all.
They were talk. They were negotiating.
So I gave the order to have officers work around the clocks in shift to get all through it. And consequently, there's no way that you, Mr. Graydon, who could have gained access to the shop. It is an active crime scene. You are not allowed there. Therefore, you should have known nothing about the peephole in the storeroom door. So the fact that its existence forms the basis of your testimony is completely inexplicable.
Objection.
And yet, the fact remains that Mr. Greenon did maintain that he was witness the crime take place through the people in the door. How on earth is that possible?
Could I have a word, please, Lord Van Zoix?
It was you, Gregson! Speak, Inspector.
It's really just thought that I ought to get back to the station now to put in my report. There's really nothing more I can add to this testimony, so it's sort of same to you.
Permission denied. Police corruption!
Oh?
It's not all the same to me, Inspector. Not at all.
I think when I'm actually feeling the anger is when I do my best man Zykes voice.
You will remain exactly where you are until this trial concludes.
Van Zoix only has two moods, pissed off and smug. Like, there really is no in-between with this man. It's either, yes, look at me, I'm right, or, how dare you?
Justice.
Of course, sir. Of course. Mr. Graydon. Yeah. Yes. You shouldn't have known about the existence of that peephole. Which can only mean that you must have been informed about it by somebody else. Ugh.
Objection.
It's like, stop interrupting my train of thought, please.
Stop there, my learned friend. You realize, I trust, that the words you just uttered have extremely serious implications.
Oh, he is just giving us a warning. I think that's okay.
Yes. But the defense believes that the details about the case that Mr. Graydon claims to have seen must have been revealed to him by a certain person before his testimonies. And, in fact, considering a particular clue we have, there's really only one person that could be.
The person in question, counsel. Who gave this witness details of a crime scene to facilitate his false testimony?
It was the Skulkin brothers. No, it's got to be Inspector Gregson.
It was Lord Strongheart.
I mean, that would work, but no, that would come out of that would be coming out of fucking nowhere. It's got to be Gregson. They were literally conferring.
Yeah.
We saw them confer. We brought it up, but we couldn't work on it anywhere.
Yeah.
The truth is, it can only have been you, Inspector Gregson. Eh? Me?
Objection.
You have better some proof to substantiate such a rash claim, my learned friend.
Consider the fact that we have only been aware of Mr. Ashley Graydon's identity for the last few hours. We learnt of it only during the course of the trial today.
Indeed, preparations for his testimony were made with great urgency during our hour-long recess. While the police executed the subpoena and brought the man here from the communication station.
And until that time, Mr. Graydon would have had no idea. No inkling that he would suddenly be required to appear in court.
Are you suggesting until such time as he was summoned?
Yes, my lord. Until then, it's reasonable to assume that he knew nothing of the peephole. It was only once Mr. Graydon was in the stand that he realized his position, that he would have to defend himself against the accusation that he was the third intruder.
You're suggesting to the court that it was while this trial was in progress that he received the information.
Yes, because I pointed it out.
So that he could commit perjury in order to save his skin.
Van Zyke was very upset by perjury. Exactly! And the only person with knowledge of the investigation that he had any contact with is you, Inspector Gregson. This is a bloomin' outrage. I'd go for a kill for a bloomin' onion right now. Why would I be giving away details of our investigation to this fella, eh?
I actually went to Blazing Onion the other day. It was actually very good.
I was summoned to his lordship's chambers during the recess in any case, so you've forgotten about that?
Quite true. I had a number of questions regarding the events that transpired at the pawnbrokery. Which means the first time these two laid eyes on each other was after proceedings resumed following the recess.
Wrong.
Since then, they've been in full view in the stand where such illicit discussions couldn't possibly have occurred.
Oh, I've just remembered something, Runo. What is it, Iris? There was one time before, wasn't there? I think it was when Ginny was testifying. Oh yes, now that you mention it. When the bailiff was dispatched to retrieve McGilden's music box from the scene of the crime. That's it! It was during the testimony. We caught them doing this, and then we immediately moved on without working on it. I remember finding it strange at the time. Yep. Mr. Green and the inspector seem to be having some kind of secret discussion. It would have been possible for you to give Mr. Green the information he needed then. You little toe rag, you're making this all up. I'm a respectable Scotland Yard inspector, for crying out loud. Why would I do something like that? Why would I be giving away confidential details to the likes of this bloke? Admittedly, you wouldn't have had any reason to do something like that for no gain. But perhaps it was part of a deal of some kind. Then it starts to make more sense.
Oh. What deal, counsel?
I wonder if perhaps, in exchange for details about the people at the crime scene, Mr. Graydon agreed to give a certain something to the inspector. Because he's got the second disc. Meow. Meow. Meow.
I'm sure I didn't need to remind the inspector that if found to be true, striking a deal of any kind with a witness will be considered a gross case of malfeasance. I actually don't know what that is.
Malfeasance. It means
Malfeasance.
bad thing. And also, yes, it is a bad thing. That's called the witness tampering. You're not supposed to do that. Well, what?
Objection.
It's becoming clear that jumping in with accusations is this Lebanese student's specialty. But I'm not wrong, Van Zykes. Ayo.
I don't do that.
But with the stakes so high, the prosecution is not prepared to listen to baseless charges. It is incumbent of the defense now to present evidence in support of this diabolical claim.
Evidence.
It has to be like the music box or the disc.
Yeah, I think we'll go with the disc.
Disc is probably the safer bet.
I will still
Just
say
what
it
are
just
you-
in case it's weird.
Yeah,
We're very
Just what
close,
are you-
no, in case you get bobbed out. Sorry, I keep interrupting your line read.
it's fine, it's fine, fine.
Just what are you proposing the inspector demanded of the witness in return? The court must see proof of this alleged deal.
If Inspector Gregson really did strike a deal with Mr. Graydon, then logically, there's only one thing he could have asked for. That must be it. Bruno, do you think it could be? Yes. It's the missing link that would join all the dots together in the puzzle. In case you didn't pick that one up.
I must press you for an answer now, counsel. What evidence explains the nature of this alleged deal that Inspector Grayson made with the witness?
Alright. Now, we still got 4 left. I'll fucking shotgun it.
As soon as we get there, Jesus.
Yeah, I know. We gotta scroll all the way because we've only got 3 slots left. Anyway. No fear.
Take that.
Take that!
Yes.
Oh, we got the music cut and the desk slam. Inspector Gregson. Besides this murder, is it not true that you've been working on another very important case? What are you getting at now, Sunshine? Is it possible that this other top secret case is what's alluded to in this newspaper article here? The classified secrets being leaked overseas from the Ministry of Justice. How to be Nora, could you? I have a brain. Also, we discovered during the course of this trial that the music disc deposited at Windibanks by Magnus McGilded. A special music box designed to play 2 discs at once. It would seem very likely now that encoded on the pair of discs that were in McGilded's possession are the leaked classified secrets. So I put it to you, Inspector, that in order to recover the second of the discs containing those secrets,
Oh, we're talking about the second disc. Okay.
you covertly made a deal with Mr. Graydon in which you exchanged the disc for details of the case. Oh, full slams. You little... Ah! Full theme tilt.
Order! Order! Order!
On the day of the incident, when we met you at Windibanks, you said this. Flashback, back. Oh, it's me, Gregson, in the flashback. I'll be taking whatever it was of McGildred's down to the yard. Thank you very much. So hand it over.
Yeah. No, don't give it to him. It's mine, that is. Mine.
By the way, this is the 3rd time we've done this line. Sorry, miss. But anything belonging to McGildred has to be taken in as evidence now. Because that's the 2nd time we've done that flashback. Scotland Yard already knew at the time, isn't that right? That Magnus McGilded was involved in the stealing of government secrets. My orders were, recover the medium used to convey the secrets leaked from the ministry, and do it on the QT. Strictly hush-hush.
And that explains why, when I presented this disc as evidence to the court, you objected so heavily, I presume.
At least to be fair to Gregson, he was directly ordered to hide it. So it's not like he did it of his own volition. But still, yes. Conspiracy! Calumny.
Not okay, so not
Lies?
corruption, but conspiracy. Because you knew it contained highly confidential information.
Well, I mean, not likely. I mean, I wasn't sure of that myself. I realize there is a possibility, that's all.
Inspector, surely. Surely you're not saying that in order to acquire the second of these music box discs, you did indeed reveal confidential details of the crime scene to the witness. To aid and abet this man in giving false testimony.
There's no other way that Mr. Graydon could have known of the existence of the peephole. It's the only explanation. A deal was struck between these two men. No! Ah! Sorry, when it's both me doing the line reads, I can't do both at once. God damn it, Van Sykes.
If, and I stress if, this sobering assertion turns out to be founded in truth, it would mean that the second disc is, as we speak, in this very courtroom.
Wait, what? In this room? How could you possibly make a claim like that?
Because Inspector Gregson is a Scotland Yard detective.
What? What is that supposed to mean?
As a seasoned policeman, the inspector will have approached this alleged deal with caution. Certainly, he would not have accepted a gentleman's agreement in this manner.
Makes sense.
Yeah. Oh, he would need proof that the second disc is around.
Yeah. And now we just order the bailiff to shake these two guys out.
No, he would have insisted on having the article agreed upon in the palm of his hand. Good gracious! Then you mean to say... Inspector Gregson already has the item in question in his possession. He has the second disc actually on his person.
Yes! The defense demanded the inspector is searched at once. Definitely. They could only have struck a deal with each other when Ginny was testifying before. And Gregsy hasn't moved from the witness stand since. That's kind of why Van Zyk said he couldn't move earlier. My lord, please, order an examination of his personal effects immediately.
Well, Inspector.
He's too calm. He's too fucking calm.
This young... What am I saying?
I'm too in the moment.
This young man wants to tone down his imagination. He's insulted me and my profession quite enough. Or... However, if it will put this matter to bed and dispel any doubts about my involvement, then I'll happily submit to a body search. What?
I don't trust it.
He's going to agree to it?
Nay, I presume you're aware of the precipice on which you now teeter, my learned student friend. You've made a most serious allegation against Scotland Yard here.
Hey, whoa, whoa, whoa. You said he had it on him. Did you turn this back on me?
If, following the search of the inspector's personal effect, no disc is found, you will be deemed unfit for court service. This trial will end, and my country's government will formally demand of yours that you are severely reprimanded.
Holy shit.
That sounds serious.
Man.
Indeed. To have a visiting student make such defamatory remarks about our country's most senior police force.
Hasn't Van Sykes literally been talking shit about my country, calling us fucking black magic magicians and shit?
Also, Axe does raise a good point. I don't know if that's a read ahead to guess, but he did do that weird freak out shake with the Skull Brother that we did not understand at the time. You're just threatening Bruno because you're scared. You're a big bully.
The accusation is beyond serious. You must be prepared for grave consequences.
It's true. I can't imagine Gregson would have accepted a gentleman's agreement for something so critical. The disc must have physically changed hands, which means that the inspector should have it. But somehow, something doesn't feel quite right here.
Guys, I do want to remind you about the backroom gaming stuff.
Yes, the backseater sign is up here.
Very well, counsel, you know the implications, so let me ask you one final time.
Yes, my lord?
Do you still persist in formally requesting a search of the inspector's personal effects?
Search someone else!
We would have brought this up at least when the dialogue appeared. Yes, the defense formally demands the search be conducted.
Well, don't say you weren't warned. But your typical Nipponese stubbornness may well land you in hot water this time. Perhaps the lesson will do you some good.
Fair enough, I've got nothing to hide.
Yeah, he wouldn't have given it back to Ashley, so
I mean, logically, that is the other weird conversation we haven't elaborated on is when Gregson grabbed Nash Skulkin.
yeah, so Nash would be the logical one to go to on this thing, because he is right next to him, too.
Bailiff, conduct a...
Oh. Oh.
The defense demands a search, but not of Inspector Gregson. Sorry, I cracked a little there. It works, though.
It works, though. That was a very weak slap.
What?
Now what's all this? I'm the one you're accusing, aren't I? I thought you wanted to search me. No, Inspector. Not you. Somebody else. What's the meaning of this, eh? Lost it at last, have you, sunshine? God shouldn't have to put up with this nonsense. You're being completely irrational.
Yeah.
No, I'm pretty rational right now, buddy. I have no idea what read this is. Oh, it's Iris. Be quiet, all of you. Bruno's doing what you told him to do and having the courage of his convictions. So you should respect that and listen to what he has to say in good faith. Because that's the British way. Also, the British way is this gun I have. So if you don't listen to him, I will destroy you.
That is very British.
We're going to be very polite, but also back it up with large cannons.
Oh. Bleh. Well said, young lady. Indeed, this court is in awe of the defense's counsel conviction and eagerly awaits his next words.
You what? Now don't be hasty, my lord. If I'm not mistaken about the things I've seen in court today, I'm fairly sure that I know who has the disc at the moment. There's only one person it can be.
Counsel, of whom do you request the search now?
God.
This motherfucker.
Take that!
Of, my lord, Mr. Nash Skulkin.
Well, I never.
Eh?
Blimey!
Me?
Him?
I do love that the brothers double act. I mean, there's a reason these motherfuckers were still here.
It's good. It's so good.
I mean, at this point, I don't think he took the disc voluntarily. I think Gregson stuffed it in his fucking jacket pocket when he grabbed his lapels.
Well, yeah, because they're gonna be doing a case against the brothers later too.
Oh yeah, no, the
So
brothers
they
are
wanna-
already under arrest for breaking and entering and shooting Sholmes. So Gregson came here to escort them in, so he would naturally escort them back out.
Yeah. Restrain the witness and conduct a thorough search of his personal effects.
Also, by the way, shout out to the judge for taking Iris at his word. No complaints here. He's just like, okay, search that guy.
Hold it!
Please, my lord.
Inspector?
Scotland Yard, has to object to this search.
Objection!
Unfortunate for you, Inspector. Your objections carry no weight here.
Notice how you didn't get an objection line, just to hold it. Eh?
In this courtroom, only the prosecution and defense have the authority to object.
But Lord Van Zoix.
I have no idea what forces are in play that might influence your actions. But personally, I have no intention of obstructing the course of this trial.
Arrgh.
Bailiff, carry out the search.
Cool, blimey. Yeah, hold on a moment. I don't know nothing. Nothing about no disc. Cut it out!
Just get fucking, get a running exploder from a bailiff.
I mean, there might be special dialogue if we tried to have the judge or Van... Actually, the judge isn't a character in this. If we tried to have, like, Van Zykes or somebody else searched. The games often do stuff like that, but we're already at 3 hours. I don't know if I want to prolong it just for the gags. There are usually funny extra dialogue here, So if you want to go back and play this game in your own time and hunt for some of them, they do exist, I'm sure.
Yeah, because we are at 3 hours already, and I feel we are mid climax right now.
Yeah. We may actually be able to wrap this up in one go. I don't know how much denouement there's going to be after we get the disc out. We'll see.
Here, my lord, in the witness pocket. I found this.
Disc!
Yes.
Good lord, that's another music box disc.
I don't know nothing about it. Nothing. That is the second music box disc left behind by Magnus McGilded. Is it not, Inspector Gregson? Irish still has her fucking gun out.
Order, order, order! Mr. Skulkin, what have you say for yourself?
Go on, Bennett. I mean, just go on, flaming Bennett. I swear I didn't know nothing about that disc. Honest to God.
Counsel, would you please explain what exactly is going on here? The alleged deal that was struck between this witness and this detective, no?
Without question, my lord.
Then, for pity's sake, why on earth was this man in possession of the disc that the inspector traded for information?
Inspector Gregson is a shrewd, calculating man who rarely loses his composure. But at one particular point in this trial, he exhibited some unusual behavior for a brief moment.
I don't recall. What unusual behavior?
Yeah, caught you, motherfucker. It was... yes, during my cross-ex of Mr. Graydon. Tell me, Mr. Graydon, when you left the pawnbrokery that night, was by any chance with the second disc in your jacket pocket?
Oh, because we mentioned the second disc, he was like,
Yeah.
fuck, I gotta get rid of this thing.
I'd mention nothing of the sort. At that time, he was shabba jibba jibba. While Mr. Graydon answered my question, the inspector appeared to have grabbed Nash Skulkin by his coat and was shaking him violently.
He only had one arm on him, I just realized.
Yeah, I didn't know. I thought me nugget was gonna clean fall off, I did. I was wishing I'd been born as my brother I was. And what exactly happened to make the detective attack you like that? I ain't got no clue. He just suddenly turned and grabbed me. Grabbed me whistle like that and started shaking me. Why, the boys didn't you mention the third gun when we had you down by the station is what you said. Yelled it right in my ear, all he did. Me head's throbbing now. Look. The way the detective behaved then was extremely out of character. But looking back now, it must have been then that he did it. That was the opportunity Inspector Gregson created for himself in order to hide the disc.
Well, bless my wig. He hit it.
It's a great expression. You.
Well, I'm afraid to comprehend the motive here. If the detective had acquired the disc he was after, why on earth would he then proceed to hide it in another man's pocket? As a court of law, he could have submitted the item as evidence.
Yeah, no.
It would appear, my lord, that the inspector was not at liberty to do that.
No, he already said... sorry, mid-yawn. He already said that his higher-ups told him not to talk about the case.
Why ever not? As the man himself revealed earlier, his current assignment has somewhat special conditions.
Oh my god, stop flashbacking stuff that was this to-be-continued break.
I don't think it was even an hour ago.
Yeah, this wasn't even that long ago. We're getting a little patty. I mean, okay, to be fair, you brought up earlier that you were losing the plot a little. This did get very twisty and confusing. It is okay, but still, full-blown flashbacks like this, even for just a couple of lines, is very redundant.
On things on like the exist on the second disc, the cat flapometer, you know, those are details that, like,
yeah. And technically, like, that flashback about Gregson taking the disc, right, that was a previous to-be-continued ago. This is also another thing the Ace Attorney series is known for. This happens a lot. In the climax, they'll flashback to shit that was like 2 hours ago, and you were all there for.
Mhm.
But it's just part of the padding, I guess. Anyway.
Hush, hush. A top secret assignment, is it?
As far as we're aware, the information stolen comes from confidential government communications. It would seem that if the information were to be revealed in court as evidence, it would be problematic. Does that sum up the situation, Inspector?
I'm operating under direct orders from the ministry. I'm afraid I am not at liberty to answer that question.
So, realizing there's a chance you may be searched here in court, you took steps to hide the disc you had acquired from the witness.
Oh, does this mean?
He only pretended to attack Mr. Skulkin in order to get close enough to him to slip the second disc into his pocket.
So it was all a pretense?
Nah. I also don't think we need the double nya reactions game.
Now, Inspector Gregson, and you, Mr. Graydon. Are you prepared to admit the accusations made against you of this alleged deal?
And Graydon's gonna be like, no! Jojo-pose! Meh. He is jojo-posing. Admit to it. Yours truly, please. Mr. Graydon. Clear, our Eastern visitor has an uncommonly active imagination. However, there's no proof that I passed the disc to the inspector.
Objection.
But then, how do you explain the reason why you knew about the people? I'm under no obligation to explain. Incorrect. You are in the stand. You are under oath. What? Yes, I lied in my testimony. That I admit. So sentence me accordingly. But that is all I admit. Murder, leaking government secrets, striking a deal with a detective. All of it is the young Easterman's fancy. I have no idea what any of this is about. You... what? Nani? Ugh. Man, back-to-back desk slams. Well, what about you then, Inspector Gregson? Do you admit to making a deal with Mr. Gray in order to acquire the disc? Nope. Ladies and gents of the jury, as a Scotland Yard inspector, I will declare this and nothing more. I am acting in the best interest of the country. Whatever I've done, it has been in the name of justice. Well, we might not get done with this tonight. They're gonna bamboozle us again. So as members of the public of this fine country, I'd like to think that justice will be your guiding light when you're making your decisions. You... Gregson, you've been gone from being a bro to being a little shit.
This is quite a quandary indeed. Rarely I've encountered such extraordinary tumultuousness. Tumultuous.
I know the word, but that is a lot of use.
Yeah, there's a lot in tumultuousness. I'm not even sure I said that right. I think I slewed that a little. Blah.
Tumultuousness. Yeah, like it's tumultuousness.
Yeah, got it.
Extraordinary tumultuousness in the concluding of a trial.
Not sure why I
It's
said that
wrong.
word. It's very long.
Nevertheless, in the absence of any further evidence to be presented, I believe it is time that we put the matter
my
to the jury
God.
for the final leadings. God damn.
Okay, if there's one final jury summation, we will call the stream. Because we are over 3 hours. But that will mean that next week we will fucking finish this. But maybe not.
Well, now, as a fellow servant of Queen and Country, I must say I sympathize with the old inspector.
Yes, he's a dependable man, I'm quite sure. In service, one becomes a good judge of character.
Lies. Even crossing your eyes doesn't help when it comes to looking at this case. It's all blurred to me.
Well, as a fellow professional, I'd like to put my faith in the detective, really.
Grading is highly skilled operator. Stop. Currently in presence of idol. Stop. Why are you saying this again?
The detective has very much trust in his eyes. More than this, I cannot say. I don't believe it. The 6 jurors are. They're gonna believe Gregson? If they declare their decision now, is Ginny going to be found guilty? No, shit. The appeals process is probably too fucked on this time. Like, what you would normally do in this case, you would be like, the guilty verdict would be in, and then you'd go to appeals and be like, hey, the jury was clearly fucked here. Like, straight up, this is jury tampering. Gregson is just like, hey, honors of the jury, I'm engaged in secret operations for the crown government, and clearly you'll be on my side, right? Mm-hmm. That shouldn't enter into it at all, but anyway. We can't trust that would happen in 1900. If we don't manage to produce some definitive evidence right now, we're gonna lose. You need some proof that Graydon killed Mr. Windibank, or stole those government secrets. Or some evidence to force Gregson into admitting that he struck a deal with the witness.
Can we play both the discs?
Let's see what the judge asks us.
Because if those are government secrets, I'm pretty sure Gregson would not like them being blared out in a fucking courtroom.
Yeah, that might be the angle we want to go on.
I think it's time I imposed on the jurors to declare their final decisions. No. No. That is, unless you have some compelling evidence you have thus not far presented to the courtroom.
If I let the judge call on the jurors to announce their leanings, Gina will be found guilty. So there's no choice then, Runo. You'll have to throw some more evidence at them. This is it now. It all comes down to this. Who do I present evidence against? Gregson or Graydon? Gregson, right? We want to try the disc thing.
Yeah, I want to try. I think he's more
just in case this turn, because there are sometimes the game will go for a. It's rare, but the game will sometimes go for a bad end, and this is the last case of a game. So that would be very long if that turned out to be true. So we'll save here just in case.
Gregson has been freaking out anytime the evidence has come up. So
yeah,
I think he's more liable to crack than Graydon. He's just all like, I didn't fucking do it. Fuck you.
Inspector Gregson. There is one final piece of evidence I would like you to see. If you refuse to acknowledge that you did in fact strike a deal with the witness here today, then you leave us no choice but to examine this piece of evidence thoroughly.
Yes, the music box.
Well, go on. This is my last chance. It looks like I'm going to have to force his hand here. One final piece of evidence to get this detective to admit the deal he clearly struck with Graydon. Unfortunately, we don't have the second disc.
Well, just do the music box, I think.
Take that!
Oh, the music did stop.
Is that Mr. McGilda's peculiar music box, Counsel?
Like, I'm hoping...
With a disc already in place, ready to play. I think perhaps now would be a good time to listen to the sound produced by the music box again. Only this time, he's gonna do it.
Yes!
With the second disc we've just discovered set in place as well.
Oh, shit. Goodness, this disc, Counsel.
The music goes apeshit.
Oh!
No, wait!
Yes.
Oh, I can't let you do that.
Yes!
I can't let you do that, Star Fox.
Yes!
Why not? Because it's got nothing to do with this case. That's why.
Uh-huh.
Not true, Inspector. Eh? The defense has already proposed that the sounds heard by the court earlier from this music box were part of a Morse code message. We know that Morse code comprises of 2 distinct tones. The defense believes the second disc contains the second tone needed to complete the message. And now we have a chance to confirm that theory. For crying out loud, Sunshine, we're talking about state secrets here.
Yes.
If you go letting the whole courtroom hear confidential information like that, it's treason. Then do you admit the charge? That in order to protect those state secrets, you engaged in unlawful dealings with the witness? You're mad. If you let that secret information out into public domain, you'll be making an enemy of the entire British government, you idiot. Already did that.
Objection!
Let's not forget, Inspector, that you, a Scotland Yard officer, leaked confidential case details to a witness. That you continue to lie to the court, and all because, by fair means or foul, you're determined to do your duty. Well, by fair means or foul, I'm prepared to do mine.
Holy shit!
Don't you dare.
Oh, he dares.
I will stop at nothing to protect my client. I don't care who I make an enemy of.
Jesus.
Holy shit, this is good.
It's like, I need some fucking popcorn.
My lord, if you please.
Oh yeah, fucking. He didn't object. He didn't.
No,
fans
no
didn't
objection.
object.
The court must hear the sounds made by that music box. Come on, Van Zox, for Pete's sakes, stop him.
Objection.
The boot.
Inspector, you should have known my methods by now. I'm a prosecutor. I'm no Scotland Yard puppet.
Yes.
In this courtroom, my duty is to the law. So let me propose a toast. To uncovering the truth by fair means or foul.
Yes.
No.
Very well, the defendant stands here, and that of the prosecution has been made very clear, I feel. Holy fucking shit. Therefore, in accordance with the defense request...
Oh yeah, it does stand up. Sick.
The court will now listen to the music box as set in operation once more.
Oh man, look at this fucking scene.
Nice.
This time with the second disc in place and both discs playing simultaneously.
Yeah, no, we're.
All right. I admit it, wherever you want, but for the love of God, shut that bloomin' box up.
Yes.
Got him.
Yes.
Mission accomplished. Iris, get the banner gun. Just shoot a giant mission accomplished banner across that. Let me ask you again then, Inspector Gregson. Did you, or did you not, strike a deal with the witness next to you in the stand, Mr. Ashley Graydon, just so there's no more quibbling?
Specifically, did you furnish the witness with confidential case details in exchange for this music box disc? Did you reveal the existence of the people in the pawnbroker's storeroom door, Inspector?
I did. Ugh. Stop! What are you doing, man? It's all exactly like a young Eastern lawyer said. When the trial resumed after the recess, and we were stood here at the stand together, that's when he approached me with the deal. Shut up, you imbecile! Shut up! Psst, you there. You're the detective who turned up at the pawnbrokery the other day, aren't you? I may have something you're looking for, Inspector, with me at this very moment. So how about a trade? I suggest you accept. Or information that certain individual will make certain individuals uncomfortable will very soon be public indeed. We're here. I couldn't let that information become public knowledge, not under any circumstances. So I accepted the man's proposal and told him the details of the case that should have put him in the clear. The people on the storeroom door, and the bloodstains on the overcoat. Oh, and he was fucking watching when we did the blood test.
Yeah, that's right.
Like a gremlin in the shadows.
Motherfucker.
By giving false testimony, this witness intended to have the defendant wrongly accused of murder. Inspector, you knew that. Yet you still revealed those details to facilitate the witness's perjury. I did. But then it turned out the people had only been made that night after the incident took place. Scotland Yard wasn't aware of that, if I'm perfectly honest. Well, Mr. Graydon, what do you have to say for yourself? There's nothing, and no one left for you to hide behind. You struck a deal with the inspector in order to escape the conviction of a very serious crime, namely this. You are the third intruder who broke into the pawnbrokery that night in question. And you perpetrated the murder of the proprietor, Mr. Pop Windebank. Yeah. You.
Jesus!
Traitor! Die!
Oh shit! Oh, he's got that wild eyes in him.
He made him spill his fish and chips!
Oh shit! Bailiff! Bailiff! Restrain that man! At once!
Bailiff dogpile!
Running exploder.
We got him. We got the breakdown. That's it then. It's all ogre. Please. No, don't you dot me. Don't you dot me. It's all ogre. I told it. We will probably cut it after this for denouement next stream if this is actually the end of the trial, because I'm sure there's going to be a lot of shenanigans next time.
Oh, okay.
But
Probably for
I
the best.
pray to God this is the not guilty.
Oh, this is a fucking,
Graydon, yeah.
yeah.
I despised my life growing up. Those slums are vile places. I was cursed from birth, born into poverty, the son of a penniless artisan. My parents did nothing but quarrel all day long. What little money they had was never spent on me. So I set about studying to better myself, to one day escape from that hellhole.
And you eventually became a communications officer. I admire your determination.
But then you decided to try to sell government secrets? Why? The money, buddy.
It's always about the money.
Isn't it obvious? Because I wanted money. Even now, years later, the nightmares of my life in the slums wake me in the small hours. I wanted to drown them out with more money than anyone who lived in that squalor could ever imagine. Then one day, I met him. Mr. Magnus McGilded. Top of the morning to you. Top of the morning to you, it's me, Mr. McGilded from hell. You're a fiend with queer talent, so you are. I've money to throw your way if you're interested. All ye need do is go along with me little plan now. I was to steal the ministry's telegraphic message logs, and McGilded would buy them for a handsome sum. As I was responsible for inspections of the ministry's communication office, it was a simple enough task.
The lure of the devil's offering. How easy it is to succumb. But you must surely have realized the seriousness of the crime you are committing.
And for that reason, I took great lengths to ensure that my actions were untraceable.
By using the music box.
Yes. My father was a brickmaker, though my mother divorced him when I was still a child. Which, by the way, is saying fucking something for 1900s. Yes, Mr. Mason Milverton. That's right. He was very skilled with his hands. He'd once been a music box maker's apprentice. I imagined his skills would be sufficient to create a machine that could generate Morse code. So I sought out my father again to employ his services. It was the first time I'd seen him since I left the slums 10 years earlier. Ooh, shoot, we're doing one of these scenes. Shit, do you want to be
I'll do it.
Brickmaker Man? Go for it.
Yeah. Look at you, Ashley. What a fine gent you've become, eh?
He was different. He was a different man to the one in my memory. A thin, frail, old man. But poverty had never broken him, never corrupted him like it had me. I was sure that he wouldn't help me if I told him the real reason, so I made up a story. I've got some work for you, father. I need some music box discs made.
Music blast disc, eh?
A musician friend of mine has written some music he wants to sell to the public. I've brought the score with me. There are two, actually.
I'd be delighted, son. It's been 20 years since I did any work like this, though. Fetch my tools. Would you? They're in the loft.
That's how I had him make the 2 discs.
Thereby splitting the information in 2. You are taking considerable precautions indeed.
It was to protect myself as much as anything. It meant that I could deal with McGilded in 2 separate transactions. The first involved the first of the 2 discs and the music box for playing them. I exchanged them with McGilded for 10 guineas. That... Oh, okay, there we go. There's the rub. God, this is some fucking pay-to-win shit, you know, freemium shit. The first hit's $10, but then you gotta pay me 1,000. Then, on receipt of the second disc, he would pay 1,000 guineas. So what happened on the omnibus 2 months ago was the second part of the deal, the exchange of the second disc. Yes. I'd sold the man information that way a number of times already, but it seemed he became reluctant to part with his money.
But that doesn't quite make sense, Mr. Graydon. For why was it that on the omnibus 2 months ago? Your father, Mr. Milverton, was the one dealing with Mr. McGilded and not yourself.
When I received the 1,000 guineas after my first completed dealings with McGilded, I decided to give 200 to my father for his troubles. That's pretty generous.
Ashley's not heartless, just hounded, I guess.
Yeah, he has a big complex about his poverty. It's his fatal flaw. But my father realized something was amiss. In time, he worked out that I must be involved in something dubious. And when he did, he said to me,
Next time there's an exchange, you'll let your old man do it, understand? Otherwise, I won't take your money anymore.
Damn, trying to look out for his boy. And he got shivved for his trouble.
Why are these things so fucking sad?
Well, they made the sad OST track, so they gotta use it. That was my father's way of dealing with it, I suppose. Climb into the omnibus, hand over the second disc, take the money from McGilded. That's it. He had no idea what was actually on the disc I'd asked him to make. He never knew. Just like I'll never know why everything went so horribly wrong that night. All I know is that the disc was taken from him, and he never returned home.
Wait.
Oh shit, new sprite. It was only then that I found out what sort of a monster McGilded really was. So, after 10 years of not once uttering it, I swore on my father's name to exact revenge. Revenge? Hold on, need another glass.
As anyone with even the remotest knowledge of the man will no doubt be able to imagine.
Yeah, I mean, Graydon's clearly a scumbag. He shot Papa Winterbank. He tried to frame Gina. You know, all kinds of bullshit. He's working with the Skulkin brothers, who aren't afraid to shoot a poor defenseless Herlock Sholmes. But he's not unreasonably a bad guy. He's not like, there's not like a Joker memento. Like, he's doing things for a reason. They're just shitty reasons.
Yeah. Like, he has his own trauma, and he's just trying to get past them, and then, you know, someone dangled that devil's fruit in front of him, and he fucking took a bite.
Yeah.
And once you take that first bite, you can't go back.
McGilded brought all his wealth and influence to bear in the most despicable of ways. To crush any semblance of justice in his trial.
Ugh.
The crime scene was tampered with, evidence was fixed, and witnesses were bribed. That trial 2 months ago was a farce from start to finish.
My feet had barely touched British soil back then. You should say that part out loud, Ryunosuke. And I walked into that hornet's nest completely unaware of the sinister background to it all. I'd made plenty of money out of my dealings with McGilded by then, so I spared nothing in my arrangements 2 months ago. I knew exactly who to hire.
Where'd you get your cane?
Yeah, you broke that, didn't you? Bitch, I'm rich. I have spares. Yes. If you're willing to pay the price, there are people in the city willing to do anything you ask. McGilded himself had shown me that. Are you saying that? I think you have the picture now. After he twisted everything in his favor in the courtroom to ensure that he walked free. I took matters into my own hand and delivered the justice that monster deserved.
This has gone way further than I thought it would.
Yes, it was I, Ashley Graydon, using the power of my stand. That tragic accident following the trial here 2 months ago was planned and executed by yours truly. McGilded's death that day was caused by this man. That's pretty fast setup, by the way. I'm pretty sure that the difference between when the murder happened and when McGilded went to trial was like 3 days tops.
Apparently, Ashley knew fucking people.
Everything is ready, sir. If you'd like to follow me into the courtroom.
What's this, officer? 'Tis sooner than I was led to believe.
He bribed a copper.
Yep.
I hope it's not inconvenient, sir. There were some changes to the schedule.
Well, I must be making tracks now. It's time for the inspection. We're going to examine the omnibus again, so I'm told. I asked if I could be present for it myself, even though that was super corrupt back at the time. So that policeman who came to tell McGill that he could examine the omnibus again. That's right, an imposter hired by me.
Oh, it was an imposter. Okay.
McGilded used his wealth to manipulate the trial. He paid people to adulterate the omnibus with all manner of false evidence. He threatened witnesses to lie in their testimony. So I gave the man of his taste of his own medicine. Once the omnibus was doused in paraffin. Ugh, that's bad.
Oh, Jesus.
Paraffin wax? Shit. One of my sham policemen ushered McGilded inside and sent him on a one-way journey to hell. I feel like you should have exclamation pointed that, buddy. Invisible hat. An eye for an eye. That's how I avenged my father's death.
A spine-chilling account indeed. Holy shit.
The problem here is that, and the reason why I still say Graydon is still a bad person, is that he carried out justice in his own way, and then he became just as bad as McGilded. He completely bollocks up this trial and all that stuff, and murdered innocent people just to not get caught with his crime.
Well, you know what they
treason.
say. If you seek revenge, dig 2 graves.
True. Alternatively, since he used an eye for an eye, I believe in Modern Warfare 2, the original one, this quote is attributed to Gandhi. An eye for an eye makes us all blind.
Mm.
But that wasn't the end of it for me. There was one loose end, you see. A loose end. Yes, I should think it's obvious. The second disc, which my father had taken to exchange with McGilded. No, it's your line.
Oh, yes. There was indeed no mention of it in the man's trial 2 months ago. Clearly because it had been removed from the scene of the crime.
When I realized it was missing, I remembered something. Something from the first time I'd dealt with McGilded. I love these intercut scenes. Oh my god. These fucking flashbacks like this.
I like the shadow, the shadow play.
Yeah. I guess this is Graydon quoting him, so I'll use Graydon's voice. This is the first... Actually, no, it is Graydon telling him then at the time. Okay.
Mm.
This is the first of the 2 discs, and the music box you need to play them. Well, look at that now. What an ingenious little invention. So then, as promised, 10 guineas for you, young man. What's this? Winterbank's pawnbrokery? Aye, 'tis a pawnbroker's ticket, so it is. You can use it to redeem the article I've deposited there for you. There's no need to give a name. Just hand over the ticket and tell the fiend the watchword. I've put a jewel in pawn for you. It'll fetch a good 10 guineas to sell it, so it will. McGilled's also good at this. That's a great way to handle this kind of transaction. I've never heard of a pawn... Also, hey, Lucky, you were right. Winterbank was kind of a fence. I've never heard of a pawnbrokery being used in quite that way before. Have you not, Mr. Graydon? London's pawnbrokeries are very useful places, you know. Each one is like an extremely secure vault.
Oh, they just missed me chatting.
Yeah.
Rada.
So I knew that if he'd taken steps to hide the disc, it would be in that pawnbrokery somewhere. And on that night he killed my father, he must have entrusted the ticket to someone. Yes, to Gina. I remember now that when we first met you at Winterbanks that afternoon 2 days ago, you had a description of Miss Lestrade written down. How did you know who you were looking for? From the trial. The pickpocket's testimony was clearly peculiar. Anyone could see that. Is that right, buddy? I realized immediately that she was another one of McGilded's pawns, that he must have threatened her somehow. I was fairly convinced it would be her who had the ticket. So I started to make some inquiries.
I had to think about it.
Good.
If he hadn't committed this crime, I don't think anyone would have found out.
No. Hell, what he should have done, the smart thing, he should have realized that Gina, like him, was fucking broke ass, and just offered her, like, the 10 guineas to get the disc back when she copped it.
No, because, like, yeah, like, even if the police had gotten all of them, yeah, they would have to they wouldn't
have realized the box, right? Because,
yeah.
Did he have the ticket, or was that in McGilded's coat? No matter, he could have, anyway, there were many ways out of this so that would have been a simple business transaction, but I think he got a little too big in his britches.
Yeah, no, he could have got away with the murder and everything if he had just been patient.
Fuck, we weren't even on him for McGilded's murder.
No.
He admitted that himself. We were totally okay with that being fucking supernatural.
God damn.
And he was absolutely right. She did come out of the woodwork right at the deadline. And yes, sure enough, she did. All I needed to do was wait until the girl went to Winterbanks to redeem the articles. But unfortunately, she redeemed only McGilded's overcoat and the one disc that was in its pocket. The all-important music box with the second disc inside it was missing.
Because it had already been forfeited 2 days earlier.
Right, because that was given to Beppo, my McGilded. Was the box, I think. Or did he do the box earlier? Anyway, but I was unaware of that fact. Had I not been, I could have avoided my nighttime excursion. Meanwhile, as our investigation into the stolen government secrets was progressing, we picked up on the fact that McGilded was involved. Inspector, you've recovered fast. My orders were to recover the stolen information as quickly as possible. So we started gathering the fellow's possessions and examining everything we could lay our hands on. We had a full-scale investigation going on in the yard, but we had to keep it as quiet as we could. And then, when the inspector here took the disc from me in the pawnbrokery that day, I became nervous. I was sure the music box and the second disc were still there in the shop somewhere. So I knew it was a race against time. I had to find those articles before the police did. You still, by the way, probably could have solved it with just money. You waited until we left and the police left. You come back. You go to Winterbank. You're like, I'm buying this. Bye. No, I skipped that line. Sorry. Hold on. It's pretty self-explanatory, but...
Yeah, like...
Lord Drift. So that's what prompted you to break into the place that same night with the help of your old friends, the Skulkin brothers. What happened that night in the pawnbrokery, I can only describe as a nightmare. While Nash and Ringos were searching the counter, I had located the music box I'd sold to McGilded on the shelves of the forfeited articles.
And the second disc was inside.
Yes. I slipped it into my pocket with a very deep sigh of relief. But then, something entirely unexpected happened.
What are you doing in my shop?
Bang! Damn, he didn't even wrestle first. He came out swinging, shooting. What a baller. It's a pity he only had one fucking bullet loaded, you idiot. You goofus. You absolute buffoon. A gunshot rang out in the shop and I felt a sharp pain in my left arm.
No, X, I think he would have gone away with it because we probably would be able to figure out it would be Morse code and it was probably tied up with some telegram service, but we wouldn't know who made the music box discs because the person who made them would be dead and it was someone who was living in poverty, so they probably wouldn't necessarily connect the two.
Yeah. I mean, I'm sure that if Herlock Sholmes worked on this, he could solve it, but he would be working on it from an investigatory angle, and he would probably, like, figure out who the fuck Egbert Benedict was, and, like that would have involved, like, trailing Ashley Graydon around town to his office, etc., and, like, proving a lot of shit that we didn't. God, we've been going so long, my battery level is low.
But, like, regular-ass Scotland Yard investigation? Never.
No, it was because so many involved parties were dead. I think the only way it would have gotten back is if to Scotland Yard anyway, is if one of the fake bailiffs talked about it. But they wouldn't, because that would be self-incriminating. Like, I think this is why the Skulkin brothers held out for so long with their lie, because they were already caught doing a crime and they could admit to doing a crime, but that would be lesser than involving themselves in a murder. And that once they realized, oh shit, we're involved in state secrets, that's when we gotta talk about it. Fuck, I forgot.
Fired is done, and the bullet pierced your limb.
Yes, exactly. But unfortunately, I decided to bring my own gun with me that night, just in case. Oh, did you get heated in the moment? Bang! Before I knew what was happening, I'd fired back. The man had already turned to flee. I hadn't intended to fire in his direction, much less kill him. But unfortunately for both of us, the bullet hit home. Yeah, so Graydon's real problem is just he's got a poor temperament.
Yeah.
I struck him in the middle of his back as he fled through the storeroom door for refuge.
A sorry, sorry tale.
Ain't that the truth, Your Honor? It all took place in the blink of an eye. I don't imagine Nash and Ringo even realized what had happened at first. I was terrified, so I fled. And that's the whole story. That's everything that happened at Winterbanks that wretched night.
White out.
Fade to white.
Hmm.
Oh, it's automatically fading. Okay.
God damn.
He's even kind of jojo-posing when he's sad, damn it. Look at his shoulders and his sassy legs.
Mm-hmm.
Earlier, you called Mr. McGilded a monster. A man who used his wealth and influence to distort the fact. Oh, and escape justice for the crime
Yeah, I
of
think
murder.
Mensex is going to do the thing.
Yeah.
Kettle black. What tragic irony. For what you have done is exactly the same.
Yes.
You've become the very monster you saw and despised so deeply in McGilded.
Yes, I think I have. Anyway, jury.
Well, this has been a long and exhausting trial. It seems that happens whenever you're involved, Mr. Naruhodo. However, it would seem that at last, fucking finally, we have arrived at the truth.
Hey, Your Honor, don't blame me, man. If I could get more than one case every 3 months.
Inspector Grexit, what's of Mr. Ashley Graydon?
He's been restrained, my lord, and is being escorted to the yard. He'll be charged with the murder of Mr. Winterbank and the stealing of government secrets.
Very good. And you, Inspector. Regrettably, you'll have to face charges yourself. Charges for everybody.
Oh, I'm sure he'll get out of it because, you know.
Yes, my lord. Of course.
Why did I say that?
Because we've been going for 4 hours. That's why you said that. Yes, my lord, of course.
It transpires that you were complicit in helping a criminal escape justice. That fact remains whether or not you are doing so in the line of duty. The crime is a serious one, Inspector, and inexcusable. Now, to the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade.
Oh, yeah.
It is time for the final adjudication. Is the jury ready, Mr. Foreman? Yes, sir. Get up, squad, stand by, sir. This is really it now. The last push, the final call, the finishing whistle. My men are ready to deliver their verdicts.
It better be not guilty, you motherfucker, or I swear to God, I am coming up there.
Thank you, Mr. Foreman. Very well, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. You will now declare your final decisions to the court, and so help me Jove, I will end you.
Not guilty.
Not guilty. Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
At least this one makes sense this time. Cool, scales of justice have spoken for the last time.
That's the stuff. I'm off the hook. So cocky all of a sudden, aren't you, Gina?
Finally, Bruno, you managed to do it. Don't you finally be, Iris? Finally is the word. I really wasn't sure if we'd come out on top for a while there. Susie was right. You're the best lawyer in the world. I don't know about that one, but I'll take it.
Miss Lestrade, I'm not finished with you yet.
Eh? What? Why are you looking at me like that for?
Before you start enjoying your freedom, there are certain other crimes you consider,
Eh?
2 months ago, in my courtroom no less, you gave false testimony, did you not? And in relation to the trial today, not only did you unlawfully enter Mr. Winterbank's pawnbrokery, you also attempted to abscond with Mr. McGilda's property, it seems.
Eh? I know. God damn it. I never done nothing of the sort.
Of course not. It's not like you were gleefully wearing McGilden's coat in your cell yesterday or anything. Hey, she had the ticket and the word, okay? Oh, and just when I was getting excited about throwing a party for Ginny this evening.
I turn our attention to the defense. Determining that, when played together, the music box disc containing a message in Morse code was... well, it was certainly a most expected revelation, counsel.
He's got his third cup.
Quite so, my lord. The prosecution was caught entirely off guard.
That's why I didn't object.
In fact, I think we should applaud my learned Fred courage here today. I propose a toast.
To toast. I love toast.
To demanding the government's secrets be decimated before the entire courtroom.
Very sorry about that. It was the only way I could to get Inspector Gregson to admit what he'd done, so... If I may say something on that point, isn't that... Oh, interesting. It's music.
Oh, are they nonsense? It's, about the sounds produced by the music box before. I do wonder if that was really Morse code at all.
What? What are you saying, madam?
Oh, well, it's just that I'm really rather fanatical when it comes to Morse code, you see? So much that the whole new world seems to be covered in dots and dashes to me, in fact.
Goodness, madam, an unhealthy level of obsession, one feels.
But I must say that, in my opinion, the sounds produced by those two discs were nothing more than that. I mean, at least it is of two different tones.
What? What? Nani? Can that really be? It wasn't Morse code after all? Shit. My lord, the defense would like to listen to the music box again. Are you off your nut? How much more do I have to tell you? It was just contained ministerial secrets, sunshine.
This courtroom is not an appropriate forum to discuss the nature of government communications. This is true? We know McGilda conspired to trade national secrets with our enemies, secrets acquired from Mr. Graydon. Now that the man is admitted to his crimes, we have no need to pursue the matter further.
I bet Graydon was a code breaker. He might have put the Morse code in code. Double code that shit.
But it's really going to bother me.
It's Iris is suspiciously quiet.
Miss Lestrade.
Yeah, Milo?
That which we have seen today in this courtroom has been extremely disturbing. Falsified evidence, intimidation, perjury, a grim catalog of depravity.
Oh, he just put his cup down with the thing out there.
An appalling experience to befall any child. Come on, that ain't nothing I don't see most days in back slums. I beg your pardon. If you're weak, you pay for it. That's just how life goes.
Gina.
But look, I reckon I've worked something out today. The world ain't fair, but if you want it to change, you've got to start at home. You've got to change how you are yourself. Well, that's a very laudable lesson, I would say. I eagerly look forward to the born-again Miss Lestrade never gracing my courtroom with her parent presence again.
Ah, so you're not going to charge her for the perjury, Your Honor.
No, she's gonna purge him. He's gonna be charged. I feel it. Now, with regard to the murder of Mr. Pop Winterbank, proprietor of a I guess maybe not. Pawnbrokery business on Baker Street, I hereby declare the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade,
Say it with me now. Not guilty.
Guilty.
Fireworks! Confetti! I forgot the order. It's confetti, then fireworks. Those people on the upper deck are fucking destroyed. Oh no, she's got a gun!
Amaya.
Iris, why does the smoke gun shoot fireworks? When did that happen?
That is all. Court is adjourned.
I'm not saying
get
nothing,
that gun
Bruno.
from her.
Nope, that's mine. Shit. Now she's got 2 guns! Oh, interesting.
Oh shit. Time to drink. This shit was bullshit.
He's hitting his 4th one in a row.
Oh. On a personal note, I must say you've surprised me, my Far Eastern friend.
Ah. Oh. Good old humility.
Despite being in a Nipponese, you saw through the pretense to the malice that festered within that Englishman. And at that same time, saw through the grime to the surprising heart of your English client. You have a curious talent for judging character, especially considering our very different cultures.
I don't think there's anything curious about it.
Bleh.
Whether from the Empire of Great Britain or the Empire of Japan. We're all human beings. We're not so very different on the inside.
Bleh. You know, I took this case for one very simple reason. To lock swords with you once again here in the courtroom.
He is just taking cases to fuck with us.
Jesus!
You did?
When I encountered you for the first time 2 months ago, it reminded me of toasting friendships and trust with another Nipponese, only to find my trust betrayed. Oh, is that why he had such a fucking bone to pick?
Personal
Betrayal.
stories.
Background. Through you, I hope to look into the eyes of the man I once knew and try to understand.
You mentioned something similar earlier today about total betrayal at the hands of the Japanese. What happened exactly?
Bleh. Well, you may ask. And one day, when the time comes, you will learn the answer. Whether you like. Okay, I feel like we're okay.
This is the game 2 setup.
This really is. Jesus fuck, what? I feel like we're getting into like deeper government secrets now.
All right, I'll wait for that day if I must.
Now,
He
throw
does
the
actually
glass
have a
at
drinking
Bruno.
animation.
Coming to be known as the Reaper of the Bailey, and my retirement from service 5 years ago. It gives me cause to wonder if our meeting has some deeper purpose.
Some sort of meta plot going 2 games long.
So,
Farewell, my learned Nipponese fellow. Until we meet again. Give me a quick. Oh. I was hoping for a cloak swoosh.
No, though he did put his cloak back on.
Mm-hmm. 17th of April, 5:24 p.m. The Old Bailey, defendant's antechamber.
5:24 p.m. Damn. It really did take a long time. It's done. It's over at last. Honestly, I'm pretty sure we can probably just cruise control the rest of this. We haven't hit 420 yet. We'll see how long it takes us.
Hopefully it won't take that long.
But where's Iris disappeared to? Ah. Congratulations, Gina. I knew it all along. I knew that you were innocent, that I would win, everything would be fine.
Well, you did what you said, Miss Naruto. You believed in me right up to the end. You know what is your name?
My name is Japanese. Also, what's odd about it? I told you I had faith in you, didn't I?
No one ever has before, see? Kept the promise, I mean, properly.
That's awful. Terrible.
I figured something out today. All my life, growing up in the slums, I never trusted no one.
I knew that already.
But that's just because I've been scared of being stabbed in the back.
I also kind of figured that one out.
I mean, the more you trust someone, the more it hurts when they let you down.
Have we invented the hedgehog's dilemma yet?
What is the hedgehog's dilemma?
I don't remember the exact thing. But the idea is basically hedgehogs are covered in quills, right? So it's hard for them to get closer to each other because the closer they get, the more likely they are to stab each other with their quills.
Oh.
I think it's mostly a literary metaphor because I'm sure that hedgehogs have an actual way to like interact with each other for, reasons. I mostly remember the hedgehog's dilemma as a thing brought up in Evangelion, actually. Because, all the pilots are horribly... Actually, no, everybody in Evangelion is a horribly, emotionally destroyed person.
Yeah, and I think it was, I just typed in Hedgehog's Dilemma, I see Evangelion episode 2.
Yeah. It's brought up very early and is a recurring theme. Yes, I think I can understand that. After all, I had a taste of that in a trial 2 months ago. I chose to trust someone and paid for it. That betrayal left a big scar. I wasn't even over it until, halfway through the 4th case. Though, Gina, I worked something out quite recently, too. Trusting in someone else is really an exercise in learning to trust yourself. And when your gut tells you it's the right thing to do and your trust is rewarded, there's no better feeling in the world. I think I have you to thank for reminding me of that valuable lesson.
Well, if you say so. Don't make a fat lot of sense to me, though.
I'm trying to say that putting my faith in you, Gina, has been a real pleasure.
Crying out loud, pack it in. But I suppose I sort of feel the same way.
Also, Gina, now that we're friends, I have to tell you the honest opinion. I don't care if it's bloodstained. You need the coat back. It really ties the whole ensemble together.
I mean, sometimes trusting someone else is, alright.
Thanks.
Whoa.
Having a sudden flashback. This is the way I see it, Ryunosuke. I'm a ghost now. A defense lawyer is only as good as his faith in his client. And that comes down to how much faith he has in himself. Did you catch that? After this experience, I'm starting to feel like I understand what you meant. Kazuma, am I living up to your expectations? Am I turning out to be the lawyer you believed I could be? No idea who this is.
Let's keep going.
Sholmes?
Shock.
Bailiff? Nope, it's the yeah, it's the Sholmes bailiff!
Sholmes!
I was double right! What the deuce does a man have to do to be noticed around here, my dear fellow? The other bailiff is just like, what the fuck? That voice! It's too late for that voice now, Mr. Naruhodo. I've been standing here patiently in the corner of this room for an eternity. Yes, it was me all along. I would have said when you finally noticed me. People with your incessant babbling.
Oh, Mr. Sholmes.
Yes, it was me all along. You see? Just like that, yes. Quick change. I'd assume you'd been taken back to the hospital, to be honest. Indeed I was, but I managed to escape again. No hospital can hold me, Herlock Sholmes. Yes. I happen to be aware of one or two foibles of the doctor who was tending me. I merely made my knowledge of them known to the man, and he happily issued me with a leave of absence.
Blackmail.
How very above board. What enough of my adventures? And as a fine victory, Mr. Naruhodo. Your tireless efforts justly rewarded, I feel. Congratulations are in order. As a close friend, I tip my hat at you. Oh,
We're friends now. Yay.
thank you.
Oh, she does just go down. Some good red detective you are. Great at being cold as ice, maybe.
Have I irked you in some way, Miss Lestrade?
Why you been having it snoozing your knife soft bed? Some of us have been fighting for our lives.
Ah, well, that bullet did cause me to lose a substantial amount of blood, it is true. So I have indeed been feeling somewhat cold. Not perhaps as cold as ice, but, well, have a feel, Mr. Naruhodo. It's just throttling him. Could you take your hands off my neck, please, Mr. Sholmes? And, in some way, I suppose, congratulations are in order for you too, Miss Lestrade.
What's that supposed to mean? Why so half-hearted?
Well, naturally, it isn't my intention to alarm you, but an acquittal in a trial with that particular prosecutor is perhaps a little precarious. Well done, Mr. Sholmes. Not alarming in the slightest.
Oh, the Reaper, you mean? Because anyone who's found not guilty in a trial he was woken up winds up dead anyway. Is that it?
The very point I was trying to make. Yes, thank you. As exemplified by the fate of Mr. McGilded, in fact. Ah, but of course, I pay no attention to such irrational drivel myself. Don't know why I brought it up, really.
Yeah, well, it don't bother me.
Oh, really?
Of course not. The way I see it, the Reaper's a bit like him upstairs.
Him upstairs? You mean like G-O-D?
God. Yeah, him upstairs knows what, right? He knows what people like on the inside. He don't have gotten the wrong end of the stick. There's some cows like that bog trotter what are rotten to the core. At the end of the day, him upstairs makes sure they get what they deserve.
I suppose that's one way of looking at it. Divine justice is one thing, though. The Reaper taking matters into his own hand and claiming lives is another.
Well, I ain't like that McGilded of the world, so I ain't scared. I got principles, see?
A trait in you which is to be admired, Miss Lestrade.
Oi, let's give it a rest, alright.
As I was saying, congratulations are in order. The news of your acquittal was very welcome news to me indeed. Let me express my heartfelt congratulations, Gina.
Well,
There you are, Hurley. How long have you been there? Honestly.
I just want to imagine that Iris just straight up shot him. Just.
Yeah, I just shot him with the smoke gun. Honestly, I went to the main entrance especially to meet you there. Ah, Iris, my dear. Yes, I do apologize. Yes, sorry. But, wait until I tell you what happened. This pair made utter fools of themselves. What happened? As you know, I have a penchant for disguises. I was hiding in this room dressed as a bailiff. But these dolts didn't notice my presence at all. Ah, they had no idea. Can you imagine, Iris? Would you credit it? I'm not sure, really. I beg your pardon. I'm sorry, Hurley, but you just don't have the weighty presence you seem to think you have.
ooh.
In fact, you really ought to be careful about that. It's going to land you in trouble one day. Dead. I'll be careful. Ouch. It is true, he does have a weird way of popping up when you least expect him. Anyway, it's such a shame. Sorry, that wasn't in Iris's voice at all. Anyway, it's such a shame. I was so hoping to throw a party for Ginny tonight, but you'll be able to come, will you?
Don't look like I'm gonna be going nowhere for a while. Yo, the judge, Patter, I got stuff to make offense for, apparently. All of them offenses. What was it again? Breaking and entering, taking the bulk, trying to stomp what was in his lug, blah, blah, blah.
Yes, I think they'll find that basically being a pickpocket is the main offense.
Well, driving ain't an offense. It's a job, ain't it?
I don't think so. Also, careful with that coin. I have PTSD still.
Still, it has me thinking and all this. Maybe I should start looking for another line of work. I mean, you didn't start off as a lawyer, did you, Odo?
Well, no, but I was never a pickpocket. I was a literature student, I think, previously.
Anyway, I reckon I can make a change. I want to do something for all of them lot like me from the slums. Something that makes a difference for them.
That's a wonderful idea, Ginny. I'm sure you can do it. What is it? Oh, she's doing her teary thing again.
Nothing.
Miss Gina Lestrade. The prison carriage has arrived, ma'am. Come with me to the rear gate at once.
At least he said ma'am and didn't call her like a filthy little cretin or something. Right. Well, looks like I'm off then.
I mean, I have to hope the bailiff, who's been standing here the whole time, would at least know to be polite, because we're having this whole heartfelt conversation.
Mm-hmm.
And also,
I mean, he did say ma'am.
Iris came back, and he fucking knows she's armed. She brandishes that thing everywhere.
Breaking and entering. Well, she's not being charged with perjury, it seems like.
Yes, goodbye, Gina, and good luck. Yeah, I think the main thing is just that she's a proven pickpocket. We'll see
breaking,
what they do.
entering, and thieving. So what? That's what? Maybe a couple years, 3, like.
Tops, but also probably not even that.
Okay. Odo.
Yes. No. One fear. One fear. Ah! What was that for?
I don't know. I mean,
Fucking tsunderes, man. God damn it. First with the fucking Susato takedown. Now the fucking smoke grenades.
I don't know what to say, so.
Ah, indeed. Perhaps the situation calls for a phrase hitherto missing from your vocabulary, Miss Lestrade.
Oh. Eh?
On occasions such as this, I would recommend a simple thank you.
Oh.
Oh, yes. It's good advice, Ginny.
Right. I see. Well.
Hat off, Sprite. Rare.
But. Thanks. Odo.
It hurt!
Ah!
Thank you for everything what you've done. For believing in me.
Ah, my heart.
Oh.
Not at all. In fact, that should be my line. Thank you, Gina. Thanks all around. All right, high fives and butt pats. Just you and me, Sholmes.
Boys Club.
Well, there she goes. I wonder if I'll ever see her again. Well, well, quite the indomitable pickpass. Oh, I nearly forgot. I bought a paper outside. Whoops, that was history.
Does it actually say the thing?
It's a special edition with this trial all over the front page. Pickpocket's innocence proven. Isn't it wonderful? You should have shown it to Gina, Iris. She would have been thrilled. Oh no, How silly of me. But anyway, would you like the good news or the bad news? Oh, not again. Well, what do you say, Bruno? Hurley? As usual, I think I'd rather get the bad news out of the way first. Absolutely not! I have no intention of listening to anything but good news. And there you have it. How people answer that question says a lot about them, doesn't it? Let's not go there. Alrighty
I'm
then.
out of characters.
Maybe let's start with the good news this time. The rain has finally stopped. It was a record level of rainfall, apparently. Well, not as good as indeed. We can journey back in greater comfort. Alright then, what's the bad news? The huge storm has left the seas very choppy. The channel in particular is awful, so sailings out of Dover have been delayed by a day or more. Wait, Dover? That's right. If we head to the station immediately, we may still make it in time to wave Susie off. But there won't be a train, surely? We couldn't be that lucky. Who do you think that I am, Mr. Nanahogo? Mr. Sholmes? I rushed to Victoria Station earlier and made arrangements for a special express. If we hurry now, we shall be there in time for dinner. And I know of a fine restaurant that serves the most delicious baked sole. The great detective does it again. Indeed he does. I happen to be aware of the number of the rail transport director's foibles. What? I merely made my knowledge of them known to the man, and he happily laid on the locomotive. Elementary!
Blackmail, the greatest power of them all.
Just an idea, but it might be wise to stop manipulating people that way. What are we waiting for, then? To London Victoria Station!
Away! Honestly, we might as well just push through.
Yeah, we might as well just keep going. I'm pretty sure this is the conclusity.
18th of April, 5:32 a.m. Oh my God, we really went for it. That's literally 12 hours later.
Yeah.
Port of the Dover, quayside. Excuse me.
That took somewhat longer than I had anticipated. Susie's boat must be about to leave now. Miss Susato, where are you? There she is. Over there, look! Looks like she's reading something. Hold it! Miss Susato, wait! What are you doing? Don't throw that piece of evidence!
Oh, Mr. Naruhodo, what are you doing here?
Yeah, I wasn't going to say nothing when you said I don't have any more lines, but I'm like, I think you do. We came as soon as we could after the trial. I mean, we heard that sailings were being delayed due to the bad weather, you see.
I see. Then tell me, how did Gina's trial go?
It went well. She was acquitted of murder.
That's a very gentle face. That's wonderful. Really wonderful news. Oh, we can explain the manuscript and shit.
The book you were about to
forgot
throw
about
into the
that.
sea. It was your Encyclopedia of British Law, wasn't it?
Oh dear. I was hoping you hadn't seen that.
Nothing escapes my keen eyes, Miss Susato.
I'm not worthy of practicing law in any way now. So, I was saying my final farewell.
Miss Susato, who hasn't tampered with a couple crime scenes, you know? Did you remember how I got introduced to this game? I picked up a gun on the floor of a crime scene. You were saying goodbye to the law? You, Susato-san? Would I be correct in assuming it's because of the people, Miss Susato?
I deliberately altered the scene of a crime, and then I tried to hide the fact. What I did is utterly unforgivable.
That reminds me. How did you even come to have this, Susie?
On the evening of the incident, Mr. Sholmes had invited Gina to dinner, if you remember.
Did you pickpocket the cat flapper-mat? Oh yes, we had a wonderful time.
Well, Gina gave us a little introductory lesson, didn't she?
She did.
To the art of pickpocketing, I mean.
Oh, that was so much fun. I stole Runa's armband. Yes, please don't do that again, Iris. That band's very important to me. I need it. Well, if it's so important, you should pay more attention to it. You didn't notice for ages.
On a whim, I thought it'd be fun to see if I could take the cat flapper mat, so I put it up my sleeve.
She does have very big sleeves in that kimono.
That's how kimonos be.
Really?
And then I rather forgot about it, until I found myself in Mr. Winterbeck's shop with it later that night.
I see.
And then,
Bang.
ah! Mr. Sholmes! Mr. Sholmes!
Leave me, Mr. Naruhodo! Right. Notice how I didn't say, leave me, Mr. Sato.
After Naruhodo... After Mr. Naruhodo had left the shop, I started to think. That door started to play on my mind.
The storeroom door, you mean?
Yes. If Gina was anywhere in the shop, I realized it could only be behind that door. And at that moment, the little device I had up my sleeve sprang to mind. I was so worried about Gina, I simply had to know.
So you used the cat flapper mat to make the peephole in the door. As captured in a photographic print of the shop. By one of Hurley's red-handed recorders. Indeed, it was of the first importance, that point, yes. Precisely when the peephole was made, that information would prove to be Mr. Naruhodo's greatest weapon. Though, naturally, without proof, it would have amounted to nothing.
But when I looked through the hole in the door,
Blarg.
the sight that met my eyes made my blood run cold.
There were a couple of red herrings. In this case, I'm just realizing. Like, we never even... Because we got the blood portfolio dismissed, the fact that we took a blood sample portfolio of Windabank, other than for our own edification with Gina, right? That didn't come up at all.
Well, I think it's good in letting us draw our own conclusions on such
Yeah.
things.
But
we didn't
I feel like
actually,
we had a lot of... We still have this court record. It's still full of three pages long. What, right? Oh,
Did we
actually, no,
even
we've
use-
lost some stuff. Interesting.
Oh, the music box and the disc is gone because
Makes
you know,
sense. They
state
took it.
secrets.
Yeah. But we still got a lot of crap in our pockets.
Like the manuscript. Like, did we ever
Yeah.
use that?
No, I don't think that has come up yet.
Thoughts started to run through my mind. I remembered that the trial 2 months earlier,
The trial of Magnus
the
the
trial,
Gilded.
I thought about how he had manipulated the evidence and arranged false testimony to secure his freedom. It made the British justice system feel very dark and sinister to me. And then, a terrible thought occurred to me. What if some wicked criminal was planning to do the same thing now?
Ah.
Because from the appearance of the crime scene, it looked exactly as though Gina had shot Mr. Windabank.
Well, not exactly, because we never did address the problem of the body positioning. But anyway.
That's fine.
Even though I was sure she would never have done such a thing.
You were worried that the true culprit would try and frame her for the crime?
That's right. But then I realized. It'd be very difficult for anyone to get false testimony in this case.
What do you mean?
Well, the crime appeared to have happened behind the door of a locked room. For someone to have claimed falsely to have witnessed it, there would have to be a way to see beyond the door.
Ah,
Wow. She really did. She really was playing 4D chess.
for which a peephole would be the very thing.
Only the people I made wasn't actually there until after the crime had been committed, of course.
Ooh, I'm running out of gas.
And the criminal would know that, so it wouldn't make any difference.
At least Susato is soft-spoken.
Mhm.
But the possibility of a rather ingenious trap was there, was it not? A trap? Is that why she did it? So, is this why you kept it a secret, Susie? You never mentioned that you made a peephole to anyone, not even to the police.
I know. And I knew at the time what I was doing was wrong. A criminal offense, even. That's why I decided to confide in Mr. Sholmes.
Van Sykes just rises out of the fucking ocean. Did somebody say crimes?
If Mr. Naruhodo was completely backed into a corner, with no other possible means of escape, the truth about the peephole could save him. That was my plan.
She really does think of everything. But why didn't you just tell me everything before the trial began? My dear fellow, you're not thinking straight. If she had done that, it would have rendered you complicit in the whole escapade. Ah. You could have been disbarred had you been seen to have knowingly tampered with a crime scene. So Mrs. Susato decided to burden the shoulder the burden of responsibility alone. It's 5:30 in the morning, man. For your sake, and Miss Lestrade's. Also, if we fuck anything up, remember, canonically, it's 5:30 in the morning. Miss Susato.
The truth is, when it happened, I did it because I lost a little of my faith in the law.
Oh.
I was worried that the right person wouldn't be convicted of the crime.
Oops,
The
sorry,
moment
I
I
accidentally hit X.
That's fine.
Let's see here. I was worried that the right person wouldn't be convicted of the crime. But the moment I allowed myself to think that is the moment I lost my right to call myself a judicial assistant.
What you did isn't comparable to what he did. Graydon is the one who lied in the witness stand, using the peephole in a way to implicate Gina. And besides, if the peephole inconsistency hadn't existed, I'm not at all sure that she would have been acquitted in the end. Miss Susato, what you did saved Gina's life.
Well, with your kind words, Mr. Naruhodo, you saved me too from my regrets.
Damn,
Now Susato take you down into the ocean.
I'm good. Well, we must all be thankful for that Mr. Strahd's freedom has been assured. Yes, exactly. Although some of the loose ends in that trial will continue to play on my mind, I'm sure.
The revelation that the music boxes contain secret messages, Mr. Naruhodo. What a triumph to work that out. I'm full of admiration.
I have a feeling that Mrs. Susato doesn't want to talk about weird loose ends.
Well, actually, that argument wasn't quite as compelling as I thought it was.
Oh, it wasn't.
Yeah, there was a communications officer amongst the jury members you see, a telegraph operator. It's really weird and coincidental. Anyway, she said that the majority of the sounds in the disc were just meaningless tones. As one would expect, after all, we are talking about secret government communications. No doubt they were written in a cipher to avoid being really understood should they have been intercepted. In cipher? I see. So then we could never have hoped to understand the message anyway. Nonsense, my dear fellow! It's quite a zero-pipe problem, I assure you. What? Everybody's just like, what?
What?
So? Yeah, it was so.
Asogi?
What? Well, that can't be a real word, can it? How funny.
Wait, Iris, what did you just say?
Oh, I just said asogi. Does that word mean something to you? Mean something? Asogi. That was the name of my best friend. Ooh, the fucking getting the jams on.
But how? How'd you know that name, Iris?
I wrote it down during the trial before, when the message was playing on the music box. She transcribed it on the fly. She really is a genius. Wait. So is the message in Japanese?
Well, let's find out.
I thought the message probably wouldn't be written out in plain Morse code, so I tried various ways to interpret it. But whenever I tried, the words just didn't seem to make any sense. That is, in English at least.
Oh,
Oh, it was just in Japanese.
It suddenly occurred to me, you see. There's more than one Morse code, not just the English variety. Various countries around the world have altered and added to Morse code to use it in their own languages. I don't believe it. Are you saying? That's right. I've only actually seen a chart of Japanese Morse code once before, but I think it's based on the Iroha pangram, isn't it? And you mean to say that in Japanese Morse code, the message says asogi? Yes, I think so. Sorry, but I don't remember all of the Japanese Morse code.
so would you let me see that?
Susato, do you speak Japanese Morse code? Miss Susato, do you know it? Do you know Japanese Morse code?
Yes. I spent some time studying it.
What
I mean, it
haven't
would
you
be
studied?
useful.
Yes.
Because I'm quite sure Morse code will become ever more important for international communications.
Well, at least for the next 40 years or so.
Then, might I recommend, my Adam, that you focus your efforts on the English version.
Be that as it may, Irish, show me the message, please.
Of course. The message. Many dots, many dashes.
But what can this possibly mean?
Almost started reading your line. Whatever is in that long sequence of supposedly meaningless dots and dashes, it's made the color drain from Susato-san's face. Also, some dudes were killed over this.
Yeah.
There's no doubt that this message is written in Japanese Morse code.
So the British Empire has been using Japanese for its secret communications?
Oh, and they're talking shit about us all the time, you motherfuckers.
I don't understand the reason why, but the message will be a list of 4 people's names.
4 names?
The first is Kei Asogi.
Kazuma Asogi. Why? Why was his name on that disc?
The second is A Shin.
Alright, that one doesn't read any. Shin? I don't recognize that name.
The third is T Guregusen.
Oh, that's a
Gregson?
Gregson.
Ah, it would seem Tobias Gregson is the third man on that list. And what's his name doing in a secret government communication as well?
And the last name,
What's the matter, Miss Susato?
it's just so strange. So unexpected.
Oh, what is it, Susie? Don't keep us in suspense.
The last name is J. Wilson.
I got a sneaking suspicion about that. What? Wilson? John H. Wilson? You mean Daddy?
Does this have something to do with the manuscript?
It says only... That's your line. Fuck, I did do it that time.
It says only J. Wilson, so I'm afraid I can't be sure.
Well, also, A. Shin... We don't know... who... Guys, I just had a terrible pun thought. Because this is Ace Attorney. A. Shin. Asha Shin. That would be a little too on the nose, but that is Ace Attorney. We've not met a character who's named, like, Asa Shin or something, but it just came to me. A Shin.
A. Shin.
It also could just be a transliteration, because obviously Gregson was rendered as Greguson. No, I skipped that line. But anyway, she was just talking about Jay Wilson.
Then, after the 4 names, it reads, if I translate from Japanese, that is all 4. And that's the end of the message, or rather, the end of what you noted down, Iris.
The game is not going to let me ask this question because I'm sure it would have been transliterated, and it would have just been stated in the Japanese originally. But I have to ask you, which 4 was it, Susato? Is it the 4 that's not death, or was it the 4 that is death? Because there could also be wordplay here.
Yep, she. There's a difference between she and yawn. John was being uncharacteristically quiet about this.
I can't believe it. Who would have ever thought that those discs contained Japanese Morse code? Not to mention a strange list of some disturbingly familiar names. It would appear that this particular message is a communication of some kind between Great Britain and the Empire of Japan. So, Daddy could be in Japan then. Where's Susie and Runo come from?
Well...
No, it's not very likely, really, is it? I mean, there are thousands of people with the surname Wilson, and there must be lots of J's among them. Professor John H. Wilson, visiting professor of medicine at the Imperial Yume University. It all comes back around. But we can't tell Iris about now. We just can't. That would be too fucking weird at 5:30 in the morning. Ooh, sorry, stomach getting me a little bit. This is so strange. Somehow, in solving the case of Mr. Windibank's murder today, I feel like I've rolled back a boulder at the mouth of a very dark cave. A dark cave called the Second Game.
I do wonder if perhaps it's a dark cave we shouldn't go wandering inside.
Also, to that point, it's Ace Attorney is not above doing weird names like that. Saying the name of this character is not a spoiler. In one of the games, there is a professional hitman called Shelly the Killer, as in D-E-D Killer. His calling card is a shell. Honk!
Honk. That wasn't the ship. That was just a goose out there being like, you what, mate? Mess with the honk, you get the bonk.
Oh dear. The ship is going to set sail soon.
Yes, it seems so.
I'll sail on that sailing ship first to the port of Dunkirk in France. Then I'll change onto a larger passenger vessel bound for Japan.
You couldn't get a direct flight? I mean, boat? You're really going
Actually,
then, Susie?
Probably not, no.
I mean, the ports in England would be big enough for it. I guess the question
They
is just
would,
who's
but the
running the
thing-
passenger services.
Yeah, and you remember, ships want to make as much money as possible, so they want to make as many stops where they can offload and unload things as
True.
possible, including supplies and stuff.
And also, I do want to say, though, that is a little interesting going to Dunkirk. The normal crossing is Calais, but that's if you want to stay in France. You're really
yeah,
going
they
then,
might just
Susie?
be... Oh, yeah.
We wish you a safe passage, Miss Susato. I'm somber Sholmes, but not depressed Sholmes.
Thank you so much. I wish you all the very best.
Miss Susato, I had hoped to have you always at my side to guide me and support me.
Mr. Naruhodo.
Please, come back soon. As far as I'm concerned, you really are the very best judicial assistant in the world.
Naruhodo, I'm pretty sure you just literally proposed to the 16-year-old girl.
He doesn't
I'm
know
pretty
what-
sure
he do-
that's how these anime tropes work.
I don't. For what I've seen based on his interactions with men versus women, I don't know if Ryunosuke Naruhodo understands how that works. I know he has a descendant, but there's a long history of these games being very coded.
Well, listen, he has to have descendants, so he has to marry somebody.
I'm quite sure. I'll be back before you know it.
Really, Susie?
Oh, Now don't forget, Iris. I made you a promise I've yet to fulfill.
A promise?
About your manuscript.
Ah. Oh yes, the Hound of the Baskervilles, which is in my pocket right now. Well, I'll be waiting for you then, Susie. A promise is a promise.
Definitely, Iris.
Before we go, tell me how you figured out the name of the manuscript.
Mr. Naruhodo,
Yes?
do you remember the first time we met?
I could never forget. Yes, of course. On the SS Burya, when I was dragged out from that wardrobe, still half asleep because of the drugs. If I remember rightly, you threw me halfway across the cabin with a Susato takedown.
You know very well that I'm talking about after that.
Well, it's not technically when we first met.
It's strange, but being thrown together as we were in that case, I somehow felt straight away that you were the perfect person to continue Kazuma-sama's great legacy.
Nice. Also, bold of you to assume Susato shows up in the middle of the second game. Maybe she shows up in the end? In the beginning? In, like,
I'm just gonna
case
assume that
2?
she shows up.
It's probably a good idea. It's probably a good idea to assume that everybody who isn't dead in these games will show up as a returning character, probably. Because the Ace Attorney games do like to do that.
Well, there was some sprites that... Actually, yeah.
Yeah, there was Talkie McTheater Pants and his large chin friend. They didn't do anything.
Yeah, they didn't do anything. That was during the Natsume Sosuke. I mean,
Yes.
yeah.
Soseki Natsume.
Soseki. Yeah, case.
And I did say he would return for the second game because he lived.
Oh, he did? Oh.
Well, we know he made it back to Japan.
Oh, that's right, that's right.
He has to publish a
Interesting.
book. He's famous.
True, true.
Miss Susato.
And my instincts were right. I really want to believe. No, I'm sure of that. I'll be back soon. Farewell until then.
Swaggless. Anime outro? Yep.
Nice, 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 nice.
Look at that fog.
Somehow we seem to have come to the end of the adventures of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Or the first volume, at least.
We
brought the cat!
Yeah!
We brought him!
Looking back now, it feels as though fate has led me on this...
He's running with us! He's running with us on his little legs! Also, I think I should have worn my baller coat for this. Damn.
Traveling halfway
I
around
mean,
the world to meet
those mornings are cold.
Like, we know from when we arrived in London that Ryunosuke does have a cap and overcoat. Like, at least a cloak.
But whatever happens, I know I'll be able to turn my fortunes around.
What the fuck?
Suddenly violin.
I was suddenly struck by the morning mist, Mr. Naruhodo.
I have the greatest friends in the world. On
Yeah,
both
great
sides.
friends. And great eyebrows, damn. Look at my eyebrows.
Those are very sharp. This is also very bright.
Yes. I mean, we've been going for 5 hours, but it was correct to push on. What? Nope.
Oh,
No, yes, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, Mr. Sholmes? I have some rather awkward news. Yes. The railway company has decided to sue over the special express train, apparently. Yes. Huh? It caused such commotion on the line. All the other trains had to wait at stations. But really, we would never have made it to Dover in time otherwise. Anyway, I explained everything and how it was all your fault.
God
Huh?
damn it.
Huh? Huh?
Why?
I believe a formal complaint should be delivered to your office tomorrow. But not to worry, my dear fellow. According to Miss Susato, you love defending yourself in court. Huh? 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 It's all right. I'm perfectly happy to testify. He really didn't look like the sort of man who'd do something so outrageous. See? Mr. Sholmes. Yes. A word, if you don't mind. I think I know what the word is. Why, certainly. Any word you like. Bellow it out, my dear fellow. Oh, yes, I love Runo's words. And I know just which one he'll use here. Then, I really must say...
Objection.
Now we roll credits. Ooh! We're getting animated credits. Dynamicals. Nice. Alright, everybody, we did it. We finished game 1 of Great Ace Attorney. Planning by Shu Takumi. We did it in at least one less stream than we said we would.
Oh, thank God for that.
Yeah. I mean, it really was just all denouement.
I need to go to the bathroom again. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Ugh.
Sholmes ordered all the music boxes himself. Used by Mr. Sholmes to solve an important case. You scoundrel. Pays a pittance comparison. Yes. Watcha. Blink, blink. Shout out to Kazuya Nuri, character designer. Oof.
Okay, sorry about that.
What you missed is Sholmes forgot he ordered a bajillion music boxes and then sold them all by saying he used them. And also, he's bad at cooking breakfast. Because Iris's deadline is tomorrow. This motherfucker!
Witness!
Your testimony is riddled with contradictions.
But, so overall, I enjoyed this. I know that there's a lot of times where I've been molding and stuff. But...
We'll just let this is auto playing, so we'll just let it play out.
Yeah, but like, there's a lot of things I can complain about, like, you know, the prosecution and jury logic.
Yeah.
Like I understand that the game needs to maintain conflict.
Yeah.
In order to maintain
oh, he gets a beat. Wagahaya had kittens. Is Wagahaya a girl cat? Had kittens. He brought them on board, and he has been captured because of it.
No pets allowed.
Well, you shouldn't have gotten on the SS Burya.
This guy. But
that's not ominous at all.
That's very ominous, actually. But like, that's the thing. It's like, if we were to able to just throw logic at all these problems and just have them like throw out the trial at like 10 minutes in, they'd be very short cases.
Yeah, it's one of those constraints of the game, right? Like, I said it very frequently. This is just how Ace Attorney games are. If they were truly real to life, you would end it immediately.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like, you would just be like, okay, I've proven my client not guilty. All right, we go home.
Mm-hmm.
But that does kind of get back to the crux of the storytelling of these cases, which is it's about the truth, right? Like, if we just actually had to just prove our client not guilty, we would go home a lot earlier usually.
Yeah. And I will say, while the cases are very, I guess I use the word aggravating. Those moments when, you know, that tension fucking peaks and you just slam that evidence in there, there's not quite a feeling fucking like it, because you know, the mood like instantly changes, the music changes, you just throw it in their face and everyone's all like, ah!
Yeah, and obviously the games have always had those, you just said it, the overdramatic moments, like the breakdown poses and the sprites and everything. That's been in since the Game Boy Advance days. This game works really well to sell you on the effect you're having on the witnesses, the prosecution, etc., and really sell those moments. Because there's a lot of bullshit, and I don't want to say the games would not work without the bullshit. Like there does need to be some amount of tension and conflict and like stymieing, but if there wasn't that level of resistance, it's Ace Attorney is the Elden Ring of visual novels. If there wasn't some actual challenge, some actual resistance, some part of this dramatic moment of the courtroom drama, when you get those moments where, like, I've got it, and I know how to prove that I've got it, right?
Right.
Like, honestly, this game's are... Nope, she is indeed in jail. Doing a little bit of time.
We could probably visit her.
Iris comes by every day. Oh, is she gonna teach Gina how to do investigating? Uh-oh. Oh, shit. But, like, if you don't have those moments where because I said this earlier, this one's kind of unusual where it doesn't necessarily spoil the cases right away. In the original Ace Attorney, like, when you play the tutorial case, oh, this dude in jail, too. Sophisticated crime. Nope, no regrets. Oh, okay. No, he has one regret. Damn. Well, at least he gets to have fun before he's hanged for high treason. Anyway,
Yeah, no, he's gonna die.
yeah, I don't think he ain't gonna be in Great Ace Attorney 3. But like I said, in the tutorial case of Ace Attorney, this is not a spoiler because it's literally the opening scene. You see the guy who's done it explaining that he has to frame somebody else. So you are introduced to that game knowing entirely who the guy is. And when he shows up on the stand, you're like, I, the player, know this is the guy, but how do I prove it, right? Like, a lot of these games are about how do I use the evidence and the testimony to stitch together to actually do the conclusion. And a lot of the times, especially when you get to the later cases in the games, you have some really dramatic buildups. Like, obviously, we've just talked about how fucking long and daunting this was, and maybe taking games at a case-by-case basis. But honestly, if we do that going forward, I could totally see after we wrap up Great Ace Attorney 2, if we do it as a case-by-case basis, I would perfectly be willing to jam with, we got a sick photograph. Fuck yeah. I even put my hat on, but the cat is stealing it. It's great. It's a great ending shot. But yeah, I would totally be down to clown with doing the Ace Attorney, the original Ace Attorney trilogy games that way. Case by case, go through the stuff. Because those tend to be a little more discontinued than others. They're not always as stacked up metaplot wise. But there are that dramatic moment of you going, I've got it, and now I've got you. Like, the games have always been really great about that, and that's I think what the beauty of these are. This is why I was like, oh man, I'd love to share these games with Lucky and do this Let's Play stream series, because like that's what it's all about, is that dramatic turn.
Love ending credits like this where they're doing the walking and you
Yeah.
just walk through everything you go through.
Oh yeah, and we get to see all the character models again. Oh, he's pulling out his thing. He's looking at it. The mustache pull. We love it.
Oh, is this an entire closing suite?
I think so, yeah. The soundtracks on these are always very in-depth. She's doing her iconic oomph. Is Susato going to start following us now?
I hope so.
God, remember Giselle Brett's breakdown, I think, was the best in this game. When the fucking bird goes crazy and then goes to heaven.
Yeah.
Like, damn.
Yep, something's changing because we're walking forward.
Yeah, we're making a gap. Making a lot of gap. A lot of credits, a lot of people made to do this game well. Yeah, I kind of figured that was going to happen, unfortunately. We had to leave you behind, bro. It's so sad.
Game has a lot of sad moments. Like I said, it has a lot of emotional ups and downs.
Yeah. Well, and I think that's always been kind of key to these games, because it's not about, like, happiness or anything, right? It's about the truth. The truth is the watchword of Ace Attorney games. And we've talked about this off and on, Mike. The truth isn't really always happy or pretty, right? It's just is.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, now Ryunosuke has the sword. There it is.
And that's the thing. It's like, and I do like, it was kind of a pain, but I do enjoy the fact that like our first like major case in Britain was something so controversial that shatters the shattered this young man a little bit to his core.
Yeah.
Because in those darkest moments, you see who you really are.
Yeah.
And Naruhodo, went from a very fidgety and what's the word I want to use?
Oh, very, very nervous, very excitable. I mean, he's still a little excitable, but you know what we mean. Like the wild-eyed look, the
lack of confidence.
Yeah, the raising your hand and stuff.
And then at the that final case, he's
just thought I made a little gap.
I bet Iris is gonna get right in there. But just in the final cap, he was all like, "No, fuck you."
Yeah, he's like,
objections.
Yeah, he's dropping double. Well, and the game does this great, like, because they set you up the weak slap, right? That's when you know he's down low, and then the first case does so much where you get that first hit where you're like, real slap. I feel this instinctive need to object. Yeah. Iris. Yeah, Susato's making a gap for Iris to fall in. This credit scene is great. Yeah. And her walk is slightly higher tempo because she's shorter. They put Venzuk's boot in it!
It was important.
Of course you have to do the boot shot. Oh my god, he was doing his own version of the behind the back the whole time! I didn't even realize!
That's what it was.
It's his version of the Skulka Brothers behind the back pose. God damn. Uh-oh, she's getting out her gun. Fuck. Run. Everybody pick up the pace. But yeah, no.
I'm expecting it to come from back from the fucking downtown.
Yeah. Ooh, I did some research for this.
Wow. Oh, the music. Wow.
But yeah, there's obviously a lot of thought put into these games, a lot of heart. And again, I understand that there are limitations, obviously, right?
Oh. Take a bow, everyone.
No, everybody strikes a pose. And we end with the fucking snap to finger points. There's no other way to do it. Great Ace Attorney Adventures. Finn. Yeah, the first one is called Adventures. The second one is called Resolve.
I think you're going to need some Resolve. There are some secrets.
Yeah. Oh, damn.
Oh, that's good.
That is a good shot. Jeez. And I got Trofo.
Trofo!
That's a good ending CG. Damn. I told you, Ryunosuke, you need to wear the coat more. Okay. I wonder where it'll put me in terms of save. Oh, yeah, it's going to go here. Okay. Oops. Unplug my controller so I can fiddle with this a little. Yeah, so we can continue, I think, because I think the load will, yeah, part of Dover over. Sorry, my dead zone's being a little weird. Yeah. But yeah, so that's the first game of Great Ace Attorney Chronicles Adventures. It's really solid. You know, they're pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
So there's a lot to be going on here. But next week we will be here for Mega Man X, the original Mega Man X. Lucky will be taking back over the joystick. I can finally rest my Xing finger and my triangle button to present.
I'm gonna give a rest our fucking voice acting too, Jesus.
Yes, no, we don't gotta say shit.
We'll probably say a lot of shit, but we won't have to do strangely British voices anymore.
No. There are dialogue boxes in Mega Man X, but I don't think we need to read them.
No. Unfortunately, X, while there are special dialogue, I do want to skip them because we're past 5 hours now.
Yeah.
The dialogue boxes won't take that long probably next time.
The special contents and stuff, there's a lot. Maybe I'll look at them between streams just to see what the full breadth is, but I think we're good. We're good to shift up. Like I said, as much as this was a satisfying conclusion, we had to wrestle this game a couple of times to get where we wanted to go. So I'll be glad to take that break, that pauser. Maybe once we're done with the whole thing, because like I said, we will probably do a system where we just do it case by case and then rotate out other stuff because we got a lot of stuff coming in the later months of this year. So we've got a few things we can do. As much as I am very ready for lucky to see case 1 of game 2.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I don't actually think they'll fill in a lot of holes. I think it's just other bonus commentary stuff. Like I said, I'll look into them and actually get through the stuff to see what's up. But anyway, thank you so much for tuning in, everybody. It's almost 2 a.m., so I'm going to get the fuck out of here. Look forward to Mega Man X later. And don't forget, Wednesday is still my Final Fantasy XIV day. I will be glad to get back to you to do more MSQs, actually. Maybe I can advance the plot more than just weird crystals tell me to be good and stuff. We'll see. We did 20 levels in 4 hours. I somehow suspect that eventually the curve will catch up and I will not do another 20 levels in 4 hours. But, you know, you never know. We'll see. You guys seem to enjoy that one, so we'll get back to it. And I'll see you then. But I'm going to get out of here because I am tired and hungry, and it's 2 a.m.
Yep.
So, good night, everybody. Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe if you want to get in there and see more of these. We will be returning to Great Ace Attorney, but we'll be taking a little gander into some other games for a little bit as well. So, thank you so much, everybody, and good night.
Good night.